Good morning and welcome to Old Trafford. It's day 4 of the 4th test between England and India, and it could be the day on which England seal a series victory. Cloudy overhead, but it has been for most of the test match. Did have some sunshine yesterday, a few scattered showers forecast, but we're getting underway on time, and forecast does suggest that we'll get pretty much a full day, maybe just a few minutes lost here or there. Alongside me, as always, for the first half an hour, Steve Harmison. Harmy, I don't know whether we should talk about I was going to say records looming. History beckons for Ben Stokes, not just the series win, but him personally. So rather than talk about records he might break, we talk about the ones he's already done. He's just the 3rd England captain ever to have taken 5 wickets and scored a 50 in a test match.
Yeah, it's a good morning, man. Yeah, good morning to everyone. Yeah, it's been a brilliant test series for Ben Stokes. You know, most wickets he's had in a series, most overs he's bowled, which is it doesn't sound a great thing, but it's a tick in the box from a body point of view. And yeah, another milestone tick, another personal record, personal accolade that they don't look at personal accolades, do they? You know, Joe spoke humbly this morning about it. Ben doesn't, but one thing I will encourage Ben to understand is that this is a team legacy. Individual records in his team, they're a team legacy, and this is a big one for him, I think, for getting these 23 runs.
He's on strike. Jasprit Bumrah is in with the first delivery, and it's pushed away firmly up towards mid-off cover, actually, and there's no run. Can I just tell you that, as I said, only 2 England captains have achieved that feat. 5 wickets and a 50 in the same test match. The first was F.S. Jackson against Australia, Trent Bridge, 1905. I don't know much about F.S. Jackson.
No, it was well before my time as well, man.
2 slips in a gully. As Bumrah is in again, bowls, bounces a bit, Stokes pushes it again out defensively to cover to Yashasvi Jaiswal. And the second, Harmy, was a mere 89 years ago. Gubby Allen, you and I both heard of him, a very famous cricketer.
Yeah, I've heard of Gubby Allen, yeah.
That was against Australia in Brisbane in 1936. So
been a good celebration on the way back on the boat for that one, wouldn't it?
How long was it? 6 weeks?
6 weeks on a boat celebrating 5 for and a 50 in the same test match. Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jasprit Bumrah's not been short of work in this innings. This is his 29th over. Here he is, bowls, and Stokes forward, driving it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. It's fielded by Mohammad Siraj. Bumrah 28 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 95. Mohammad Siraj only 2 overs less, 26 overs, 4 maidens, and he's brought up his 100, 1 for 113. And really it's an indictment, isn't it, on the quality or lack thereof of the other bowlers. I mean, Anshul Kamboj 18, Shardul Thakur 11 overs. It's you wonder how many overs Prasid Krishna might have bowled, for example, had India given the 23-year-old another chance. 22-year-old, actually. Stokes takes a quick single, first run of the morning. Nicely done by the man at mid-on. Captain Shubman Gill comes sprinting in, underarms the ball onto the stumps, and actually India are sort of half celebrating here, and I think that might be quite close.
I think it is close. I think it was Kamboj that
Anshul Kamboj, who has not covered himself in glory with in the field or with the ball, but that was always going to be a tight single, and I think it might be quite close. Stokes is shaking his head, I think saying to the Indians, don't get too excited, boys, don't get too excited. Oh, it is close, but he's made it. Not entirely sure why the England captain is taking such a tight single.
Yeah, I think he's wanting to prove to everybody in the crowd and in the press box and any commentators that worrying about his body, because you remember yesterday he had to retire hurt, and there'll be a lot of anxious looks at Stokes' body this morning to see if he could make a quick single. Well, he just tested it there, didn't he? Just wanted to test it to see how the body reacted to a quick single. Closer than he thought. Probably thought the way Kamboj bowled, there's no chance of him hitting the stumps, so I'll go at the I'll run at him hard, and yeah, Ben, he was comfortably in.
Yeah, if a foot is comfortable. Here's Bumrah once again bowls now to Liam Dawson, who looked very composed and calm yesterday afternoon in his 21 from 52, and he plays this one defensively out on the offside. On the subject of Ben Stokes and his body, Harmy, I've never owned a luxury car, either a sports car. I've never, I've only sat in one once or twice, a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or a luxury car like a Rolls Royce. But I would imagine that if you do have one, you're constantly listening out for. Here is Bumrah again, and Dawson pushes it out towards mid-wicket, again fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal. But you'd be constantly sort of worrying about, the fine-tuning, wouldn't you? And you'd be going, oh, is that a rattle? Is that a noise? I can imagine that Ben Stokes is a bit like that with his body.
With his body, yeah, it is, because his body is a Rolls Royce. I'm not sure what car he drives now.
It'd be a 4x4.
It'd be a big car, I would have thought. These boys have to, the amount of sort of up and down. I don't know now if they get picked up or not. I think they'll actually
sporty
get
Range
picked up.
Rover?
No, I think it'll be something like that. I actually think they get picked up rather than they drive themselves. You were talking about the other day about what time you come to the ground in the mornings. We drove ourselves. During my time, it was always me and Flintoff with Geraint Jones when Geraint was in the team. But now they come on a team bus, I think, for security more than anything else. But I even think from home they get picked up, as they have a driver who brings them to the game, and then a driver who takes them home straight after the game. So they don't actually probably don't bring their own cars to each test match.
No surprise that it's Mohammad Siraj with the second over of the morning, and Ben Stokes pushes it out to extra cover once again. Does Geraint Jones still have anything to do with Papua New Guinea cricket? Because he played for them after England.
He played for them, yeah. No, he went into the fire service. That's what he went into, and then I think he works at one of the schools. I think he coaches the Kent women's team. I think he is assistant coach or coach of the Kent women's team. I've not spoke to Geraint for a while. I need to get in touch with him. We've got a 2005 WhatsApp group, which I think there's a couple of messages this week about if anybody's around at the Oval. And Ashley Giles was asking if anybody was around at the Oval.
Here is Mohammad Siraj again, and Stokes is on the drive, hammering it through the offside. What a shot! Ben Stokes he was looking to come down the wicket, I fancy, to Mohammad Siraj, and it was just dropped to back of a length, and so he wasn't going to get to the pitch of it, and he's hit it on the up, moving forward through the offside for 4.
That's a great shot. It really is a good shot. He was quick on his feet. He's come down. To be fair to Siraj, he's done well to adjust his length, because in that situation, if a batter comes at you, you either go full and go at the base of the stumps, or you go a little bit shorter and try and compensate for how much they're coming at you. It was an excellent shot by Ben Stokes.
Here's Siraj in again, turned away by Stokes. Run the first hard out towards deep square leg, but he's not going to come back for the second, as Yashasvi Jaiswal comes in to do the fielding. I know you won't know the answer to this definitively, but do you think Stokes would have had an actual net this morning, or just a few throwdowns?
No, he'd have batted this morning, I would have thought, whether it was bowlers or whether it was just... They tend to have sidearms now. They tend to not have net situations where bowlers bowl.
But I mean, he would have faced full pace deliveries.
Yeah, he'd have been.
Nets,
Marcus, I would have thought, would have been, that dog stick that goes at a good lick now. It'll probably go at about 80 mile an hour. So that I had good throwdowns. It'll have been prepared well as possibly he could be, and he'll have had some fuel inside last night. He'll have eaten well. He'll have eaten a lot, because that's what you have to do, and then you'll have fueled well as well from a liquid point of view.
Here's Siraj, and Dawson has a little fish at this one outside the off stump, trying to follow it, open face bat, run it down through the slip cordon or past the slip cordon, but he's played and missed. Stokes 83, Dawson 21. England 550 on the board now, leading by 192. Don't again anybody think of in terms of declaration, at least not until Stokes ticks off with another milestone. He doesn't care about milestones. He's made that abundantly clear. He's actually gone out of his way to make that point. Here is Siraj once again. It's pushed out towards mid-on. fielded by Bumrah, but hopefully people that he respects within, I don't know, the team, the management, the wider infrastructure will have had a word to say, Ben, this milestone might not mean anything to you, but as a flag mark in the history of the game, it is very, very significant. In many, many years to come, decades to come, maybe 100 years' time, they'll say, just as we were talking earlier about F.S. Jackson and Gubby Allen, you look back and that period of history, Stokes and his team may well be remembered as the team which revived and revitalised Test cricket. Dawson now whips this one away through mid-wicket, fielded by Shardul Thakur, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. Second one of the morning, and England are 550 for 7, leading by 192.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that one. There are individual milestones which are meaningless, but this one's a team one for me. And I know it's just Ben's. It's all about Ben, but I think it's a one that recognises the way the team plays. You know, Ben's batting at number 6, gets 100, gets a 5 for. I mean, there are, you know, it's happening on his watch. He goes past Joe Root. Joe Root goes past Sachin Tendulkar, and if it's on Ben's watch, it's you can say in sort of 50, 100 years time when this, you know, change happened in English cricket with McCullum and Stokes.
Here's Bumrah for over number 30 from him personally, and it's defended by Stokes. Straight back to the bowler.
A couple of interesting questions from the Indian side this morning. You know, did a little bit for Indian TV, and there's a couple of former Indian players. Deep Dasgupta is one of them, who's worked a bit with talkSPORT, and he was asking me, you know, about Morning Morkel's press conference last night. I didn't hear it. We got in the lift with Morning, didn't we, when we were leaving? And he was wondering why. I think Morning might have thrown Rahul and Gill under the bus a little bit.
Here's Bumrah, and it's open-faced bat from Stokes, who steers it away behind square on the offside. I also didn't hear it, but I have heard about it. But may I just say, as a preface to that, do you not think Morné Morkel was thrown a bit under the bus by having to go and do the press conference?
That's what I said to him, because I asked him what he had said, and he said that it was Shubman. He said it was Shubman's idea to bring the spinners on late, and he's saying it was Shubman's idea to do this, and it was Shubman's idea to do that. And it wasn't so much Morné Morkel as saying he's been thrown under the bus, but Morné Morkel's not going to come out and say that. Morné Morkel's been told to say that, and obviously that's come from higher above.
Here's Bumrah again, and played away by Liam Dawson up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Quite frankly, I think that, I mean, I could imagine you 20 years ago being in Morné Morkel's position, and you just sit there and say, why are you asking me? I don't know. Ask the captain.
Exactly. You know, I've got no idea. We didn't bowl very well. We missed our lines and lengths. We tried very, very hard. England played well.
We picked 2 medium paces.
Yeah, and well, you couldn't really say that, but you could say that they tried their hardest, implying that they bowl rubbish.
Here's Bumrah. Didn't bowl at his best, but far from rubbish. He's in again. Dawson plays defensively. And there's no run. 20
years ago, man, 20 years ago, coaches ain't getting thrown out in press conferences. There's no way Duncan Fletcher's going on a press conference. Troy Cooley never went out. Matthew Maynard, who was batting coach during the Ashes, they never went out. I don't know where this has come from, with the press conference that the coaches do it all. It was a hard day, a long day. It was a senior player. Off you go. You go in front up to the media.
Here is Bumrah again, and it's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and it's kept low. It might possibly have been nipping back too much as well. I'd imagine. I think that's probably going down.
Yeah, I think it's going down with only one review left. I don't think you burn it with that one. It was just nipped back, going down. Hit Liam Dawson on the top of the knee roll, but even that, he's not the biggest. Tallest is Liam Dawson, but I even still think it was going down, possibly a touch high as well.
Well, it did seem to keep lower than Dawson was expecting. Anyway, he's still there on 21. Ben Stokes 84 Here's Jasprit Bumrah once again, and that's nudged away by Dawson up towards mid-on. You'd have thought now that after a day like yesterday, Morne Morkel has been in the Indian dressing room long enough to work the situation out, and with about half an hour to go, he just tapped the coach on the shoulder. So I'm just popping out. I may be some time.
Yeah. Do you want anything from the shop? Yeah. Yeah. Do you want some milk? Yeah. What do you want to? Do you want me to order food for later on tonight? Send back to the hotel.
Tell you what, why don't I go back to the team room and get everything ready?
Get everything sorted. Yeah. I'll go and have a look in with the analysts. See, with me and him, we'll go and get some plans sorted out for tomorrow. Yeah, I mean,
it's nonsense.
It is nonsense. The game is played by players, and it should be the players that front up. If they have media, that's because we have these press conferences. I don't believe we should be having them. I don't know why they need to have somebody every single day. The press conferences go on far too long for me, and then what happens is the players and the media get distance because they say something they don't want to say.
Here's Siraj into Ben Stokes, pushing it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. I mean, in days gone by, and nothing, things weren't all perfect and better in years gone by, but quite honestly, newspapers and not just newspapers now, media organisations spend quite a lot of money sending correspondents to watch the cricket, and they need to write about it. They need to report on the cricket. They need to interpret. And, there are some who just turn up, and here's Siraj again. Bowls. Stokes drives gloriously through extra cover. What a shot. Slightly over pitched. I don't think it's a half volley. Could be wrong. Harmy will analyse it. But I reckon he's hit that a little bit on the up. And, maybe it was quite full. But my goodness me, that was... He didn't find the middle of the bat much yesterday, and
no, he didn't
today.
He has today. That's true. I think his body was hampered a little bit yesterday, and how hard that to work. And a lot of the time was down to the fact that India bowled so badly yesterday because of the slowness of the outfield. England had to run a lot. A lot of rotation of strike, and that there was a long half volley. It was full, and it was hit out the middle of the bat, and he knew he held the pose.
That felt good, didn't it? It looked good too. Turned away off his pads now by Stokes behind square on the leg side. They run through for a single as Jaiswal comes in from deep square leg. But anyway, I mean, it's a bit like we are here at Old Trafford. talkSPORT are here at Old Trafford. It'd be like us just having a procession of interviews.
Yeah, and for me, it's apparently Morne Morkel's press conference yesterday lasted over 20 minutes. Over 20 minutes. That's ridiculous. Because then all he's going to do is say something he shouldn't be saying.
And it's not his job. It's not his field of expertise.
Absolutely. It's not his job. And that, for me, that's far too long. Far too long. And in the end of the day, there's only 4 questions throughout the day.
Mohammad Siraj continues to Liam Dawson. He's playing the supporting role now, and he takes a single behind square on the offside. And... they go through for an easy run. I mean, you would have had that feeling, I would imagine, plenty of times in your career. You get sort of 7 or 8 minutes into the press conference, and you're thinking to yourself in the back of your mind, all right, I'm doing all right so far. I'm doing all right. I'm not in trouble. But then after about 10, 12, 13, 14 minutes, you must be dreading it, thinking, I'm going to put my foot in it now.
I've said that, and I've said that again. That I used to just say that. Well, I've just said that. And simple as that. I'll answer you honestly, but if you're gonna, and I'll keep on saying, 4 questions, 5 max. They're the only different questions you'll get throughout the press conference, and then all of a sudden, it'll be a recycle question of 1, recycle question of 2, recycle question of 3. They'll just keep doing the same thing.
Siraj in short, pulled away by Stokes for a single down to Jaiswal, and that's good work from Jaiswal. Stokes was walking. He was just, maybe an amble, maybe walks too strong, but Jaiswal's had a shy at the stumps from about 50 yards.
He wasn't far away, was he? He wasn't far away. I think Ben was in.
Well, he had to put the afterburners on.
Yeah, it just shows, any lingering worries and anxieties about the captain's body is all gone, because there's 2 or 3 times now he's had to go from 3rd gear to 6th gear very, very quickly as England's lead goes over. It goes to 200. 5-5 5.58 for 7. England lead by 200.
Stokes 90. Dawson doing a very good supporting job, as I say. Oh, he's doing more than that now. It's a short one that's pulled away. He might get 4 of his own, and he does. He is far, far more than a support batsman, Liam Dawson. Dozen first-class hundreds, over a dozen first-class hundreds to his name, and that was a very fine pull shot, and it extends England's lead to 204, 562 for 7. And you know, I mean, we've berated the Indian media officers over the years for not doing their job. Well, yesterday was the time to say, right, that's it.
Turn off. See you later. Thanks, lads. You've had that. I do a job in the footballing side of it. And you go St James's Park. You get
2 minutes.
You get well
3.
It's about 4.5 minutes between you. Oh, I was saying me and talkSPORT. Radio 5 Live, and then the local journalists get. The local BBC guy gets a couple of questions at the end, but it's 4.5 minutes and it's out.
Jasprit Bumrah continues to Stokes, who turns it nicely off his pads in the thigh pad height for a single out towards deep square leg.
And in that time, you've got to be respectful. If it's your home game, you possibly get 2 minutes of it. If it's not your home game, you have to go second, and it's the majority of the time it's 3 or 4 questions, and then you might, and if it's not your time to go first, you have to possibly ask 2 questions off the back of that. But that's it, it's done. And more often than not, the local guy doesn't get to ask anything, because once 4.5 minutes is up, the press guy's standing next to him, and he'll put one finger up in the air and say, that's it, last one, you're out.
Here's Bumrah once again from the old pavilion end, the Jimmy Anderson end. Oh, with a good delivery. Took off, bounce, extra pace, bounce from Bumrah. That's just the magic ball that he has the ability to produce, even with an old ball on a 4-day-old pitch. Where's that come from? Dawson played and missed.
Shows you there's something in this surface. 85 mile an hour from Jasprit Bumrah. He didn't bowl that quickly in the innings, in the day yesterday. I don't know why. He just looked off. Even great bowler he is, he just looked off yesterday. I think his average speeds were a little bit down, but it just shows you there's something in this pitch if you hit it hard.
It is Bumrah once again, stuttering and now into his run. Bowled him! Kept low! And Liam Dawson could do nothing about that. It is shot along, not exactly rolled, but it is kept very, very low. And I think it's just snapped the stump,
Yeah. Snapped the stump. It has. It snapped the stump. The top of the stump, I think it's one of the TV camera stumps, and it's just snapped the stump just above where the sponsor's logo is. A beauty. It is. Whether it's kept low or not, I don't think Liam Dawson can come forward to that. But there's a big gap between bat and pad. As the ball nips back from Jasprit Bumrah on a good length, about 6 metre length. It's nipped back. It's kept a touch low. It's hit the top of off stump. It shattered the top of off stump where the TV camera is in the stump, and he has to walk off for a well-made 26. He's only scored 26, but he's faced 65 balls. He's contributed brilliantly to his team's effort in getting the lead over 205 and keeping Ben Stokes company as Bryden Carse walks to the crease. Good friends with Stokes and hoping he can get the England captain to that magical 3 figures.
Stokes has just got into the 90s. My goodness, he's played 2 of the shots of the innings, never mind the day, with a rasping walking cover drive and then an off drive as well. They're in conversation now as Stokes and Bryden Carse, and it doesn't seem to be merely pleasantries. Stokes seem to have something to say. Ordinarily it would just be whether he's reversing it or what the ball's doing or how the ball's bouncing, or would be, but he clearly had something to say. It may well have been, just relax mate, don't worry about me, look after yourself, don't try and play a different game. Why am I imagining what he might be saying? It's your job.
Well, he will. He'll probably be telling Bryden exactly what's happening with Siraj is not sort of moving it too much. Watch, there's a little bit of unevenness from Bumrah, but I think it'll be probably just be stay positive in movements and in decision making.
No change in the field. 2 slips, Gully back with point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket as Cast plays defensively out to extra cover, or cover actually, and there's no run. He's got 100 this year. I think he's got 2 in total. Though,
he's got 2 first-class hundreds.
Yeah.
He's got 2 first-class hundreds. I think one of them was a well-worked first-class hundred, and then another one. Well, they're both well-worked, but another one was a belted first-class hundred.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah, turns again from the Jimmy Anderson end. Should say sir. Here is Bumrah up to the crease, bowls, Cast nice solidly forward. Guides that one straight back to Jasprit Bumrah. I think any questions about whether Bumrah will play at the Oval. This is his 3rd test. They said right from the beginning that he would only play 3 out of the 5. But he's not being looked after like a man who might play again in 4 days' time.
He's not playing at the Oval. I would have said he's not playing at the Oval because England are going to win. I think now, even if India were to do something miraculous, I still can't see him playing at the Oval.
Starts on Thursday, of course. Here's Bumrah again, bowls a hopelessly short bouncer, which actually swings after it bounces. It's gone for 4 byes. Stop it, Hassan Raza, stop it. They're wides. They are wides. Could Bryden Cast have reached that?
No, he's given no ball, but I think it's no ball off the front foot. I don't think it's no ball for height or anything. For me, they are. You're right. They are. It's too high. There's no way Jarrell can stop this.
Yeah, I mean it's swung after it bounced, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They were front foot no balls. Yeah. But okay, so they're not. Nothing any keeper could do about that. Bumrah in again, bowls, Cast steers it away behind square on the offside. Fielded by Shai Sudarshan in the gully. The lead is 210. England are 568 for 8. With Stokes on 91. Bryden Cast yet to score. I'm just going to mention 4 names. I'm not going to tempt fate or anything. I'm just going to mention 4 names and their years. 1955, Dennis Atkinson, West Indies against England in Barbados. 1966, Gary Sobers against England in Barbados. 1977, so we've gone 55, 66, 77. Mushtaq Mohammed, Pakistan against the West Indies in Trinidad. And 1983, Imran Khan, Pakistan against India in Faisalabad. 4 names, only 1 in the modern era really. With respect to Mushtaq Mohammed, I think the 70s was a very, very different era. But that's the small club that Ben Stokes might potentially join. He's on 91. Bryden Cast is yet to score. 568 for 8. Got some spin, Harmy.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of talk in the press conference last night about why Washington Sundar didn't come into the game until the 70th or 69th over. He bowled very, very well with Jadeja. Forward
comes Ben Stokes, pushes that one out to extra cover. So when you did your crossing with Indian TV this morning, and they said to you, well, I presume they, asked you why Washington Sundar didn't come into the attack until the 69th over. Here he is, Washington to Ben Stokes, whips it off his pads out towards deep mid-wicket. I mean, I know that you are an esteemed player and a renowned pundit now, but what would you say to that? Like your honest answer is, I've got no idea.
I did say that. You know me, there was a vacant look on my face. You've seen it a million times working with me the last 4 or 5 years. I just said the only thing I can be critical of Shubman Gill yesterday was when he chose to bring Washington and Jadeja into the game, because you can't criticise them for the seamers. At the end of the day, the seamers were awful. They missed their lines and lengths by miles. They were awful. The spinners were very good, but they didn't come on till too late.
Here's Washington Sundar in. Oh, Bryden Cast plays a lovely, deft, late glide down towards third man. I really hope that wasn't just a genuine thick edge. I mean, it looked like he's opened the face of the bat and played a very, very subtle and clever little glide past the slip.
Yeah, I think he's looking to play that. It did come off the thick outside edge, but I think he is looking to play that shot. He's trying to use the pace that Washington Sundar has, and he's just opened it a little bit. Yeah, it hit the outside edge.
It was a thick edge. He made it look like it was deliberate. This one is chipped up into the air on the leg side by Brydon Carse. Do you know what I mean? He did, didn't he? He's thick edged it, and then he's just sort of.
And then he's opened a face. Yeah, I was very good at them shots. Tried it through extra cover, but it looks as though I've hit it squarer because I've. Yeah.
He did me completely. Really good piece of play acting. Forward comes Carse again, pushes it out to short leg, and there is no short leg. Jarrell, the keeper, picks it up. Stokes 92, Carse 2, England 571 for 8, leading by 213. Washington Sundar in again. Carse nudges it towards long on, and Sundar intercepts off his own bowling. There's no run. The over comes to an end. I wonder whether we'll get Jadeja as well. We've had Siraj and Bumrah for the first half an hour. Now Washington Sundar, the batsmen, are in conversation once more.
It's got to be Bumrah. He's got Carse on strike. I mean, he's with Stokes on strike, opening the field up. Ben's taking a single. First, second ball, the last over. I think Stokes will continuously to do that. England will want as many runs as they possibly can. He knows Carse is a competent batter, so Shubman Gill, he's not putting the field out. Is Shubman Gill? He's left the field. He's left extra cover in. He's left mid-wicket in. Are they going a little bit deeper? No, not really, are they?
Cover's quite deep. Mid-off's deep. I think they're mid-on, definitely. They are giving him one, really, aren't they? Here's Bumrah round the wicket, bowling to Stokes on the back foot, chops it away off the back foot to cover. Jaiswal Fields go through for the single. Ben Stokes is not in any way going to show any interest in protecting Brydon Carse or manipulating the strike. Why would he?
No. Talk about individual milestones, he's not interested in them. He wants his team to get as many runs as possible. Brydon Carse is a competent batter. I don't even think he would do it with Jofra either. I think he knows Jofra can bat as well. It's also send a message to India and the world that we are playing 11 batters.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah again up to the crease now, bowls, and it's full and wide and square driven by Brydon Carse for 4. Bumrah is looking for the Yorker length delivery there to the new batsman, and he's probably got the length more right than the line, just too wide, and Carse, he's got all the shots.
Oh, he's a good player. No, he can play. I think he could bat at number 8 for England, along with Gus Atkinson can bat at number 8 for England. Jofra Archer could be a good number 9 for England. So England have got a great depth in their batting.
England have got 3 number 8s in this team. Here's the Bumrah again, beauty. Again, just pace, bounce, beats the outside edge into the gloves of Jarrell. I mean, Wokes, Carse, Dawson. I suppose, well, they're in the right order, aren't they? Dawson, Wokes, Carse.
Very much in the right order.
But they all could.
They're all number 8s, I think.
Yeah.
Not quite yet for Brydon, but I think definitely Chris is a number 8, and definitely Liam is a number 8, and I think Brydon.
Well, he's
hopefully
a very good number 9.
Yeah, he will earn the right to go to number 8, along with Gus Atkinson, the same.
Here is Bumrah once more, bowls, and this one keeps a bit low, or at least Brydon Carse makes it look like it kept low, having to chop down on it. It runs back past Bumrah into Mohammad Siraj's hands at mid-on. Dispiriting and despondent times these for India, and they need to try and put the scoreboard out of their minds and not look at it, not think about it, but that's easier said than done. 218 runs behind India. Here's Bumrah again, bowls, Kaas, chops it away through the offside again. Chase on for Shardul Thakur. They could take 3 if they want them. Stokes does want them, and he says that Kaas waited. They ran an easy 2, and then Kaas left it up to the captain to make the call. And Stokes said, yes, we will, which means that Bryden Kaas keeps the strike, and doesn't it?
There's one left.
Oh, sorry, there's one ball left.
One ball left. But this is good as well for England, because Kaas has had, he's had a tough series, physically a tough series. Took his patches, he's bowled well. Ben had the cramp yesterday, and there have been anxieties on his body. And if we can get Jofra out here to run up and down a few times, it's just getting the circulation in the body going, getting ready for their bowling.
Here's Bumrah, last ball of the over then, bowls to Stokes, and he opens the face of the bat and takes the strike back himself with a single behind square on the offside to the deep backward point. So Ben Stokes moves on to 94. Bryden Kaas has a quick 9 from 12, and at the end of 142 overs, England are 580 for 8, leading by 222. Harmy and I have done our half an hour. It's time to hand over to Jarrod Kimber, who's in for a marathon session. He's drawn the short straw. He's got a straight hour on air. Hopefully he'll be able to help describe Ben Stokes' achievement. Here is Jarrod, and he'll be joined by Jon Norman.
It's a shame, Manners, we can't continue our conversation about Jeff the Talking Mongoose, which I know you did your research. So Washington Sundar is going to be keeping it around the wicket as Jon Norman slams the microphone violently on the desk. Got quite about 4 or 5 guys down on the boundary, 3 on the leg, so one at deep point and 1 at long off, I think.
And Stokes is at 94 not out, and he's going to run this single to mid-wicket very quickly. But
well, he wanted 2, didn't he?
He did want 2.
But there was never 2 there?
No. He almost resembled a man that was farming the strike and was annoyed to have taken a single so early in the over. Because, of course, you know, he doesn't want to be at the other end to see one keep low, like he was when Liam Dawson was dismissed. Although, not sure that lack of bounce is really going to do for Kaas. Oh, he just defends on a stump. I thought that was angling in on the pads. 2 slips in place. There's a straightish mid-wicket with a cover mid-off. 3rd, backward a square on the leg side, and there's someone out at deep mid-wicket as well. And this is where the ball is clipped. Actually, it's a bit squarer than that, so Kaas gets off strike. He moves to 10. Another batter. I mean, this is the hope that India will have to cling on to. How many batters have been dismissed cheaply? Most have got a start. Only Root's gone past 100 yet. But India are going to have to bat. They're going to have to bat a long time. But
I think the worry is that the Dawson deliveries, 1 took off and 1 kept low.
yeah, that would be a huge concern. Cut away by Stokes. He's only going to get 1 to deep point.
I talked to Bumble last night on the Super Over, and he was saying that keeping low here isn't an issue because it happens so slow. Generally, you don't. You can get your bat down on it. But if some are going up and some are going down, then it doesn't matter how slow it is. You're still going to have issues there. So
yeah, and also England have been bowling much more consistent line and lengths than India, haven't they?
they also hit the pitch hard as well. So if there is
and they've got 4 bowlers that can bowl quite well, rather than just 2. Sundar is in. This is placed fine, placed square to Mohammad Siraj. He's certainly earned his match fee, hasn't he, Siraj? Match fees.
He's kind of taken over the one fielder position. He's fielded like 80% of the balls in this innings.
It used to be Jadeja doing that, but now it's Siraj. As Kaas defends, and that's the end of the over. Did you have a good night last night? We went our separate ways, didn't we?
I did, actually. I found a very nice restaurant. They had ox cheek nuggets, which is not something I have ever eaten before, but they were quite nice. It was a good restaurant, a bunch of friends, and then found out one of those friends on the way home last night accidentally fell asleep on the train and ended up in Liverpool, and where he's not from. and then had to get a very expensive Uber all the way back to where he was.
Oh man, I left your hat in a bar again.
No way.
Yeah, but I remembered it had fallen underneath the seat.
I think I need to get you multiple hats.
I'm going to enjoy this hat while I can. I've left it. It's been it's not in my muscle memory to remember when I've had a couple of drinks. Wallet, yep. Phone, yep. Hat, no. Bumrah. So Stokes is forward, and that kept a little low as well. Stokes looks suspiciously at the pitch, but he's coming forward. He's playing forward, and it's outside off stump anyway. But 583 for 8.
He's coming down, really, I think, as much as anything, thinking about his bowling later. Well, maybe not his, but the team's bowling. He's looking for the spot where that hit, just to see if there's anything there to that he needs to worry about or aim at.
There is Stokes again, just at 4 away from a century, and he plays back to Bumrah. It's a team game and all that, and Stokes has been selfless so many times. You know, put his body on the line in a way that has made observers wince at times. His batting, certainly at the start of the Bazball era, it was about proving to the dressing room more often, when it wasn't necessarily needed, that nobody was going to get criticised for getting out, as he drives on the up and he beats Siraj at mid-off, who does just get a hand on it, and that means it won't reach the boundary. So 3 runs added. Stokes moves to 99.
Siraj saved the 100 there, didn't he?
He did save the 100.
Also, the 61st delivery that he's fielded
really?
in this game, according to Gary Morgan.
Oh,
It does feel like they've been picking on him a little bit.
.99 not out then at the other end.
21 singles to Mohammad Siraj. Some of those are going to be out in the deep, but most of them have been in the ring.
Over the wicket to Bryden Cast comes Bumrah, and that keeps Lloyd inside edge. It's fielded by Jadeja. That fine leg just in front of us. Here in the Brian Statham stand, we're at 1 floor above the England team, who will be no doubt massing on the dressing room. Can't see them from here, but we know they're there.
In their blackberry wine uniforms.
Yes.
Not blue, as Matt has suggested yesterday.
No, definitely not blue. So how many balls? 2 balls left of this Jasprit Bumrah over, and Ben Stokes is on 99.
Field up.
And there's no single there, as Bumrah is in. Always driving, and almost getting the outside edge, pushing at this delivery from Bumrah. Oh, it moved away from the left-hander, didn't it?
It did. I was actually just wondering, with 2 balls left, whether I'm not saying you just decide to defend them, but I was wondering if he just thinks to himself, just wait to see what he bowls. If he gives me anything on the pads, I'll flick it away. But I think he decided before that, I'm going to make my 100 this ball, and that was a very good delivery.
Last ball of the over then. Ben Stokes on 99 facing Jasprit Bumrah, who comes in, and this is pushed out to point. End of the over, no run. So he will still be 99. England's lead, 229 England, 587 for 8.
Yeah, it was interesting of India then to bring all the field in. Still, keep a little bit of pressure on him. So good on Shubman Gill for continuing to push. They're also using their 2 best bowlers, I would say, in the series, John. Washington Sundar and Jasprit Bumrah at the moment.
Yeah, there's of course Sundar, who wrapped up the innings at Lord's, wasn't it, with that forfer. And we felt that England didn't have the spinners, or the spinner, in the same way that India did. So in the end, those new ball wickets really were enough for England, just about. It's cast facing Sundar, and he comes forward and just pushes this out to the offside. Do you think England would just keep on batting? Even if these two even if they're still going, I don't know, half an hour before lunch?
They don't look like they're about to declare, do they?
Well, it's because we're kind of approaching the 100 as well. That's, well, Stokes is 100. This is clipped away, but can't beat the field at square leg and mid-wicket. So no run. I mean, you'd think after he reaches 100, Stokes will start playing some shots, but there is a lot of time left in the game, of course. And actually, it does make sense to keep on batting because you want that lead. You don't want England won't want to have to bat again, essentially. Here is Sundar again, and this is driven nicely by Bryden Cass. Up to long on, and you know, Bryden Cass coming in at 10. That's a very, very strong batting order.
Don't know what Washington Sundar was doing then. He tried to stop that with his foot.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
And he would have hurt himself if he'd done it. And then he didn't. He kind of didn't even commit to that. That should have just been probably no run.
Was he mindful that he didn't want to collide with Stokes?
Maybe that was it. I'm not sure. Just surprised that Shubman Gill didn't look over him and go, "What are you doing?"
Here is Stokes then, 99 not out. It's Washington Sundar just being held up by Rod Tucker. There's a change in the field as fine leg comes up. There's a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Quite short extra cover. There's two extra cover fielders at point. And Sundar is in. Oh, and Stokes just tries to ease this through the leg side, and is beaten by bit of bounce there, bit of turn from Sundar.
I think it was just a curve.
Yeah, it might have been the line of the ball.
It just drifted into him, and if he gets one straight in here, Stokes could be in trouble.
Sundar again with Stokes on 99, comes forward and defends out into the covers where there is two fielders that could have prevented a single there. There's a hush around Old Trafford as Sundar comes in with Stokes 99, and it's drifting onto the pads, and Stokes will feel that he's missed out there, gets that a bit squarer. And I think the single would have seen him to 100, but another over has been and gone with Stokes still in the 90s, and it'll be cast to face. Bit of drama here, game within the game.
Yeah. Jaiswal's not always been a hero in the field, putting it lightly, but a good stop there. I like Jaiswal in the field because he quite often has these, I don't know what you call them, like the arm stocking bandages, compression sort of things, and he's high panted.
Yeah.
Much easier to pick than most international cricketers.
I totally agree. I do confuse him with Stokes at times just because of the tattoos. Jessica.
Jaiswal.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said Cass. Oh no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, and Sisadarson as well.
You do get Stokes and
Cass. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's just the tats, and also Stokes is quite slim these days as well. Streamlined as. Oh, as a misfield at point. That will not please India, because that brings Stokes on strike, and they want to keep Stokes in the 90s as long as possible. They don't want to be giving him 5 deliveries in an over.
Quite a short spell from Bumrah, that, wasn't it? With Siraj coming on already.
Yeah, that's right, actually. Good point, well made. Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist, says Harmy's wearing a black shirt, buttoned up all the way to the neckline. Manners has gone for a bright red T-shirt. I look forward to finding out what we're wearing when I scroll to the bottom of the chat facility.
I can tell you something about Manners' T-shirt if you want. It's classic Manners, the whole conversation.
Well, we had a moment on the way in. We thought we were going to get a serious sense of humour failure from Manners, didn't we?
He had a couple of moments. He was abused by a homeless person. Do you remember? The homeless person.
That wasn't even the incident.
No,
that
it's not
riled him the most on the way into this.
He was.
Anyway, Stokes on strike, 99 not out, and it's Siraj. And Stokes comes forward, a little leading edge, trying to place that through mid-wicket, and the wait goes on. How long? How many deliveries has he been on 99 now?
7, 8. Something like
Well,
that.
how many deliveries has he been
It was
within one scoring shot of 100?
It was 2 from Bumrah, and then it was, what, 3 or 4 from Washington in this one here.
Slow hand clap around Old Trafford as Bumrah, or rather Siraj, is in. And finally, Stokes can get to 100 for the first time in 2 years. Stokes clips this ball fine to the wicket, down to the boundary for 4. There's a little punch in the air, takes the helmet off, looks to the heavens, and just touches the necklace that he wears. What a moment for England's captain, who has become the first Englishman to score 100 and take a fifer in a test match. A little nod to his late father, Jed. And now he puts the helmet back on as the crowd here at Old Trafford get to their feet and applaud England's test skipper, who is 103 not out.
Yeah, it's interesting innings, isn't it? Because he really struggled for a long time yesterday, couldn't find any flow. Then he had the cramp, went off, came back on again, and then he's come out today. Was it the cover drive first or the punch through the offside? I can't remember, but one of them, and you were just like, wait, he didn't play one of those shots yesterday. This is the best form I've seen him in this year with the bat.
Pitched up and clipped away for another single. Stokes moves to 104. I mean, at the start of a test series, there's been so many questions about Stokes, isn't there? But boy, he's smashed it. He's answered everything. Now, England on the verge of a series win against a premier opponent. Stokes has bowled more overs than he's ever bowled in a series before. He's taken more wickets than he's ever taken before. And just when those questions started being asked about his batting, let's not forget those 2 nuggety innings at Lord's. You know, they were important. That second innings partnership with Root was very, very important. That England don't win the game without that, I don't think. This is driven by Brydon Carson. Now here, 104 to go with a fifer. I mean, that's extraordinary, really. And let's not forget the run out. He was player of the match at Lord's, wasn't he? The run out of Rishabh Pant just before the break at Lord's, turn in the game. It's those kind of moments. It's not just about the runs and the wickets. It's identifying the big moments and taking advantage of them. That's what marks out these special players. Not necessarily consistency. I'm not sure we're going to ever see him as consistent as some of the true greats, but down the wickets comes Stokes, and this ball keeps very, very low, and he's lucky not to get bowled there.
It's Cars.
See, I've done it again.
I know you have.
He's a right-hander as well.
He's a right-hander. But that tells you, doesn't it, that they're going to declare some?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it tells you that they were batting for Stokes 100.
Yeah, and
now they're just going to go for it.
Bumrah today, the first time he's ever allowed 100 runs in an innings.
Is it the first time ever?
Yeah, first
wow.
150 odd tests I think he's played now, hasn't he?
I mean, he's probably bowled more overs. I mean, it's not often Bumrah bowls that amount of overs, is it?
I'm trying to think of how many high-scoring test matches he's bowled in. There's got to be a couple of them. But maybe some of those would have been in Asia, where he might not have bowled as many overs to get up to 100. He certainly bowled more than 30 overs a lot of times, though.
Sindar is in. Stokes defends. I'm sure Gary would tell us, Gary Morgan. I mean, he hasn't actually played that many test matches, has he?
4 fewer than Don Bradman and Mark Ramprakash.
Well, there you go. Not many. I mean, how many's Duckett played? Played away to the leg side by Ben Stokes for a run.
Yeah, he was in and out the side quite a bit early on because of injuries. And
yeah, he's missed a lot because of injury, isn't he?
They didn't play
and he's rested a lot.
So the other players, the other captains who've taken 5 for 100, Dennis Atkinson, one of the last West Indian white captains before they moved on from that silly regulation.
Forward and driven up to long on.
Garfield Sobers did it in '66. Mushtaq Mohammed did it in 1977, and so Imran Khan did it in 1983.
Yes, Ben Stokes is the first non-Pakistani or West Indian to do it.
Oh yeah, interesting. I thought that Australia had a captain called George Giffen in the 1800s who maybe didn't make a lot of hundreds, but he certainly took wickets.
This is a bit more flight here from Sundar and pushed out to mid-off. Do you want to know how many times Jasprit Bumrah has bowled 30 overs
In an innings.
in an innings?
I would have just changed the thing so I could.
Yeah, well, you know,
But you, look, it's like,
I'm just going through it.
it's like watching your grandfather use an iPad.
I don't have a grandfather. Yeah, this is the most overs he's ever bowled.
33.
Yeah, I think. Stokes forward and defends.
Can we just do it properly?
Oh,
It is
second.
not the most.
Okay, well,
That's
second.
why if you just click that, you made your life so much tougher for no reason.
I haven't made my life tougher. This is pushed out to Jaiswal by Stokes, who moves to 106. So second,
So
second highest.
36 in Chennai, where he went at 2.33 in over. 30 overs at the Oval in 2018, where he went at 2.76 in over.
Oh, he's got a 99er. Oh, 28.4.
That was the one I was wondering about, was Australia. But I couldn't remember how many overs he bowled. So yeah, he wasn't far away. The first time he's gone for 100 runs.
I mean, that's incredible in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, just back on the all-rounders and the captains, I wonder who are the sort of players that could have done it. So Richie Benaud didn't.
What, score 100 and take a fifer?
No, well, he wouldn't have scored many hundreds. Did he even
No.
score 100?
I think so.
Yeah, he wouldn't have got many.
This is punched by Stokes up to mid-off.
You've got
it's another single, 107 with 107. Stokes.
You've got the sort of Wasem Akram, Heath Streak type all-rounders who, again, are not going to make hundreds, so they're more in that Richie Benaud camp. I'm trying to think of their... Frank Worrell is someone who probably could have done it, but obviously never pulled it off. But there aren't that many all-rounder captains, are there? And then you've got to be...
I mean,
you've got to be more of a specialist in batting, I would say. The bowling is, you know... Joe Root took a 5 for once when he was captain, didn't he?
But that's the thing, though. It's that there was a reason he took that 5 for. It was a 2-day test, so the chance of getting 100 is so much more reduced. I mean, if Callis had captained, this is pushed out to cover point by Bryden Cast, no run. Then, I mean, I imagine he's took a 5 for and scored a century in the same match.
Oh yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think there are that many captains.
No, that's it. Right. That's why the list is so small. Because then I was thinking, well, both of them. But then, of course, he only captained against West Indies, and they were, you know, like a World 11, and England lost all those games.
Alan Border took a 10-wicket haul against West Indies, but didn't obviously make 100.
So then I was thinking maybe Border. This is again. Stokes wants a single here, but it's pushed straight to Ghali. No run. Yeah, who else?
I mean, Gino Ranatunga used to bowl medium pace, but I don't think
Vittori.
So my memory of Vittori again was not making a lot of hundreds.
No. But he.
Yeah.
But how long did he captain for, actually?
Captain for quite a few years. He was basically captain and coach at the same time, wasn't he, for a little while there? I'm trying to think of anyone else. I can't think of many other sort of.
Sean Pollock.
I mean, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have made many hundreds because he batted so low.
Yeah. Again, but he scored a lot of runs though, didn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't he the highest run scorer in the history of the game at 2 different batting positions?
I don't know if he's the highest, but yeah, he's
pushed out to point, no run.
I know the Pollock family, don't they? Depending on where you reset the numbers, have the highest batting average at number 4, number 9, and number 10 and there's 3 of them. It's his uncle, his father, and himself. So they do have a weird record. Yeah, so he probably couldn't have made many hundreds. I think of some other all-rounders who've been captains. So obviously Imran has done it only once. Sobers didn't captain that much, did he?
This is a Yorker from Siraj that's dug out by Bryden Cast. But Sobers did it. Sobers was one of the two, right?
Yeah, he's one on the list, yeah. You've got a lot of those sorts of kind of, I suppose, Sourav Ganguly, Jeremy Coney types who do bowl, but chances of them taking a 5-wicket haul is probably fairly low, isn't it? I'm not saying they never did, but I can't imagine they took many between them. Steve
Waugh
Waugh
never got a century, did he? Famously. Well, it's definitely played by Bryden Cast. It's not the shot of a number 10 bat. Squeezes this ball through. Gully and wideish first slip. All along the ground. Just opens the face and wristily played as well. That's a smashing shot from Bryden Cast. And England reached 600. 602 for 8. A lead of 244. They've been out in the field now, India's bowlers and fielders, for 148 overs. And they really are being ground into the dirt here.
Yeah, just off the front foot, opening the face. Really good shot. Just gets it past Sai Sudarshan at Gully onto his left hand. Picks up the boundary. Steve Waugh would have, if he still had hamstrings, he would have been one, because he did get the odd 5-wicket haul when he was bowling. Well, he didn't bowl always consistently, but when he did.
Stokes playing it defensively, deep in his crease, pushing to Shubman Gill. Did you hear about the Morning Morkel comments last night in his 20-minute press conference? Cut away, but there's a fielder on the boundary.
I didn't. I know that it was a 20-minute press conference. Everyone's told me about that.
I think one of the questions are along the lines of why did it take so long for the spin to come on and Washington Sundar and all that. And sounds like Morning Morkel placed that decision at the feet of the captain. Down the track and pushed up to mid-off. Bumble will come in and throw at the stumps, but he'll miss, and Stokes would have been home anyway. Actually, it's Cast again.
I think it was me and Bumble who talked about this yesterday on the Super Over, which is that I think they had two right-handers at the crease, so they didn't use Washington Sundar, but actually Ollie Pope plays off spin worse than he does left arm finger spin.
But that's the thing. I mean, so I'm not being funny, Jarrod, but you know, you did flag that up.
The day before.
Very early.
The day before, I think I flagged it up.
You know, and it's that kind of stuff that you just wonder. Down the track comes Ben Stokes. That's a big hit over the fielder, Cambodge, who's just inside the boundary and slaps into the advertising screens for 6.
Yeah, good footwork there. Came down. Gave himself a little bit of room. This is how he hasn't been playing against spin. So, I mean, he's moving so much better. Yesterday, he could barely move as well. But he's just looking so much more fluent with the bat at the moment. This is a really good sign for England.
Now he's on the reverse. It goes in the air, and it's just going to drop short and go past the fielder running across the boundary. At deep point. So 10 runs from just 2 balls, and Stokes moves to 114. England's lead 256. It was in the air for a while. Almost, it keeps a touch low and it's dug out by Stokes.
So I'm just going through the list of all the people who've made 100 and a 5-wicket haul in the same game. You've got Jimmy Sinclair and Aubrey Faulkner, the 2 early South Africans. I think, and actually Manners will know this, did Jimmy Sinclair ever captain South Africa? I don't think. Yeah, occasionally, yeah. Aubrey Faulkner didn't. You got Vinu Mankad here. Richie Benaud actually has taken a 5-wicket haul and made 100 in the same game.
But wasn't captain.
Umragar, I'm pretty sure he captained as well. Tony Greig was a captain.
Oh, Brendan Taylor, that's one.
I don't think that's Brendan Taylor.
Oh, no, that's not Brendan Taylor. Brendan Taylor wouldn't be taking a 5.
I don't know who that is, that Taylor.
Oh, no, is it Ross? Not Ross Taylor, is it?
No.
No. Who's? Click on it.
Would you like me to click on this?
I think we all need to know
player?
who this is.
Bruce Taylor.
G'day, Bruce. Manners is coming in. Drinks here at Old Trafford. And England have lost the 1 wicket. That of Liam Dawson, bowled from a delivery that kept frighteningly low if you're an Indian cricket fan. But Ben Stokes has gone past 100 for the first time in 2 years, and it's become the first English player English captain, to take 5 wickets in the match and score a century. Does love this ground, doesn't he, Ben Stokes? England's lead is huge, but the scoreboard's just gone to a replay, so I can't tell you what it is, but I'm sure man as well when it comes in.
Yeah, so just having a look at some of the other players here that could have done it. Wazir Akram has taken a 5-wicket haul and made 100 in the same game. He obviously captained quite a bit. Shakib Al Hassan captained a little bit, and he did it twice. And that's pretty much it, realistically. So, shows you how few all-rounders have really been captains, and it's a very hard thing to do as well. You know, to be that good in a test match in 2 different ways. As Neil Manthorp is more than aware. Neil Manthorp, you were abused by a homeless person this morning.
Well, I know, but I don't think it was warranted.
No, I don't think it was.
I didn't have a light for him.
Yeah, he wanted a light for his cigarette. And,
I said, and I apologised. I said, I'm sorry, I don't have one.
and he told you where to go.
Yeah, he did.
Short phrase.
He did.
Did you even hear it?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I heard him muttering something. You came out after me, and you thought the abuse was aimed at you.
Yeah, I was wondering what I'd done to this guy. It was only later that I realised. And then you broke a table when you at the accreditation booth.
Again, absolutely innocent, Your Honour.
Your face when that table collapsed.
And it's just one of those feelings that it would be me. It would be me. I mean, my bag's not that heavy.
It's not light, your bag.
Well, in fact, I put it on there. They had a look inside. They said, and then I picked it up, and my coffee was still on the table, and that's when the table collapsed, and my coffee went everywhere. And so one of those days, but not one of those days for Ben Stokes. Absolutely historic day for him, and I know that he's said time and time again, and has not just said, but has proved that personal milestones are by and large irrelevant to him, and not just irrelevant, he's almost disdainful of them. Many times he's had 4 wickets and has taken himself off out of the attack, and he's kind of symbolically placed a very cheap price on his wicket at the beginning of his captaincy, as if to show his teammates that it's a team game and it's not about individual performances. But today was the exception which proves the rule.
I wonder how much of it was today just because he's been batting so poorly, and the ball hasn't been coming out of the middle of the bat even when he's found a way to hang in. And today was I mean, I can't remember the last time he looked that nervous even approaching 100, right? And he really did struggle for 2 or 3 overs there until Siraj gave him a loose ball. So there's no doubt in my mind that he was thinking about it from that perspective. Ravi Jadeja's on.
He is finally. There's some left arm spin as Bryden Cast pushes this one out towards cover. It's a good diving, tumbling stop from Shazvi Jaiswal. No, that's Shardul Thakur at extra cover. Stokes 118. Bryden Cast has a very, very well composed 19, and he makes it 20 now with a little bit of room outside the off stump. Took half a step to the leg side, drove it through extra cover for 1.
I reckon if I'm Sai Sudarshan, I'm looking into defamation laws in the UK there, after you just called him Shardul Thakur.
Sai Sudarshan it is. They're not similarly built.
That's why I think he'd be just checking the regulations to see how that goes.
Fortunately, we're not broadcasting in the UK, so it wouldn't apply.
Is that how defamation law works if we're recording it in the UK?
I believe so.
Well, let's talk to Sai's lawyers and see how they could...
It's not being broadcast here.
Okay.
So I've only slandered him elsewhere. Pushed away by Ben Stokes for a single up towards mid-on.
Slandered him in 78 countries.
That we know of, that have contacted us. We have listeners. Here's Jadeja again, bowls to Stokes, pushes that one straight back to the bowler. I'm beginning to wonder now whether this game will finish today. I didn't realise
you've been quite confident on this 4-day
well,
test.
I just didn't think England would bat longer than an hour today, but that one is driven and not timed. Just to show you that he can still not time it.
Yeah, I always thought we'd get into the 5th day, but I also didn't think they'd bat this long. Again, it shows you once this ball gets soft.
Yeah, exactly. Jadeja is in again, and Ben Stokes pushes defensively. Straight back to the bowler. Good tidy over from Jadeja, as is his habit. And 150 overs now. 150 overs India have been on their feet in the field.
How do you, as a commentator, how do you work out each individual player? Do you have tells? Because you've just got, obviously, one wrong. You don't get them wrong that often. But one of the reasons I knew it was Sai Sudarshan is because he has the tubing on his arm, and we were talking about that before. What are the things you look for?
Body angle, tilt of hat, has always been. Do you know, it was really interesting. I was thinking about how those, what I used to do many years ago, and you'd actually I'd go to practice, watch fielding practice, pick up their body language, and that one is driven down the ground by Bryden Carse. And inadvertently, and it's not something that I was aware of, or that oh my goodness me, there's a throw come in from Mohammad Siraj, and the keeper wasn't even looking. It's been pushed down to long off, and he's thrown it to the keeper. Dhruv Jurel wasn't watching, nobody else was watching, and the ball has just disappeared off to the boundary for a couple of overthrows. What an absolutely bizarre piece of cricket. Dhruv Jurel, well, he actually was paying attention, but it was a wild throw, but he
could have stopped it if he'd seen it. He assumed Siraj was throwing to the other end, but Siraj said straight away, he could see him go, Dhruv, Dhruv! And then it just floats past him. And to be fair, KL Rahul, who was standing next to Dhruv Jurel, didn't notice it either. Could have hit KL Rahul.
Washington Sundar in again. Stokes defends. It was bizarre. I mean, you know what it looked like? It looked like Jurel's attitude was, well, if you're going to throw it that far wide, I'm not going to bother going to try and catch it. But it's what it looked like.
Yeah.
I know that's not the case.
No, I think he just didn't realise it was coming to him, which is right.
Here's Washington Sundar again, and steered away behind square on the offside. Anyway, back to fielder identification. And over the years, again, inadvertently, it's not something that I'm very proud of, but I've become lazy because of numbers on backs. And I mean, many years ago, of course, there were no numbers in any form of cricket. That one is clipped away through the onside, and they go through for a quick single. But I would spend hours, you know, identifying just the way players walk, the way they throw. Everybody wears, it's like a fingerprint. Everybody wears their caps and hats in a slightly different way. That we're not aware of it, but everybody does. And I will never ever misidentify Sai Sudarshan again, ever. Here's Washington Sundar in once again, and steered away to the real Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's identifiable because he's had shin pads on underneath his trousers for most of the series.
Well, also high trousered, as we've talked about. But he does wear his hat in a particular way that it's very easy with him. It's quite high up, isn't it?
Yeah, high peak.
And he quite often has the sunglasses at the back, so you get a bit of a double go with him. I find him one of the easiest ones to pick up.
I do, yes. Here's Washington Sundar in again. Sundar and Sudarshan have similar build. That's nudged away by Stokes into a gap on the leg side, and they go through for a single.
I remember when numbers came into Test cricket, and Jim Maxwell sent the kind of tweet that only Jim Maxwell could send. ABC commentator, you know, he's commentated cricket for years, and he's
over half a century.
Yeah, and he tweeted saying, "I hope numbers aren't coming into Test match cricket to help aging commentators." I love the idea that was even. Anyway, I just can't imagine when people went, well, we already have numbers in one-day cricket. Should we do it in Test cricket? Fans have been complaining for years they don't know who is who in the field. Should we do it? And in Jim's mind, it's like some old commentator has complained and they've done it.
I saw that and I thought it was tongue-in-cheek. I hoped it was tongue-in-cheek.
I don't think it was. I know, knowing you and I know Jim very well, I just don't think that was.
Jadeja in again. Stokes plays a huge slog sweep and misses. Down on one knee, he really was looking to hit that into the first Hilton.
There are certainly some commentators who were asking for numbers, partly because of that.
Reverse sweep now from Stokes. He misses that one too, and he's going to play some shots now. He's planted his flagpole in the history of Test cricket with this extraordinary performance. Only the fourth captain ever, first English captain ever to take 5 and score 100. Not the first Englishman, the first English captain. That one is chopped away through the offside by Stokes. Played a conventional shot, he's got conventional runs. Could be 4 of them.
Yep.
Well, it was a valiant effort out in the deep, and
it was a full-bodied effort.
Well, he's dived, and he has actually looked like he flicked the ball back, but he knew that he was in contact with the rope. Is that right?
No, he missed the ball. Pretty sure he just didn't get his hand on the ball at all. Or if it did, it might have flicked his fingers.
Down the wicket comes Stokes, driving wide of long off for 6. Anshul Kamboj momentarily thought that he was in business, and he actually made a token effort, didn't he? He stuck out his right arm, even though he was a very, very long way from the ball. 6 to Ben Stokes, and a glorious shot as well. Deliberately just sliced the off drive to make sure that it cleared long off. It would have cleared long off, however he'd hit it in the middle of the bat like that. Here is Jadeja on the back foot now, punches through the offside, and they take an easy single. Were you aware of the special little record that Joe Root and Ravi Jadeja shared yesterday? They broke a record together.
No.
Most runs by a single batsman against a single bowler.
Interesting.
Yeah, and they've forward comes Bryden Cast playing that one defensively out on the offside. They do take a single though, even though it was a defensive shot. So yeah, 588 Joe Root against Ravi Jadeja, who has the consolation of 9 wickets. He's dismissed Joe Root 9 times. 577 Steve Smith against Stuart Broad for 11 dismissals. 573 Virat Kohli against Nathan Lyon for just 7 dismissals. And Lyon features in 4th place as well. Pujara, 571 for 13 dismissals.
I know that one because I was at Ranchi, and I think about 400 of them were at Ranchi.
Yeah, well, a couple hundred.
It felt like 1,000. I think I actually, Steve O'Keefe played at that game as well.
Here's Washington Sundar into Bryden Cast, who really is he's got a 50 career best in this series. Yep.
Steve O'Keefe didn't play that many test matches, and I think he probably bowled about 20% of his deliveries to Pujara.
Bryden Cast now launches one down the ground, and that's gone for 4. He had to reach for it. It was a clever piece of improvisation. He was trying to turn it into a half body to get underneath it, and he didn't quite get there, so he's had to throw his hands forward and manufacture a heave through the onside for 4.
He was slogging, and he wanted to hit the ball hard.
Here's Washington Sundar, and now there's a proper slog sweep. He's hit that one sweetly, and he knew it. Nailed it over mid-wicket for 6. Now that's a slog.
But a beautiful slog. You know how I feel about Bryden Cast. This is the only way he should be allowed to bat. I don't understand why he's been poking the ball around.
Because he wants promotion to number 8. He wants to show the boss that he can put in a shift if he has to.
Oh, I just won't like him when he slogs. Beautiful hit, just swing of the bat. Because what I like about Bryden Cast, it's a little bit old school. He just thinks to himself, I'm going to try and hit the ball hard. And then he worries about how that happens afterwards. This is interesting. Washington Sundar is having a big conversation with KL Rahul here, and Shubman Gill hasn't moved from short mid-wicket. So the slip has come up, the experienced player on the field, to talk to Washington Sundar. And are they going to change the field a little bit? Yeah, so slip's coming out. Do you find that fascinating? A young captain not moving?
It's interesting, but slapped away, or tried to slap it through the offside. Bryden Cast misses it, taken by keeper. The other way of looking at it is that he's now grown in confidence so much that he's happy for the senior pro to use his initiative, and he doesn't feel the need to get involved. I don't think that's the case, but it's one way of looking at it. Pushed away defensively up in the offside. I think otherwise...
You're a rosy man, aren't you?
Otherwise, he might be going, well, we're 285 runs behind.
Yeah, do I really have to walk 12 metres?
Whatever he's doing, I don't care. This game's gone. He's not thinking that either, but here's Washington Sundar in again, and that's defended by Bryden Cast, who just seems to have ricked his bat there. Stokes 131, Cast 35. Maybe there will be a declaration. I'm going to rethink. Maybe if it lead of 300. It's all symbolic. It doesn't matter what the lead is. It makes it easier as a commentator, though, doesn't it? To say what the deficit is. If it's a nice round number.
It makes it a lot easier. Something else I wanted to talk to you about. You weren't on before. Gary Morgan has the amount of stats of how many times Mohamed Siraj has fielded the ball. You know about my one fielder thing, that the ball always follows one guy. So he must be at about 63 deliveries that he's fielded at the moment. 21 of those were singles. There should have been an extra single before, of course, before he threw away an extra run. But I thought you'd like that. They've certainly been picking on Mohamed Siraj in this innings.
Can you name the only... there's one player with a single test cap who didn't bat, didn't bowl, and didn't field a single delivery. So he's literally done nothing but walk onto the field.
No, I don't think I can.
Here's Jadeja, and driven by, or attempted drive by Ben Stokes, and he's played around it. I think that might possibly have spun between bat and pad. But it's an amazing stat, isn't it?
There's Andy Lloyd, who opened for England.
Well, he batted, yeah.
17 not out, never dismissed.
Driven by Stokes, square of the wicket on the offside, out towards cover point. They're coming back for the second. There, hurry! Could be run out. No. Oh dear me, Jarrell's dropped it. So that's why he wasn't run out. He's taken the bails off, and the ball wasn't in his gloves.
Honestly, I think he was home. Oh,
yeah. Close.
He was close, yeah. But you're right, he just didn't take the ball. No, I can't think of a single player.
Imagine being the owner of a test cap without having batted, bowled, that's understandable, but didn't field a single ball.
I remember, the funny one I remember, was it Jacques Rudolph whose first test didn't count?
Well, he was selected and then unselected by the board, if you remember, by the President Percy Son.
Oh no, I thought he played the test match and it was an unofficial one.
Oh yes, yeah, in Centurion, that's right, yeah. Because Mike Dines was the match referee, and India refused to play under him because he'd sanctioned 7 players in the previous test match. He'd handed out sanctions to 7 players, for ball tampering, for over-appealing. India felt they were being victimised, and with some reason. Driven by Stokes behind square on the offside. Sachin Tendulkar was amongst those cited for ball tampering. Altering the natural condition of the ball. It sounds less formal. Anyway, India said, we're not playing under Mike Dines, we want a different match referee. The ICC said no, so the test match went ahead in unofficial status, and Sean Puttett scored 100 as well, which didn't count.
What would that have been, his second or third?
First, he hadn't got one.
So I remember that. Rodney Redmond played one test match, made 100, never played again. And there's also the West Indian player whose name I've forgotten. But no, I don't know of any player who never batted or bowled.
Or fielded a ball, that was the thing.
So was it just washed out?
I'll give you a clue. COVID. Here comes Ravi Jadeja, and pushed behind square on the offside, straight to the field and no run.
So it's recent.
Here's, so he was a COVID replacement. Here's Jadeja again. Bryden Cast forward. He's 35 now, Bryden Cast, from just 42 balls. Ben Stokes is 134. Lead is 288. Bryden Cast now again slap drives this one powerfully out towards cover point. I love that. I'm with you. I mean, he hits the ball like a wood chopper, doesn't he? Like he really, really means it.
That ball, he's got 2 on that. He almost only got a single because he sliced it so violently that Shardul Tagore almost just didn't have to move. It just came back to him like a golfer. Excellent work. Proper slogging there. Big fan. No, I don't know who this player is. COVID replacement.
A COVID replacement, yeah.
And he never played another test.
He's never. Well,
yet.
Actually, that's a good point. He did play one more test.
Oh.
But for a while there, his one test cap was involved him doing nothing more than walking onto the field. A chap called Kaya Zondo was on the field, and Bangladesh were the team, and South Africa needed like 2 more wickets. Bangladesh were 8 down, and it was in Kaberga, St George's Park, and he appeared on the field. We were informed that he was a COVID replacement. He didn't do anything. The last 2 wickets fell in 15 minutes. All right,
great trivia question that you were wrong on there. No, I was always going to struggle on that one.
I phrased it wrongly. I phrased it wrongly. Ben Stokes is 134, Bryden Carse is 37, England's lead is 290. If there was the tiniest glimmer of hope that there was a way back for India at the start of play, it's gone now. Reverse slog from Ben Stokes now. Reverse. Is that switch it? Is that a switch it? It was a reverse slog sweep. I think that'd be more accurate.
Yeah, it wasn't a switch it. Switch it, you have to change your hands.
I wondered if he had. I mean, he's hitting it so violently, and that one is punched powerfully off the back foot towards Shubman Gill, captain at extra cover. Do you know what it does provide is an opportunity for India's batsmen to seek a bit of history themselves, you know, like play the 10-hour, 11-hour innings, save the test match, the Mike Atherton style 185 not out. He batted for 12 hours for that in that match-saving effort in test match in 1995 at the Wanderers in Johannesburg. So you can in a sense you can be selfish. It's punched away. Well, in every sense you can be selfish. By Stokes to backward point. Jadeja Fields has a shot at the stumps, doesn't hit them. Siraj backs up, and another one to Ben Stokes, who moves on to 135. I suppose there's always an element of selfishness to every batsman's innings, but you know, but ultimately there is a team goal, and India's would be to save this test match. They're not going to be able to get themselves into a winning position. That's very wide from Washington Sundar. Gosh, I don't know what he saw Bryden Carse moving in the crease.
I think that's the conversation he had with KL Rahul, which was just keep it as wide as possible. And as you said, that particular one, he saw him coming, so he went even wider.
And it was called wide, so it's one more to the total. Low full toss now, that wasn't in the plan. Doesn't cost anything though, it's clipped out to Gill at mid-wicket again.
That was actually quite clever bowling, because I think what he did there was, I think what he was trying to do is move him across the crease and then get the LBW. He just unfortunately bowled a full toss.
Sundar in again to Bryden Carse, who whips this one off his pads out towards deep backward square leg. The agony continues for India, 154 for 5.
Look at his hands, what is that shot?
Well, it's a shot you play when you're being attacked by a wasp, isn't it?
Brilliant. I love his many different options.
Bryden Carse is 38, and I mean he's pretty rudimentary, rustic, agricultural. As I said,
where did he grow up?
Grahamstown.
Grahamstown, that's right, we talked about that. So his father
Eastern
is Zimbabwean?
Cape. Father, well, was. I think you are once Zimbabwean, always Zimbabwean. He played for Zimbabwe in the as was Currie Cup back then. He also played for Eastern Province and for Border in South African domestic cricket, and was a decent cricketer. Very much. Bryden is a chip off the old block. They're both right arm fast bowling all-rounders, or fast bowlers who could bat. Biffers. Punched off the back foot now down to long on for another single by Bryden Carse. What was most impressive about Carse? No, not most impressive. His batting and bowling are more impressive, but in third place on the list of impressive feats is the way he's managed to cling on to every aspect of his South African accent. Here's Stokes now, swings hard at Jadeja, and effectively it's gone straight back over the bowler's head and just disappears over long off. Do you know what, it looked like he mishit that initially.
I thought it was going straight up in the air when he hit that, and it didn't even go that high in the end. It comes off a weird part of the bat, so I'm not sure he got all of it, but he certainly still cleared the rope.
Now that one has gone in the air, and this one could well be caught, and is at long on. So he's mishit that one, and Ben Stokes is out, and I think he's declared as well. Has he?
Well, he just gestured to Carse to come off. The Carse hasn't come off.
Carse has gone, hang on a minute, I mean, only need 11 for 50. He's going to get the standing ovation like few that have been dished out at Old Trafford before. Mohammad Siraj has rushed over to Ben Stokes to congratulate him, puts his hand on his shoulder and says, well played, mate. And Stokes is acknowledging well, if he could, he'd acknowledge every single member of the 25,000 strong crowd. Helmet off, wringing with sweat after his efforts. What a fabulous, fabulous innings. And he's walked off with England's lead exactly 300. It did look like he was signalling for Darren Gough to come off and declare, but he's decided to let Jofra have a bat. And Steve Harmison did say a little earlier that he thought that'd be a good idea. So, you know, nothing better for a number 11, your opening fast bowler, to have a little trundle up and down between the wickets, get the circulation going.
Well, also, you know, if you're in a situation where the opposition's bowling very fast at you, there's always the chance of one on the glove or one on the helmet or whatever. He's got the spinners from both ends. Jofra could just maybe help Gough get to his 50 or slog himself. Hopefully he slogs himself. I would prefer that. Yeah, so how does Gough come to the UK, and when does he come to the UK?
He was 17 and he got a place, 18 I think, and he got a place in the Durham Academy, and it has been there.
Was that Cole Pack at that stage, or does he have a?
No, he doesn't have a UK passport. Or is his mother? I think his mother might be English. Jofra Archer is off the mark against Jadeja, turns one off his pads behind square on the leg side. I think that's the case actually. I think English mother, Zimbabwean father. So does qualify.
And has a very thick South African accent.
Eastern Cape.
Who are some of the other players who've kept their accents?
Alan Lamb.
Yeah. I think KP's accent softened.
Well, I think he's
Jennings. Is Keaton
Jennings?
He's kept his really well. Jonathan Trott, I just heard from John at the back.
Sweep shot now from Bryden Gough, and he doesn't make contact. I don't think he made contact with the bat unless it was a top edge onto the pad. Hassan Raza is shaping for a leg by, and you always know when there's if an umpire's more on the Burley side, you can see him sort of steadying himself to David Shepherd was one who you were always slightly concerned that he would topple over. He gave up standing on one leg in the end. Do you remember he just tapped his thigh? Jadeja in, last ball of the over is defended by Jofra Archer, and there's no run. Your hour is done. Well done, Jarrod. It's a rare feat to.
I don't have anyone to replace me.
A comments man to do a straight hour, but you've done a sterling job, and it's time for us to go and see what form of prison food is going to be served for lunch today, as Jon Norman comes in for the last half hour.
So it'll be interesting to see what Gough does here, if he pushes around or continues to go the way he's going. I would just assume he's going to be less interested in his 50 and maybe just try and whack a couple, bring it up quickly. Fascinating to know what Stokes' plan was. It did look like he was declaring.
Yeah. I just think there's... I can see why they haven't declared. Bryden Gough tries to lap sweep this delivery from Sundar. It smashes him on the pad. Jarrod's doing overtime. Ben Stokes, is he? Where is he in the list of the greatest all-rounders? Top 10?
Well,
when you factor in captaincy, well, actually, no, keep captaincy out of it. Actually,
captaincy and fielding does change things quite a bit. Although there's a couple of very good fielding all-rounders, of course, as well. But
just in batting and bowling. Sundar again, and this is slogged by Gough along the ground to Siraj at long off, 1 run.
Still think I'd rather have Jadeja.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, it's interesting.
I think the only thing that...
Does Jadeja change games in the same way that...
No, because he's already won them. He's won them because he's bowled and he's got a bowling average of 25 or 26.
Sundar again. We can no doubt continue this on an episode of Bumble and Kimber. Jarrod pushed out through extra cover for a single. Harmy's back. You go for a stroll around the grounds.
Got stuck downstairs and then got stuck waiting for the lift.
Oh, that old excuse.
It's old excuse, yeah.
Oh, top edge. Well, I say top edge, he's just slogged it straight. It's a huge hit. It might have even reached it. It's reached the stands anyway, over long on. I thought at first, you can see it span away, didn't it? Or it certainly, maybe it was the drift, but he almost has toe-ended that.
Yeah, it does. It looks, he's got the bottom of the bat, but just complete brute force. He's managed to club it straight. I think if he's trying to hit that square, I think it doesn't quite get the same velocity, but because he's hitting it straight and going through with it, he's managed to get a good piece.
He has. He's toe-ended it for 6. He's 46. He wants 50. Oh, I tell you what, that is pretty damn nifty from Brydon Cast, who's tried to slog over extra cover, or maybe square of the wicket, and he's inside edged it. He's inside edged it.
Nifty and cheeky as well.
And then he's hit it again. I mean, it looked like the ball was heading back towards the stumps, and he's basically just taking it about an inch off the stumps and away through point. Full toss, and it's flat batted down the ground for a single up to long. Oh, that was really good. It was
hitting the stumps, wasn't it?
It was spinning back to hit the stumps, and he's just nipped it away just at the last minute. Brilliant.
Then he had the nerve to think, oh, I can run here.
You can see, he just thought, no, that's not really the dumb thing. Can't do that. Can't hit the ball twice.
Juv Jarrell standing behind the stumps going, I think his hands are out going, how on earth has he stopped it? And then his hands got a little bit higher to see, come on, you can't run for it as well.
Oh no, he's going to see a replay of the start. I thought the cameraman was going to show us that. Wonderful little bit. Okay, here's a question for you. You can have one. Flintoff or Stokes?
Oh, there's only one question, and he's my best mate. I've just spoke to him about 5 minutes ago, and it can only be Stokes.
Down the leg side, this is in the air, and it's going to be caught just inside the boundary at fine leg. That's a decent catch from Siraj. He turns and just waves the ball to the crowd. That went to him fast, but he picked it out, took the catch, and England have been bowled out for 669. Brydon Cast trying to reach 50 with a 6, and he falls just short. An innings that has stretched up over 157 overs, plus a delivery, and has seen England go past India to the tune of 311 runs. And good luck choosing the innings from that. 150 from Root, 141 from Stokes, who went past 3 figures for the first time in 2 years. And now we will sit and wait and wonder and then watch and just see whether India can keep this game alive.
Yeah, it was a good catch from Siraj. Stokes, Cast got a good piece of it. I'm just keeping an eye on the right-hand side here, and Jasprit Bumrah just walking off the field here. Is that Jasprit Bumrah walking off the field in England for the very last time? Do you see him playing in England again in a test match? I think there'll be big question marks on that. And if it is that one last time, it's a pretty sad way to go in giving a 311 defeat, but he's given everything for his team to try and get them in a position this morning. But England have just been too good. They really have been too good. Good catch from Siraj, who was on the boundary. He was talking to Akash Deep, I think it was, and somebody else who was down there giving him a drink, and he had to just run in just a little bit, and he took a good low catch and ending what has been a great innings for England. You mentioned about whether you Flintoff or Stokes. I mean, Stokes is unbelievable. I've had this question before, Flintoff or Stokes, and you can throw both of them in there. And a lot of people will be surprised when you see when I see what I'm going to say next is. But for me, Stokes, by the time he finishes his career, will be the one that I think people will choose of the all three, because of the way the all three of them had ridiculous abilities to bowl, bat, influence the game. But Stokes' captaincy, I think, is going to be the difference for me, and a class apart in what he is compared to what the other two have been. Andrew Flintoff was an unbelievable bowler who batted very, very well. Beefy was probably closer to being the genuine great at both bat and ball, but I think Ben Stokes now, where he is with his body, with his bat, with his bowling, and now his batting numbers are starting to get even better. I think you throw the captaincy in. I think that might just tip the balance for me, Jon Norman, and why I think I would choose, once Ben Stokes has finished this great game, that in 10 years' time we'll be talking about them, because there'll still be nobody anywhere near Stokes, Flintoff, or both of them. They're once in generations. I'll probably pump with Ben Stokes to being the better of all three.
I did ask a question of Bumble and Kimber. These videos are all available on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If Ben Stokes captains England to success against India, but more importantly away at Australia, in Australia, will he be ranked the greatest England Test captain of all time?
Yeah, there's a good shout of that, and I think you've got Strauss, you've got Gatting, who
Gatting?
I'm thinking about.
You're just listing captains who won
Australia.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Raymond Illingworth.
So I think the benchmark is always against Australia, and we haven't won that much out there. So you look at that. What Vaughan did when he was captain, there was a huge ground setting when when Hussain was captain towards the end of his tenureship as captaincy. Root has still won the most. Is still high numbers from a victory point of view, but I think if Ben Stokes was, I think this one's irrelevant because I think they've won this series now. But I think once we get to Australia, if he comes away in Sydney with a victory in January, I think he will go down as one of England's best ever captains. Michael Vaughan was talking last night about Joe Root, and where does Joe Root rank in England's greatest ever sportsmen or women? And Joe will definitely be right up with one of the very best sportsmen and women that we have produced. But I also think Ben Stokes is the same. I think he has got a different quality, like we've been trying to sort of compare with Andrew and with Surrean. They've got they just do special things, and I think if he was to do the special thing and go and win in Australia, I think you're right. I think for me he would be one of England's greatest, if not England's greatest ever captain.
Okay, so how did India get out of this mess? Bat for 5 sessions, essentially. Yeah,
the bat. They do what they have to take a leaf out of what England do very well, is not look at the scoreboard and play the game in front of them. Forget they're 311 behind. It's hard to do that with the noise and everything that goes in and around. It's even harder when you've had a really long chasing and day and a bit in the field, 157.1 overs. But how you get out of it is try and take the emotion of where you are in the game out of the equation, and you see the ball and play each ball on its merits, and worry about the game situation when the session finishes. Bat each session as it comes, take each hour out of the game, and be in a position where you limit the damage and grow in confidence from what you're trying to achieve in different sort of phases and facets that you're trying to play. Wokes has got maybe 2 spells in him. Archer's coming off the back of a long trip in a long game at Lords. You've got Kars, who's played in the whole of the series so far. Stokes' body, who had cramp yesterday. From India's point of view, you've got to take them deep into their second and their third spell. Bumrah's bowled 33 overs in that.
He's Siraj never bowled 33 overs before,
Siraj bowled 30 overs in it. Jadeja,
no, yes, he's bowled 33 overs once in his career. At the Oval, the last time India were here.
Jadeja 37 overs, Washington Sundar 28. You're looking at England's bowlers. How do you ask the question? How do you get out of this equation? You get Archer to bowl 30 overs. You get Wokes to bowl 30 overs. You make sure that Dawson's bowling 37 overs. If you do that, you've got a chance of being able in a position to get out of the game with. I don't think they can win it from here, but they can certainly get out of it with a draw. And then if they go out with a draw, you've got a chance of going to the Oval and the series on the line. But the way I've just watched, the body language I've just seen, and the team that's just trooped off, there's not much confidence in my voice in thinking from an Indian fan's point of view that this game won't finish today. I just think they're a spent force. I think they've gone. I think they're knackered. I think they're tired mentally, physically. And if they don't get this 15 minutes right, all of a sudden Jaiswal's out in the first 15 minutes, nicked off by Archer, then I can see India going like a deck of cards.
13 of the 22 batters have faced over 50 deliveries, between 2 centuries when India batted 3 half centuries. I mean, that's a good track to bat on. They should, if they approach this game in the same way, they did the last 3 hours at Lord's, they can bat this out.
They can bat it out, yes. They've got.
What
the
pitch would you say would be easier to bat it out on? Lord's on day 4, day 5, or
Yeah,
this
Lord's.
Old Trafford pitch on day 4 and day 5?
I think there's something in this surface. I think England's bowlers, especially Stokes, Carse and Archer, will get more out of this surface.
It's the variable bounce, basically.
It's the variable bounce. It's the bowlers that hit it as opposed to the bowlers that kiss it. Now, Wokes will kiss it. Right? He will kiss the surface. He will bowl a lovely swinging 5.5 metre length, and it'll just kiss off the top of the surface, and it'll look pretty nice, but not really that threatening. That's what Kambodge did. That's what Kaur did. That's what Siraj did. Bumrah hit the pitch and got a few in variable bounce. Stokes will hit it. Carse will hit it. Archer will hit it. I think you will feel as though, geez, England are bowling on a different surface compared to what India did. I think the surface has always had a bit of deterioration in it. I just think India have had the wrong bowlers for it. So with that in mind, I really struggle to see how India get out of this. And as the surface goes, I think the one thing I'm looking forward to here is how Liam Dawson goes. Liam Dawson goes and bowls England to a victory by getting 3 or 4 wickets and gets the ball to turn. I think not only have we fallen upon the missing link, but I think it makes us stronger going forward, with a view that we are now potentially going to Australia with 1 less weakness, because we've got a number 8 who is a genuine number 8 who bats 5 and 6 first class cricket and got hundreds. We've got a number 9 in Chris Wokes, or a Gus Atkinson, Bryden Carse, who can get a test 100 or test 50s. We are looking now even more solid, and I think in this bowling attack, with the artillery that we're potentially going to Australia with the likes of Carse, the likes of Tongue, the likes of Wood, the likes of Atkinson, the likes of potentially Overton. I'm missing one more. Tongue. I have missed somebody who's been playing recently. They're all genuine quick bowlers. The one I was missing was Wokes, but there's time will tell on that one. But he could be the missing link in that front to hold them all together.
Well, it is Wokes who is going to take the new ball. First over of India's second innings. They trail by 311, and it's Jaiswal facing up as Wokes is in, and this is left alone. 3 slips gully. There's a backward point, mid off, mid on. There's also a fielder, Ollie Pope, at square leg, and there's a fine leg, Bryden Carse, who was the last man out. England's highest score here at Old Trafford, I think, against India for sure. No, I think it's the highest score at Old Trafford ever. 669 all out, with Ben Stokes, brilliant knock of 141. There's a Wokes comes in, and there's a play and a miss from Jaiswal, and he just very slowly turns his back and trudges towards square leg. It was back of a length, it was wide, and it was swinging away, and Jaiswal went for the cut. He has been out to the cut a couple of times in this series so far, but is that an indication of a tired, frazzled mind after 157 overs in the field, or is this how India are going to play? It's time he defends on off stump back to the bowler. Yeah, Dawson suddenly at 8, and the question is stark. Who do you pick for the first Ashes Test, Dawson or Bashir? I mean,
I think the next 4 hours is going to tell us.
Dawson goes the next 4 hours, but maybe
if he goes and gets maybe 3 or 4 wickets.
Yeah. I just wonder. I don't think we're going to see him bowl that much in the. Well, I guess he's going to have to bowl a little bit more, because of course there is a lot of leg. There's a lot of overs in those legs, and I think England want to see it as well, don't they? Wokes again. He edges to first slip. England with the breakthrough in the first over. Joe Root with the catch. at second grab, and Jaiswal's got to go for a duck. The misery continues for India. They're one down without a run on the board.
Great start from Chris Stokes. A fantastic first delivery, which was just in and around off stump, a little bit wider, and he's tried to compensate by going a little bit fuller, and he's gone fuller, he's gone straighter. Jaiswal's looking to turn it around the corner, but tired body, tired legs, tired hands is getting a leading ledge to Joe Root, who's took the catch. Well, he took the first part of the catch around about waist high. He took the second part of the catch around about shin high. An excellent catch from the second highest run scorer in history in England, now looking at 2 wickets before lunch. And then India are in trouble and looking as though that could be the end of this test match today and the series.
And also, will punt play?
If India are 150 for 5, I just see no value whatsoever in Rishabh Pant coming out to bat. I think you're just asking for him to get further injured, and then you're looking at further down the line. What have you got on the horizon cricket-wise? Because if he gets another hit, wow, I mean that could demolish his foot, and he could be out for 3 months and more. So why take that? For me, why take that risk?
Yeah, I don't see the point of him coming in if India are 2 or 3 down with 20 on the board. Wow, what a moment, what a start. It's been a nigh on perfect day for England today. It was a pretty perfect day yesterday as well. Ben Stokes going past 100. Joe Root going past Callis, Dravid and Ponting yesterday. Ben Stokes with a fifer on days 1 and 2. And now India 0 for 1. And Wokes is in, and there's another edge! Wokes is on a hat-trick! 2 in 2! Siddharthan can't get his bat out of the way, and this time it's Harry Brook with a more regulation chance. Siddharthan goes first ball in India, and 0 for 2.
What do I know? I said Chris Wokes will pitch it up and he'll kiss the deck and it'll not be as dangerous. He's just dragged his length back a little bit. It's bounced more than Siddharthan thought, and it's run up the face of the bat. It's slip catch in practice for England. Harry Brook took a very, very simple catch. One I think he was quite surprised at by the way it come to him, because Sai Siddharthan is trying to take his hands away from that. He's trying to leave it. His bat's gone in towards the ball, then took the ball away, and all of a sudden it's just rolled up the face of the bat. Harry Brook says thank you very much. He throws it to the square leg umpire, and Chris Wokes is on a hat-trick.
Unbelievable start to this second innings for India. Siddharthan's gone for a duck. They'll change the number 3 again, wouldn't they, for the 5th test?
Yeah.
Karoon,
to be fair, they
get yourself ready.
I mean, they can't change too many more places, or they'll be sending for a new plane. I mean, there's about 5 or 6 not playing at the Oval anyway. I can't see Thakur playing, I can't see Kambodge playing, Bumrah's not going to play, Pant's not playing, so there's 4 that you can think of at the top of your head.
0 for 2. 0 for 2, can you believe it? Chris Wokes has taken 2 wickets in 2 balls. A smile is on his face. Book that ticket for Australia. Mark Wood would be pleased.
Mark Wood very pleased, yes. Woody would be definitely pleased. Alphabetical order, Wood sitting next to Wokes. 2 of them frightened of flying, keeping each other company. Matthew Hoggard.
4 slips in place, and who is it at the crease? None other than the India captain, Shubman Gill. What's going through his thoughts right now? It's all gone horribly wrong for the Indian skipper. 2-1 down, and a mountain to climb just to draw this test match. And not only that, he's in and facing the hat-trick ball. Chris Wokes just telling Jofra Archer to move a little straighter, and here is Wokes, the crowd roaring him in. It's the hat-trick ball. They've gone up for a leg before wicket. There's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. The umpire says not out, and Chris Wokes was just searching a bit there, says the ball was going down the leg side. So no hat-trick here at Old Trafford, but a double wicket maiden, and it doesn't often happen, certainly not in the first over of an innings.
No, definitely not in the first over in an innings, and it's brilliant from Wokes. It was absolutely fantastic from Wokes. Just searching a little bit, you've gone for the full $1 million ball. It just didn't swing away from him. If it swings away that, then it comes more in towards the off stump, and Shubman Gill would have to have played it a little bit straighter with his bat. And Jofra Archer, wow, 2 down, 0 for 2. Jofra Archer coming in. I mean, I'm not sure. Can you think of anywhere this day could have gone any better for England, Jon Norman?
Do you know what's just come to mind? I'm not saying that India are going to be bowled out for 27. Remember when Mitchell Starc first over against West Indies, and then Scott Boland came back to get the hat-trick?
Hat-trick, yeah.
Starc with a 6 for, Boland with a hat-trick, and they were talking about having to cut the ball in half.
Jofra will take that. Jofra will definitely take that. I think what they've got now is they've got two inflammable characters at the crease. Shubman was a little bit flammable at Lords when they were getting into him. Throughout this series, Rahul has looked complete control.
We shall see. It's Archer in for his first delivery of the innings, and this is a back of a length delivery which Rahul just eases back and lets it go through. For rugby fans out there, the Lions have beaten the Wallabies. I mean, there's going to be another big game at the MCG later this year, isn't there?
What a stadium.
Oh, it is an incredible stadium. I haven't been there for 15 years. It's it's quite something. It's quite something, even when your team's losing. Archer in. Oh, he beats Rahul, who's groping forward. The ball just leaps up, goes past the outside edge. Oh, possibly played. Actually, he was beaten by miles there, wasn't he?
It's nipped away, hasn't it?
It has.
I think the seam position looks as though he's trying to swing it to shape it in. Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
But it went away.
Well, that happens when you just canter the seam a little bit to angle in, and if it lands on the seam, the sort of corner part of the seam, that's when it will stand up. You know, if you're an away swing bowler and you're holding the seam towards sort of first slip, and it comes down perfectly, it can get the bottom corner of the seam, and then that's when the one nips back. It's the same as the one that's just angled in. The sort of heavier part of the seam, or the biggest part of the seam, hits the ground, and then all of a sudden it deviates.
Here comes Archer again, and he beats Rahul, who again plays inside the line. 522 minutes, 9 hours and 12 minutes. That's the longest innings by a batter, by an Indian batter in 4th innings of a test which was drawn. Dilip Vengsarkar against Pakistan at Delhi, 1979. And I said that this was the highest total at Old Trafford by England, and it beat the previous record by quite some distance. 627 for 9 against Australia in 1934. Before today, 669. As Rahul this time is, I think he's trying to play that to mid-wicket, but struck on the pad. But that was hit very high. Oof.
It's going to hurt.
And that score of 669 by England was their 5th highest total ever. A couple more stats for you. Jaiswal's 5th Test duck, 2nd against England to this series. Archer is in, and there'll be runs here off the hip of Rahul. And there are ironic cheers here at Old Trafford. India 1 for 2. I'm not sure, was that signalled runs or leg byes? It was runs. And Gary says he thinks it's the 11th time there's been a double wicket maiden in tests. I guess he means opening over. You would have thought there'd be more than 11 times a double wicket maiden has been taken in tests, wouldn't you? And he does include that West Indies-Australia test, what he would do. Because, and there was 3 wickets in that one. And the last time a hat-trick was taken here at Manchester, it's only happened once.
Dominic Cork.
Correct. Here's Archer, and Shubman Gill's just cramped for room, hopping around the crease. End of the over, not quite as dramatic as the one that preceded it. India 1 for 2. And there is time for one more over.
It's a brute of a delivery, that. See that one again. It was that's hit Shubman Gill on the hand. It's nipped back, bounced. It's just hit the Indian captain on the glove. It was a good delivery, hostile delivery. I don't know what pace it was. I didn't see what pace it was, but it did. It nipped back and it bounced on Shubman Gill, hit him hard.
It does look like the British and Irish Lions were made to work hard for their win. They were behind the game for pretty much 78 minutes, I think, 79 minutes. And they then pipped the Wallabies right at the end with a try, which went up to the TMO, but fell in favour of the Lions. talkSPORT have been covering that series. Andrew McKenna, our very own Andrew McKenna's.
Yeah, great man.
Yeah, been out in the MCG and commentating for talkSPORT. He's a fantastic rugby commentator as well. Not many people that can commentate rugby, cricket and football to the level that Macca can. This is pushed back to Chris Wokes, who is back bowling from the Sir Jimmy Anderson end, and KR Rahul. Wow, I mean, it's been exceptionally painful for India. It's just all gone very, very badly wrong, and the halfway stage of day 2, and we're not even at the halfway stage of day 4. Things just got away from them so quickly, and that's continued today as Wokes is in. Just keeps a little low, I think. Rahul gets his bat down on it, otherwise Wokes is in business there. Bowled or LBW. Oof, they keep loaded well, actually.
It did, yeah. And there's a lot of inconsistency of the bounce here. I think I'd have a short leg in if I was Chris Wokes, Ben Stokes. I think I'd obviously it's the last over before lunch, and I wonder if Tim Southey or Brendan McCullum just says, look, with we don't have short legs the same as in the modern day game, but because the indifference in bounce that we have in here, I think I'd rather have a short leg in play rather than a second man around the corner at leg slip.
Yeah, is that an umbrella field? It looks like an anchor from here, doesn't it? As Wokes is in, this is driven nicely by KL Rahul, but straight to Bryden Cast at mid-on. Yeah, 2 leg slips.
I think that you mentioned, you're right to mention about India falling off a cliff a little bit in this test match, and as the test match has gone on. It just shows you the strength of character, the strength of fitness, the strength of mental attitude you have to play a 5 test match series, especially when they're going all 5 days and deep into day 5.
Here's Wokes, and he's beaten Rahul with a beauty. Rahul is just playing the line, and look, if it takes the edge, it takes the edge. And he'll just get on with the next delivery. And that actually beats the bat by quite some distance. He's got to get a little straighter. Batter is his back to us, so it's a bit difficult to call at times, to know exactly how far that's gone past the outside edge. But this is how Rahul's set up, hasn't it? He's been a real bright spot within this India side, which is this time. It is straighter from Wokes and pushed up to Bryden Cast at mid-on. Hurls the ball back to Jamie Smith. But yeah, you do see that, don't you, with visiting teams. There's a period of real competitiveness, and then they just fall away. And look, how would England be faring if, I mean, you could say they're without Mark Wood, which of course they are, which is true, but they couldn't bring Mohammad Shami. Bumrah doesn't look where he should be. Siraj looks knackered, and then of course Reddy, he couldn't play. I mean, would he have made that much of a difference? There's a huge gap between these two sides. Rahul lets this ball go through, and that is the end of the over. There's a conversation for another day. It's actually going to be a conversation that will probably take place during the lunch break, because Neil Manthorp's going to be welcomed or is invited in 2 Indian journalists who are on the beat. Sid Monga, who viewers and listeners to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel will be very familiar with, not just only for his work on ESPN Cricket Info, but has been part of our coverage over the last 4 Test matches. And they're basically going to talk India for the next 35 minutes or so. England at lunch then, bowled out for 669. They had 3 overs at India. 1 was enough. Chris Woakes striking in the first over, a double wicket maiden, and with Shubman Gill and KL Rahul managing to see off the last 2 overs of play. There's a little bit of conversation going on between the umpires and KL Rahul as Shubman Gill watches on. India with a few problems here at Old Trafford. Lunch on day 4, still trailing by 310. They are 1 for 2 at the break.
Welcome back to Old Trafford. It's lunchtime on day 4 of the 4th Test match between England and India, and the home side are surely just a matter of time, weather permitting, away from moving into an unassailable 3-1 lead in the series. And I'm delighted to say that, well, I'm delighted to welcome into the commentary box, in unfortunate circumstances for the Indian team, our Kaushik, an old friend of mine, colleague, after a long and distinguished career with the Deccan Herald. He's now...
To start with, yes, Neil, right now I'm a freelancer.
You're a freelancer, and that's the way to go, Kaushik.
Thank you, yeah, it is fun.
It's nice and freeing. Not freelance, strictly speaking, is Sid Mongia, who's been a critical part of our commentary team while not working for ESPN Cricket, or while not doing his work for ESPN. He still has been working. Let's talk about global cricket, Test cricket, but particularly let's start with this series. And my burning question for both of you is, how on earth did India find themselves 2-1 down when they should have been 2-1 up? Let's start with you, Kaushik. Is it really been a story and a series of missed opportunities for India?
Most certainly, Neil. I mean, when the team came here, we were all fearing the worst because it was a team in transition. You didn't have Coney, you didn't have Rohit, you didn't have Ashwin. Many of the batters had never played a Test match in England previously, so one wasn't sure what to expect. But I think they got a little lucky in that they got good batting conditions in the first 2 Test matches, and they made the most of it. The 2 collapses in Leeds obviously hurt the team, and Lords was also probably a match that they might have fancied winning if not for the run out of punts just before lunch, when they could have probably opened up a big lead. So in a lot of ways, a series of missed opportunities. Obviously, this game hasn't gone to plan, but for the first 3 test matches, very competitive.
Sid, we've spoken about this on air, obviously, and things are bleak. Look, every team has taken a beating. We don't have to look too far back in history, just over a year actually, to see when India last inflicted such a heavy defeat, and it was on these very same opponents. It was in India, so things do look bleak, but there have been a number of pretty rasping positives as well from India. I know it feels like a while ago, but you know, in the first couple of test matches, certainly.
Yeah, the batting, I was always confident looked in good hands, even before we saw this without Kohli and Rohit. I might be blasphemous to say, I felt India were better for not having them. I expected runs from Gill and Jaiswal for sure, and KL Rahul was always there or thereabout, always starting well but not going on, but in this series he has done that. So India's batting was never a problem. The bowling was a question mark, because what's there after Bumrah and Siraj, and then again you're also relying on Bumrah, who's only going to play 3 test matches, which is not ideal. The planning around him is not ideal. It was actually a surprise that they came back and did so well in Birmingham after Leeds. But Leeds was the one where India should not have lost. At the worst, India should have gone to Lords 1-0. It could have been a draw at Leeds. Nobody would have minded it if the conditions are called out for a draw. Coming to Lords, India should have been 1-0 in the worst case scenario, which is what will hurt them. Now, coming into the 4th test and all, it's a sport which is a physical sport. India are just short on fitness now.
Can I talk about the overall approach to not only the way the game has been played? I mean, I've described it as a counter-attacking style throughout. I think India have waited for an opportunity to counter-attack, and if that means absorbing long periods of pressure or just waiting for mistakes, I think it's been beset by conservatism, and I think that started perhaps with selection, and I'm not being clever after the event. I mean, I hope I'm not, because I did say this right from the very beginning. I've gone hoarse calling for Kuldeep Yadav to be included in the team, and when, you know, again, I don't want to be disrespectful, but when you look at Anshul Kamboj and Shardul Thakur, and to a degree the selection of Nitish Reddy as well, although I was singing his praises for the way he swung the ball at Lords. I mean, I really, really enjoyed that spell. But that, you know, in the absence of Mohammad Shami, is there really that much of a dearth of strike bowlers, be they spinners or fast bowlers? And has both the style of play and the selection been conservative?
The selection for sure. I mean, you weren't the only one who's been calling out for Kuldeep to be playing. We all have. You've spoken yourself hoarse. We have written ourselves hoarse, if that makes sense. So, Kuldeep, yes, Kuldeep should have played at least 3 test matches by now. This should have been his 3rd test, if not Lords, then the first 2 games, and definitely here. And the coaching staff comes and tells us that this is a very dry pitch. So, if you don't play him on a dry pitch, where are you going to play? The problem is that you have tried to strengthen the batting. I think a lot of it is the legacy of the 2 collapses in Leeds. So therefore they want this batting depth. They want Washington Sundar at number 8, which is not a bad idea because he's a really good bat. But then where are your strike bowlers, like you said? And the problem is not overall with the system. I think that if there is an issue, it is with the injuries, with the management of injuries, because there are so many young fast bowlers who have broken down in the last couple of years, in the last 3-4 years, and they're not cricketing injuries, they're not on-field injuries, they're fitness-related injuries. So that is a big concern. The spinners, yes, you will get by. There are quality spinners who are not in the squad as well. And you spoke about India defeating England at home last year, and they were not on turners. They were on good cricket tracks, right? So, which sort of neutralized any advantage England might have had if they were turners. If you look at the series defeat in New Zealand, for instance, at home last year, apart from the one game in Bangalore where we had a lot of rain leading up to the game, Pune was a turner, Mumbai was a turner. You brought Mitchell Santner into play, got Ajaz Patel into play, and India lost their first series at home for more than a decade. So I think bowling-wise, spin bowling-wise, they're still in reasonably good hands, even though they're reluctant to play Kuldeep, even at home, because he didn't play against New Zealand. But fast bowling is a concern. It really is a concern. There was a time not too long back when Virat Kohli was a captain and Ravi Shastri was a coach, when India prided themselves on a pack of good young fast bowlers, and they just seem to have fallen off the radar, and that is the big concern.
I usually don't like to demean the physical aspect of the sport by talking a lot about captaincy and leadership, but this is the period where the captaincy and leadership has had a big impact. Starting from the time that Gautam Gambhir has taken over, he's had, to be fair to him, he has had to work with 3 or 4 different captains. But I just don't get a feeling that they have a theory on how we are going to get 20 wickets. And without getting 20 wickets, you're not going to win test matches. They come out and make all the right noises, but it does not show in their actions. If you're going to say there's a dearth of fast bowlers in the country, you have to first play them. You have never played 4 strike bowlers together. This is the 9th test away from home, 5 in Australia, 4 here. You have never had 4 strike bowlers together. I know there's been Jadeja who qualifies as a strike bowler at home, but here he plays more in Australia and England he plays more as a batter than a bowler. And then you have added on top of it another bowler who's more a batter than a bowler. On top of that, in this test match, you have added a 6th bowler, but it's just numbers. There's no quality. Captaincy on the field becomes easier if you have 4 quality strike bowlers. They're getting enough rest. They're getting rotated. If you are going to make a bowling change, it does not mean a big drop in intensity. They do not have this concept of how are we going to get 20 wickets. They are just waiting for those wickets.
But you clearly feared the worst, because before the very first test match, the captain's press conference at Headingley, you asked the question of Shubman Gill, who is just, such a presentable game, speaks so well, and you, before a ball was bowled in this series, you said to Shubman Gill, will you be prepared to pick strike bowlers if that means you have 4, an 8, 9, 10, 11 who basically can't bat? And he was adamant in his answer. He answered you, he looked straight in your eyes and he said, yes, absolutely. And you knew that wasn't going to happen. That's why you asked the question.
I was hoping that it would happen. I was hoping that he would assert himself. I don't know if he's been overruled, if he has been, because he's a debutant captain coming in with not a great batting record until then. Then he scored 600 runs in the first 2 matches. That's when I felt he would feel I've grown into the role, I have won a test match, now I can put my foot down. But I think that victory, which was quite a freak win if you look at it, 17 wickets shared by 2 fast bowlers, and all in the first innings especially, 5 wickets in one clump, 5 wickets in another clump, in between them 4 hours of looking completely ineffective or penetrative at all. So that kind of, those 2 collapses papered over that period of insipidity in the middle, and then I think they got lulled into thinking that that's the way to beat England. And I was here, not just here, on the website, on the podcast, I was always saying, no, they have not proven us wrong, that batting depth is the way to go. They might have won, but still the way to win is to have at least 4 strike bowlers who can give you 20 wickets, and the 5th bowler only comes as a change-up to when rest is needed.
I tend to agree, but where are the 4 strike bowlers? It's fine to say that. You look at Australia and they've played the same 4 for a decade nearly, but they are 4 quality bowlers. Where are the 4 strike bowlers in this squad of 18 or 19 that you have?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, Kohli and Shastri were blessed with Ishant and Shami at their peak fitness, and they were also experienced by that time, plus a maverick in Bumrah. So that kind of, and Bumrah he came on and it never felt like he needed experience in Test cricket. So that kind of thing happened. Here they have their problems. Bumrah is not at his fittest. He has to play only 3 tests. But you discard them only after you have tried them. Once you have 4 strike bowlers, they actually make each other look better. Mulder, Mulder, if we saw the Lord's Test with the World Test Championship final, he was made to look better because there was no let up from the other three bowlers. He was not doing any mopping up. Here there's no four bowlers putting enough pressure. You don't have to be world beaters. If you have four good fast bowlers fit and you are not very skilled, I think that should do the job rather than first thinking of show me strike bowlers and then we will play. You sometimes you have to develop bowlers as a leader, which Stokes has done with quite a few here.
Shall we move on? I'm worried we're going to run out of time, and I've got so many things I want to talk to you both about. Can we move on to global issues now? And
Sure.
let's talk about Test cricket, two divisions. Let's talk about the role of the BCCI in global administration. Let's not be coy about it. There is a perception, and based on reality, I think that the ICC do react to the BCCI, and that's where the power naturally lies. You can't. It's not an artificial concept. That the power does lie with India and the BCCI within the global game. So, give us an overview, Kaushik, of where you think Test cricket might go. Where does the BCCI want it to go? And is Sanjog Gupta being appointed to the ICC CEO position to oversee the formation of two divisions of Test cricket?
I really don't know about the second part, Neil. I don't know what vision Sanjog Gupta has or what the ICC want him to do. But my big concern, even when the World Test Championship was instituted 6 years back, is how is it a World Test Championship when there are 12 teams who play Test cricket and only 9 are participating in the World Test Championship? How is it a World Test Championship? Yeah, I mean there is an inequity. We know that when it comes to teams, but is this really a World Test Championship? I mean, people will say if Zimbabwe is there, it might undervalue the championship. But is that how we are going to look at? Like Siddharth just spoke about developing strike bowlers. So you develop Test match sides, don't you? It's supposed to be an inclusive sport. You have only 12 teams playing Test cricket, and I personally feel that all 12 should be involved in the World Test Championship, whether it is 2 tiers. And even in this system as it exists with 9 teams, everybody doesn't have to play everybody else in the cycle. You only have to play 6 series. So I just feel that needs to be tweaked. Maybe 2 tiers, promotion, relegation, and minimum of 3 Test matches. I know it's a crowded calendar, but if we really talk about maintaining the primacy of Test cricket, then you need to make adjustments. Not compromises, adjustments, because we know that most of the money comes from white ball cricket. But are we willing to let Test cricket slide by just because we want to fill our coffers? I don't think so.
The World Test Championship doesn't need tweaking. It's not going to make any difference. It needs rebuilding if we're going to turn it into something that looks like a tournament or a league or a championship that people recognise. And again, I just think that how much of a will is there? I don't know if there is a way, but I'm not sure that first of all there is enough of a will globally. Sid?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to compliment ICC a little bit on the World Test Championship, because they have done the best they could do within the framework of member boards looking after their own selfish interests.
It's like one of those cooking shows, isn't it? When the contestants are given a bar of chocolate, a pineapple, and some pepper, and they say turn it into a 3-course meal.
Yeah, so
they've actually done really well with very limited ingredients.
Yeah, and so I mean, if you keep finding flaws in the amount of cricket being played by these teams and then equating it to a championship, I know it's not perfect, but this is the best they could have done, and I know it has created an impact in countries like New Zealand, Sri Lanka, South Africa, who are not part of the Big Three. The Big Three can sustain themselves in Test cricket. There's enough TV audience in India and the ground audiences in stadium and audiences in England and Australia to sustain Test cricket in these 3 countries. But what the World Test Championship has done is make it more relevant in New Zealand and South Africa and Sri Lanka. I mean, for a while Sri Lanka were in the reckoning to make it to the final. There was more interest in Test cricket there at that time. There was New Zealand won the first World Test Championship. So what it has done what it could, in that within the limitations of that framework. But the question is, as you said, Test cricket is becoming an anomaly in this era of quicker entertainment available everywhere. One thing that is also against Test cricket is the overvaluation of just the overvaluation of cricket rights in the world right now. It's competing against it's an artificially inflated market. That's the standards it has to fight with, and broadcasters are not very keen on buying it as a bundle now, because they are paying the same amount for Test cricket as they're paying for T20. So the broadcaster does not have that interest in keeping Test cricket alive. So this is the stakes are just so high that Test cricket is falling behind.
We're in an era, Kaushik, where money is the overriding criteria for administration. That's everything is measured in financial terms, and that's only increasing. And we talk more and more about the global brand worth of franchises, and everything is measured. Have we completely gone past the era now where a value outside of strictly financial value can be attached to, well, Test cricket?
I hope not. I really hope not, because not to belittle the other formats, but there is something pristine about Test cricket, right? I mean, we'll all agree. Maybe we are all too old now, so that's what our listeners might tell us, that you guys are too old. I mean, you don't appreciate the nuances of white ball cricket. We do. It's not that we do not, but the nip and tuck of Test cricket, the ebbs and flows. Each day is different. Each session is different. Each hour is different, and there is a certain joy in watching so many different skills being portrayed by so many different people at the same time sometimes. So, which need not necessarily be the case in T20 cricket, for instance, or in 50-over cricket. You can change the outcome of a T20 game in an over. Perhaps in a Test match as well, you might say, after Oaks took those 2 wickets. But there is just this whole how it brings various different elements into play. If you talk about a good, ideal sporting pitch, then you have your fast bowlers coming into play on the first couple of days, batters having good time, then the spinners coming into play. Just a number of facets that get sort of highlighted in a Test match. So for the sake of the sport, we just hope that Test cricket stays alive, it thrives, and it thrives in different countries. I would love to see a strong West Indian team. We haven't seen that for many years now, for decades now. So because you need more and more guys to be competitive, so that it is not just the domain of 2 or 3 teams.
I would just bring in that money point in here. Test cricket is in better health than I have ever seen it. There are more competitive teams than I have seen. Even West Indies, there is this image that they've not been great for decades, but they are still. This West Indies is better and more, even without having a no batter recognizable outside the West Indies. They are still more competitive than they were when Walsh and Ambrose had just retired, and Lara Chanderpaul was still there, but they were not winning. Yesterday we were discussing England have not won a series in West Indies in 2 decades now. So at least, and these teams are competitive, but what happens is that every time there's a one-sided game, it is looked at through the lens of how much money we are losing, how much time we are losing. It is losing out not because Test cricket is not competitive, but because the alternatives are much more lucrative, and you've got so many other options. Now, the broadcasters then get lured into this feeling, and then a one-sided day of Test cricket then hurts them much more, because they've paid much more than they would have paid earlier. This overvaluation of cricket rights is one of the biggest problems that creates this image that Test cricket is flailing. It is actually healthier if you just sit now and look at every team's bowling attacks. I don't think there's ever been, okay, this last 1 or 2 years, Anderson and Broad have retired, Bumrah is now not at his fittest. Until about 2 years ago, the collective bowling that we were watching in the world was one of the best times that I have ever remembered.
Do you know, the West Indies had just been thrashed 3-0 by Australia, and yet people don't talk about the fact that the West Indies took 60 Australian wickets.
And the one at Gabba, just two years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Well, how good would this Indian team be with that West Indian pace attack? I mean, they've got a really, really good bowling attack. They're just struggling with the bat at the moment. And the last 18 months have been the most golden of eras that I've been covering Test cricket for 36 years or something. And the last 18 months has been spectacular.
We hardly get a boring draw these days. A test match has to have 2 days of rain for it to be a draw.
It just, as you know, you've spoken about the white ball formats, and it just seems to me that, you know, administrators say, I'll take Cricket South Africa, for example, and they say, well, you know, we lose money playing test matches, so therefore we won't play any. South Africa, the World Test champions, don't play a game at home for 18 months. 18 months! And they say, well, you know, it's just not financially viable. Well, I would suggest that not only in South Africa, but in most countries, the problem is that the money is too easy from T20 cricket. And they're taking the easy money and saying that the Test cricket, and they're not trying hard enough. And there's a lack of, there's more and more of an influx of administrators who don't understand the inherent value of Test cricket. Sheil Berry was talking the other day about, you know, the humanitarian and social good the game can do in third world countries, for example.
Even in England, I up in Birmingham, I read about how the police are joining the kids in inner city areas, forming mixed teams. Like there are 3 cops, 8 kids in one team. They're playing street cricket against each other in a bid to reach out to them, to become more relatable to them. Because I read every day there was a news of violence in intercity in Birmingham. So the police are, so they. It has value everywhere. It's what it is. It is an aspiration for a kid who's not born with privilege to do something with their life. It shows them a way to come out of the misfortune that they find themselves in. And it is something to work on, like every sport, not just cricket. So, as you said about the current administrators, they know balance sheets better than the long form health of the sport.
You only have to go to the Maidan in Mumbai to. I go there to recharge my emotional batteries. Every time I'm in India, I just go and just watch. I mean, it's changed a bit over the years. Changed a lot, actually. It's now a lot more organised, and there's some formal school matches there rather than those informal sort of street-style matches. But how much of a do you know, Anil Kumble said many years ago, he gave a talk at the Karnataka Sports Writers Association, I think, and it wasn't the only time he said it, that's the only time I heard him say it live. He said, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. And the cricketing world, with exception perhaps of Cricket Australia and the ECB, who are, you know, acolytes to the BCCI, they're with the big 3, but the rest of the cricket world look to the BCCI for leadership, and frankly, you know, the smaller test playing nations are utterly in the enthrall of the BCCI. They, you know, Cricket South Africa, the West Indies, smaller countries like Zimbabwe obviously live only on a bilateral tour. Yeah, exactly, an Indian tour. So how much of a sense do you have of that leadership from the BCCI? There's a perception, maybe a Western post-colonial perception, that the BCCI are only interested in making as much money as possible. That's actually not true, because over the years they have kept countries like South Africa and Zimbabwe alive by touring. So do you still get the sense that there is that sense of responsibility at the top?
Most certainly, Neil, because what's happened, especially in the last 3-4 years, is that multiple Indian teams are playing in different parts of the world. There's one team which is playing Test cricket somewhere else, and there's another team that goes to Zimbabwe to play T20 cricket, for instance, because they understand their responsibility, A, but also B, they have the personnel to put out 2 strong international sides at the same time. So there is this depth, so therefore you're able to send a team to, not necessarily to only Zimbabwe, even to Sri Lanka to be competitive in Sri Lanka.
Well, they sent a T20 team to South Africa to play 4 T20s to bail Cricket South Africa out of a financial hole, while the Test team were going to play the Border Gavaskar.
Exactly, and if I remember right, they also won the series there, right? Didn't they beat South Africa?
Yeah, it was a 4-match series and they've won 5-0.
So it's not entirely philanthropic. They have their own selfish motives, as anyone in power will. This gets them power at the board. This if they are in a tussle with Cricket Australia or ECB, to have smaller boards on their side, everyone brings a vote. They win the vote by doing this. So it's not entirely philanthropic, but that's how the power is. And I mean, if we were to really sit down and compare Cricket Australia or ECB when they were the rulers of the game, I would say on cold paper, BCCI is doing better. One of my favorite cricket stats is that if Virat Kohli had not left Australia on paternal leave in 2020, he would have played more test matches in Australia than the Sri Lanka team, every Sri Lankan team put together in the history of test cricket. Sri Lanka they don't get to see Melbourne or Sydney. They are put up they play in Hobart and up in Cairns or somewhere, Darwin. So India show much more responsibility than them, but at the end of the day, we should also not think that two wrongs make right. Not just compare yourself, not have them as your benchmark. Set a new benchmark.
Yes, I agree. I also agree with what Siddharth said about not entirely philanthropic, but what else can you do? I mean, you're in a no-win situation. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So you'd rather do it and be damned than not do it and be damned.
That's true.
Just quickly then, I hope it's not going to rain. It is very overcast, but the IPL and the mini IPLs. There's a mini IPL in South Africa. That's entirely. I mean, it is, and do you know what? It's really working. I mean, there's 6 franchises come in, spent a lot of money. Cricket South Africa didn't set out to court IPL franchises. They put the tenders out there, and they were somewhat taken aback, shall I say, about the fact that the bids from the 6 IPL franchises were on average 3 times higher than they were from any of the other potential team owners.
A good job they did was not sack the designers of the jerseys. The world could do with the aesthetics of the jerseys in the South African T20 leagues.
So news has just come through that the Manchester Originals will be renamed the Manchester Supergiants from next season. So the Caribbean Premier League, Major League Cricket's the SA20, soon probably the Big Bash. We all know that Cricket Australia were always going to build a brand to sell. So
America of
they
cricket.
were always going to do that, always. And they said, no, we're going to stay, we're going to remain independent. Yeah. And so I mean, what is the end goal? What's the Indian view of the domination of domestic T20 competitions by the IPL franchises?
I want to see these franchises after a couple of years, because in the IPL they have it easy. It's a very, very cushy deal. They actually get subscriptions and subsistence and fees from the broadcaster, the money that the broadcaster is putting into the IPL. So they are actually not investing that much in the IPL. The broadcast deals won't be the same in these countries. So we'll see after 2 or 3 years how beneficial it is for them. Having said that, these are people who don't get into sport for money. They get into sport for other things like reputation, image, to create an image of themselves, because they have enough money-making businesses otherwise.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, obviously, you cannot compare the finances of the IPL, for instance, with the SA20 or with the Caribbean Premier League. The timings, especially of the Caribbean Premier League, don't suit the Indian audience. So there is a problem there, and obviously Indian television viewership is a big part of all the deals that are struck when it comes to broadcast rights. But like Sid said, it's not just about the money for them, it's also about the presence. It's also about being seen to be doing things for cricket. Because also we must keep in mind that the active Indian players are not allowed to play any other league apart from the IPL. So then you ask them what is the motivation to go, and if you're Virat Kohli or if you're Jasprit Bumrah is not playing in South Africa or not playing in the Caribbean or in the US, for instance, then why are you investing so much? Maybe we're being too cynical and not giving them enough credit. I don't know.
But
are we?
But in India, outside politics, cricket is the shortest route to power and image. There's an element of sports washing in this.
You're not going to drag me down there. I'm not going there.
I didn't say anything.
No. We'll talk about that off air. Just quickly, the revival of the Champions League. That's interesting. That's going to happen. Apparently, that's the ICC at their annual AGM in Singapore decided that they are going to revive that. If it was revived now or next year, there would be, and 12 teams is the talk, right? 5 Indian teams, 3 English, 2 Australian, and a couple of other arbitrary ones. South African champions, maybe New Zealand 1 year, West Indies 1 year. But if that was formed now, there'd be 4 Mumbai Indians teams.
Yeah, which is I was coming to. They'll have to make decisions. They'll have to. The same selectors will have to choose 4 teams, and they'll have to decide whom does Faf du Plessis play for. Does he play for Chennai, or does he play for Texas, or or does he play for whatever team he represents last week?
Is all the fuss and worry about the future of the game all overrated? We have been worrying about the game and Test cricket for about 120 years.
Absolutely overrated. It's in better health than it has ever been. The sport of cricket.
I agree with Sid, and I think Test cricket will take care of itself so long as those who are playing Test cricket take care of it.
The players still love it. You know what? The people say like they're worried about more and more players opting not to play Test cricket. I think they're the ones who aren't good enough.
And it's lovely. Let them. It's not true in every case. There will be teams like the West Indies where you will have players playing Test cricket who are not good enough to make the T20 side. Let's not put Test cricket on that kind of a pedestal, because there will be batters who won't make it to T20, and then only they will focus on first-class cricket in the West Indies. But it's the more the merrier. Why would you want only 11 players to play from a country of 140 billion, and as in India's case, or whatever populations are there in other countries? There's enough talent to have 2 or 3 cricket teams who can compete at the same time.
East Timor just became the latest member of the ICC, the member nation of the ICC. You know that?
Yeah, and that's what that's why you need the T20 vehicle, right? I mean, that's why every game is an international game, because you're using the format to try and get more teams to play the sport, and cricket's back in the Olympics now, so yeah, why not?
It's just an annoyance for the statistically minded who think that the world records are being undervalued, but that's a minor inconvenience.
Really, they're T20 records. They should be. They're there to be broken. Siddharth Monga and Ard Kaushik, brilliant to chat to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Pleasure, Manus.
Thank you for having us, Neil.
We'll see you if this Test match finishes early. We'll see you at the Oval, if not before.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Old Trafford. What a fascinating interview that was. A big thanks to all concerned. That will be available on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel at some point, diced up and ready for your consumption. We're just about to get underway here at Old Trafford. Jofra Archer with ball in hand. He's got a leg slip, 3 slips and a gully. Fine leg as well. And Archer is coming in. And first ball to Shubman Gill is defended up towards mid-on, where Chris Wokes fields, and it was Chris Wokes who made the breakthroughs. England had just 3 overs to bowl at India after being bowled out for 669, and they made it count with a double wicket maiden. First over of the match for just the 11th time in the history of Test cricket, and Chris Stokes was bowling to Shubman Gill on a hat-trick. We've had a few hat-trick balls in this series. I can definitely think of 2 other hat-trick balls, so that was definitely the third, and maybe 4. There's a Yorker and a huge shot for leg before. Archer thinks it's hit the pad before Gill's got the bat down on it, and he's going to have a conversation with his skipper. It has hit his foot, it's just whether it's hit the bat before it's hit the foot. That is what Archer is up for. And they're going to go upstairs because it is Shubman Gill. They've got 3 reviews to go. Your thoughts, Jarrod?
Well, I saw it again on the screen, and there's a couple of moving parts to it as well. So I think his bat hits the ball and something else. So it's very possible that the ball also flicked the pad on the way through.
I think it's hit his boot and the bat.
Well, it might have been. I think it was his shoelaces.
It's just weather.
I've got a feeling his shoelaces are moving here. Wait, shoelace cam?
Shall we have a look? It's a Yorker. It's outside off stump. Oh, he's in trouble. Always. Oh, I don't know actually.
You can actually hear the crowd all see that at once and go, we don't know what we've just seen.
I think
it hits this.
Oh. Well, Harmy's giving it out, but I don't know how you're going to determine. I don't know how you're going to determine what it hits first. Because isn't that the crowd are cheering because they think they've seen the ultra edge with a snick, but is that hitting the?
Yeah, I think it's missed the shoe. It had to hit the shoe for that to be out.
Yeah, Harmy's saying it hit the pad, but how can you prove that it hit the pad when the spike is seeing the ball hit the floor at the same time? So I think actually, if that had been given out on field, I don't think it would have been overturned. But I don't think you can overturn the not out call. Would you go with that?
I've seen it 4 times and I'm still not 100% sure what has happened. I think it missed the shoe, and if it misses the shoe, I don't think you can give it out. It had to hit the shoe for that to be out. Because otherwise it hits the pad and the bat almost exactly the same time. You can make an argument, which I think what Harmony is saying, is the bat is slightly further back than the pad. So maybe it had to have hit the pad first.
It's basically between frames, and the frame...
Yeah.
Frame 1 has the ball before. We're now going to see, well, it's impact on umpire's call. Would have taken middle stump out, but yeah, they keep the review because it was umpire's call.
No, they don't keep the review because he hit it.
Oh, are they going to say that it's umpire's call because they hit it? This is edged through vacant backward point, and Shubman Gill comes back for a second.
Well, I mean, let's just check, but I thought it was given not out before we saw Hawkeye. If it's given not out before we saw Hawkeye, you don't keep your review.
What about when the third umpire says it's inconclusive? Is that he's not saying it?
Did he say? Is that what he said?
I don't know because we can't hear it. Can we? Huh? Who knows? We'll find out shortly. We will find out shortly. England haven't lost a review on Cricinfo yet. Here is Archer again, left alone by Shubman Gill.
Yeah, if it's inconclusive, I think I'll keep it. But I didn't think
That's
he was
what I
saying
think it
it was
is.
inconclusive. I thought he was saying he hit it.
I think it's one of those ones where it's between frames.
Oh, no, I think you're right. That's what I'm saying. I think that's what Harmy's saying is the pad is actually ahead of the bat. So there is a very big chance that it hits the pad beforehand, but that's not the frame that we see. The frame that we see, it's hitting both at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. So there may be, if there was a frame between the frames, it may show the ball hitting the side of the pad before it hits the ground, but that doesn't exist. Archer again. This is a touch shorter in that. Shubman Gill rings his right hand and takes his glove off, has a look at as a thumbnail maybe, and rings his hand again, gives it a shake.
He's in a little bit of trouble here. I don't think he's going to call for anyone.
It is his thumb, isn't it?
Actually, he might be calling for someone now. Yeah, he's in trouble. I think this is hurt. He tried to walk it off for a second. He's still... Yeah, and I think Carroll's just called someone on for him. I just don't think shaking your hand violently is going to fix it. I'm not a doctor, though. I'm not a doctor.
Sky TV was showing footage of the Sabina Park minefield before play.
So Harmy's saying he was hit before lunch as well. The last ball before lunch. Yeah, I do remember that.
Well, actually, he's looking at his finger. I thought it was his thumb. He was looking at all of it. Both gloves off now. Yellow high vis.
Yeah, I think this is the finger next to the thumb.
Yeah, it's the finger, I think.
So that means he's been hit on the thumb and right next to it. He can move them though, so they're not broken, or hairline fracture maybe. But there's a lot of shaking of this hand.
Oh, he's still shaking that hand.
I don't know if we have any medical experts watching on YouTube, but if a ball smashes your fingers into a bat grip, John, do you think shaking your hand will fix it?
Yes.
Okay.
What else can you do?
I mean, also agree, but ow.
Yeah, that looked really painful. Do you think we're going to see Rishabh Pant bat?
No. Not today.
Yeah, what about...
Tomorrow is different, but if it's today, no.
Yeah, I agree with that. Here is Archer then, after a little... Oh, he's wrapped on the pads. He likes this, does Archer. He's gone up for a leg before. He's down on his knees, and now, like a little kid told that he's not allowed to open his presents before breakfast, he's absolutely distraught.
It was swinging wildly. It's hit him around off stump, but it was going a long way, and they haven't reviewed it.
Well, they did lose a review. You were right. So, have they reviewed it?
No. They let this one go.
That's a classic.
It was a good appeal.
That's one of my favourite appeals I've seen in quite some time. Stokes came up with a good one. Ooh, that's a...
I just think it's moving too far. He's missed that by 1.5 feet.
He's stepping way across the crease. He's hit in front of the wickets, but the ball's just doing too much. Jofra. Let nobody tell you that Jofra Archer doesn't care. We haven't seen...
He didn't care enough to actually fight his way in the... I mean, he barely even talked to them about the review.
Well, maybe it was an umpire's call review. I mean, that did way too much, didn't it? 3 for 2. And it's Wokes with both of those 2 wickets coming in to bowl to KL Rahul, who comes forward and then just leaves his bat semi-raised and lets the ball go through. Did that keep a little low as well?
Yeah, I don't think it carried, did it? Yeah. We've seen that quite a lot, of course. Very slow low bounce rather than dramatic low bounce.
Dawson or Bashir for the first test at the Ashes?
Oh, I picked Dawson. I would have picked Dawson before this test, though. It was missing on height, and it was also missing on width.
Wokes, and it was identical. Non-shot from KL Rahul there, who comes forward a touch, and then just plays inside the line, but doesn't defend, just keeps the bat horizontal but back behind the batter, and it's too wide. The
Sudarshan leave caught and slipped. I reckon I saw about 100 of those from England players in the 90s.
This is pushed to mid-wicket, and Archer coming in, and Rahul is sent back by Shubman Gill. Essentially, it's very simple. India need to bat till tea and not lose another wicket, and then back to stumps, maybe lose 1, and then maybe we'll see Rishabh Pant bat again. Otherwise, you may as well... Well, he's probably already booked his flight home, you'd imagine.
I don't think he has to book him himself. I don't think he's on Booking.com or TripAdvisor or what are the other ones?
Kayak,
okay. It's on Skyscanner.
Here's Wokes. This is driven. Beautiful on drive from KL Rahul. Chases on for Archer, who will stop the ball inside the boundary at long on. Hurl it back towards Jamie Smith. What a throw that was, by the way. And it's 3 runs. So India double their score with a shot. 6 for 2.
Yeah, it was weird, wasn't it? He picked it up just in front of the boundary and he sort of lazily threw it to the keeper's end on the full.
I think that might have hit the stumps if the keeper hadn't caught it. Incredible throw. Here is Shubman Gill, proficient at the start of this. Everything looks so rosy for Shubman Gill a couple of tests ago, didn't it? There's Wokes continuing over the wicket. And Shubman Gill just runs us down to backboard point, no run. What was the scores? 147 in first innings at Headingley, 269 first innings at Birmingham, 161 in the second innings at Edgbaston, but not a lot else since then. It does grind you down, doesn't it? Captaincy. Wokes is in. There's a shout for leg before the slip cord, really like it, but Wokes almost immediately signals he thinks this is going down the leg side. Shubman Gill is batting about half a yard out of his crease.
Yeah, they wouldn't have kept the review there. I think that was slipping down leg side, but it was very close again. And
they're missing the ball by quite a distance.
That's what I was about to say. It's the amount he's missing the ball that is the shocking one here. That went dead straight, and he's missed it by 4 inches.
He's got some highlights going on there. Chris Wokes, is he going the Jimmy Anderson route?
Is that highlights, or is that just turning grey?
I don't know. It looks like highlights.
He's got grey on the side.
I reckon Archer would look pretty cool with just grey hair. It's a few years off that happening though.
Well, you don't know, because a lot of players. So Jason Gillespie went grey in his mid-20s and didn't allow for the grey to come through.
That's a lot of hair to dye. Here is Archer, jet black hair, and he's in, and this is cut along the ground past Ben Duckett at gully through to the unguarded third boundary for 4. So when he plays that kind of shot, just so much time.
He's so far back there. His foot's almost on the stumps. He gives himself just that little bit of extra space and yeah, just guides it away. It's a beautiful shot. Likes playing the ball late as it is, but even more so there. Yeah, I learnt about what happens to hair through Test cricket when Stuart Clark once tried to dye his hair because he was going grey, and hair dye affects thinning and greying hair in a different way, and his hair went like kind of bright red for a test.
Beaten this time is Rahul, who plays inside the line as he often does. Isn't that like when you bleach your hair?
Yeah, it was a bit like that. So I think he was worried because there was obviously, he was already in his 30s and he didn't want to be seen having grey hair. So he tried to fix it himself, is my guess. And it went very, very wrong. I think they had to take him to a stylist.
Tony Cascarino, the former Republic of Ireland, Celtic, Aston Villa, Chelsea striker, Marseille, is pitched up and pushed out to mid-off by Rahul. Every time his contract was up for renewal, he used to dye his hair. Hit the gym for a couple of months, dye his hair, not 2 or 3 years off of his appearance, and then go and try and get his contract sorted. Makes sense.
I remember
this was in a pre-internet age, I suppose, as well.
There was an Aussie rules footballer who was like bald at 22, who everyone kept thinking he was in his 30s.
Defended by Rahul. There's some glum-looking Indian cricket fans in the crowd today. What's the next big challenge for India after this? I know they've got a 2-test series with West Indies
and South Africa at home.
That's going to be a good one. Did you see they moved the Delhi test?
Because people can't breathe there?
Well, they were. That's not the official line, But they essentially scheduled a Delhi test in November, which I think is statistically the worst month of the year to be outside.
There's no good months of the year in Delhi at the moment,
This was the
sadly.
worst. No good days, but there's certainly a worse day, and it was hit on the pads. Here's Rahul. He's got a short leg in place now. So yeah, so they got those 4 test matches. So, I mean, it's almost unthinkable to consider a world where they lose at home to West Indies.
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't. They should be able to clear that one. And they should beat South Africa 2-0 as well. But South Africa's a good side, and you've got lots of depth and weird bowling attack and all sorts of things. Rabada bowled brilliantly in Sri Lanka or Bangladesh. He bowled brilliantly in Asia recently, though.
Archer again, and just knocked forward of that short leg fielder. End of the over. 10 for 2, India, with Shubman Gill 2 not out and Rahul 8. That's right, because they went somewhere they had to win, didn't they? Just before those
For all the
4
home
test matches
yeah.
against Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Was it Bangladesh?
I think it was, yeah, because I remember, you know, I do the predictions 2 years out to try and see who's...
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. Is that prediction site back again for the 20?
Yeah.
Can you send me the link? Because I haven't got it anymore. Probably I'll see that off air, but... Anyway, continue the story.
Cricket Predictor World Test Championship or
Is
something
that what
like
it was?
I think so.
Check it out if you're
It's brilliant.
joining us. It's absolutely fan. In fact, we can do it now. We got 10 minutes of our stint left.
Let's go through.
So we try and work out who's going to be in the World Test Championship final in 2027.
Yeah,
What was it called again? World Test Championship final predictor. You talk after this delivery from Chris Wokes. Short, and this is eased. Front of square on the offside, and Stokes gives chase, and it's going to be 3 here. The score moves on to 13 for 2.
Yeah, they've scored a couple of threes at the moment, which again just shows you're not timing the ball perfectly. You kind of clang that a little bit, the Shubman Gill, but still gets it in the gap. Takes a couple of runs there. Ball's not really coming on in any way that should be causing problems.
My life is complete.
There it is, that's it.
Yeah.
What's the predictor.cricket11, and 11 is xi.com.
Can that pick it up?
I don't know, but I said it to people.
Yeah, you did. Check it out. I will put it in the chat thingy.
In the chat thingy.
We'll direct you there. Go and check it out. It's really... See what you come up with. Wokes again. Ooh, inside edge onto the pads.
I got a email the other day from someone who had never heard of it before and saw my piece on it, and contacted me to say it's absolutely wonderful, and every day I wake up and I fill it in, and every day, the next day I try and do it again. I never get the same 2 teams in the final. So this person just wakes up every day and predicts differently.
There you go. I'll put it in the chat facility. So as things stand, Australia are top after that 3-0 win in West Indies, and Sri Lanka are second.
I don't think you need to worry too much about the current situation.
Okay, so England are going to win this test, right?
That's presumptuous.
Well, we're predicting.
Yes, they are.
And they'll probably win at the Oval.
At this stage, I think that's a better
they'll be
one.
playing an 8-man team. India versus West Indies. Let's go for a 2-0 India win. Pakistan versus South Africa.
That's in Pakistan.
Should we go?
I think you have to go 1-1. No.
1-1? Do you reckon Pakistan will
there
win
won't be
one?
any draws because I'll make them ragging.
Oh, they will.
Yeah.
In fact, they might win 2-0.
I don't think they will. I think
All right,
South
let's go
Africa will still
1-1.
win 1 there, yeah.
India versus South Africa. So that means that South Africa would have had 2 tests in the subcontinent before playing in India, which is interesting.
It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, I agree.
So let's go 1-1, shall we?
Oh, okay.
Do you reckon?
I would have gone 2-0, but...
To India?
Yeah, but 1-1, I mean, 1-1's fair as well.
Let's go 1-1. We can see if it
You can
affects things.
change. This is not set in stone.
New Zealand versus West Indies at home.
They played 3 tests, aren't they?
Yeah, they added one.
I mean, West Indies
saying that
bowling
West
attack
Indies can bowl. That's
should win them a game,
and in New Zealand.
but they can't bat at all. So it should be New Zealand winning that series.
Here is Wokes off the hip and tucked away for, let's say...
Winning all 3, I should say. I could see how West Indies win a test.
Let's say 2-1 New Zealand.
The Ashes, 5-0 Australia.
5-0 England.
So I went, when I did this, I did 3-2 to Australia.
Okay, no, I'll go with that. I think that
I think that's about right
yeah,
at the moment.
Bangladesh, Pakistan in Bangladesh.
That should be 1-1.
Okay. England versus New Zealand here next year.
Yes. How do you feel? I went 2-1 England on that, but it could be 3-0.
Yeah, Wokes is in, and this is push to Ollie Pope, who's at mid-wicket. Will Ben Stokes still be captain?
Oh, and if he's not, does the entire bubble burst? Is that what you're asking?
Well, what if they lose the Ashes?
Which we just said they will. So based on this, we have to think they will lose the Ashes, and therefore he won't be captain. It's 2-1 England to New Zealand. They should still beat England.
Yeah, they should beat New Zealand. West Indies, Sri Lanka.
I go 1-1 with that. A lot of people didn't like me. They said I was a bit too high on Sri Lanka, but I just think Sri Lanka is a functioning side on both sides of the bat and ball.
Sri Lanka versus India at home.
I think
India's
on India's current form, you would have to say that 1-1 is the most likely.
Wow.
Right, but India should win 2-0 then.
I'm going to put 2-0 India. West Indies versus Pakistan.
That's in the West Indies, yeah.
1-1 or 2-0 West Indies.
1-1.
This is full on the pads of KL Rahul, who defends back to the bowler. 1-0. Okay.
Do you need me to do the thumbs?
No, that's right. England, Pakistan at home. That's got 3-0 written all over it.
Unless Pakistan find bowlers
There's
or
no
Babar
way.
Azam make runs.
There's no way.
It should be 3-0.
It might be a draw because it's September. You might get a draw, but I'm going to say 3-0 England. South Africa versus Australia. I didn't realise that was happening.
Yeah, it's a nice little one.
Next year. Oh, that's a good one. This is this hits KL Rahul quite high actually. It's fielded at gully. Oh, that's nipped in a lot, hasn't it? And bounced. I didn't know that South Africa were playing Australia at the end of next year in South Africa.
That sounds like
I thought the next series
like a man who might want to broadcast that series.
well, that's a very good series. Actually.
It should be right at the moment. I think you have to get South Africa 2-1 there.
Also, what will Australia's bowling attack look like by then?
Exactly.
This time, I think this has beaten KL Rahul past the outside edge. And again, he's just trying to survive, really. This is a... Oof.
That swung in, and you're right, it beat him on the outside.
So we're going to say 2-1 to South Africa?
I think that's fair at the moment.
I think so.
Australia, I mean, we don't know what they're going to have.
Do you think Hazelwood and Boland will still be bowling towards the back end of next year?
Well, Boland will
Boland will. Hazelwood?
I've heard that Stark wants to continue to play, and Cummins should still be around. Lyon is a question mark, but yeah, I think they got the bowling to win there.
There's Archer, and this time KL Rahul looks a little bit more compact and at ease with the line. There's not extravagant movement, and he defends. South Africa, Bangladesh.
Should be 2-0 to Sri Lanka. It's just South Africa there. At home. And then Bangladesh play the
West Indies.
I would say 1-1.
New Zealand versus India.
I found this one really fascinating.
Ooh, 2 test series.
Yeah, because it's such a short series as well. I think it should be 1-1.
They're guessing about the where these matches are played, but that's kind of irrelevant. Whoa, that has leapt up. And KL Rahul is just accepting his fate, essentially. There is nothing you can do about this. Nothing in this over has indicated a ball was going to spit up like that one, and he does well not to edge it behind. Let's go 1-1. Well, let's do 1-1 for now.
I think 1-1's fair.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time India beat New Zealand in a test series in New Zealand.
That's one of the reasons, but New Zealand's not exactly a strong side at the moment either.
Well, they've got good bowlers.
Good. They don't have Bumrah.
No, they don't.
And India might not. This is the thing, we're talking about 2026, maybe 27 there.
Push to extra cover, no run. Pakistan against Sri Lanka.
Should be 1-1, but 2-0's possible there as well.
South Africa versus England.
I find this a fascinating one too. That would be a good series to commentate as well.
Would you want to do that one?
Okay.
All right, I'll pay for that. That's a tough one. I mean, they're both going to win one, I think.
I think at the moment, I would go South Africa because they have a better bowling attack. So I'd go South Africa 2-1.
All right, 2-1 South Africa. Australia, New Zealand.
That could be
4
carnage.
test series.
I mean, the problem with that is it's 4 tests in 2027, right? So we're already saying we don't know if they're going to play in South Africa. This is a year later.
No, this is end of next year. It's December 26th to January 27th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it's a couple of
the
months
last one we
after.
looked at was
It's a couple of months after that. It's in the same wheelhouse.
It's still later.
Yeah, a couple of months. A couple of months, not a year.
My point is,
Point is, you don't know. Cut away, square of the wicket. Shubman Gill gets up on his toes and places this in front of point and away for 4. Rare reason to cheer for India. Move to 18 for 2. I mean, New Zealand just absolutely bottle it every time they go to Australia.
It should be a very, very weird Australian team.
Well, there'll be no...
It should be 4-0, but I almost would give it 3-1.
I think there'll be a draw.
Well, not the way recent Australian wickets have been. Unless you're
Yeah,
assuming
maybe.
on rain.
I'm thinking of that Perth draw from about 15 years ago. At a different ground, with completely different teams. Plays inside the line this time, does Gill. All right, let's just go 3-1, no run. 3-1 to Australia. Then New Zealand and Sri Lanka at home. They always play Sri Lanka at home. Does any team play Sri Lanka at home more in the history of cricket than New Zealand?
Pakistan used to do it a bit too, didn't
Well,
they?
India did as well. Well, let's just go 2-0. Oh, and then it's the Border Gavaskar time.
Yep.
Blimey, there's some pretty choice series coming up.
Now,
So
that
January
series,
2027.
that series is fascinating
You want to do that one?
because based on yeah, why not?
Wokes is in, and this is driven beautifully by Shubman Gill. That is the Shubman Gill that we have got used to seeing in this series. And not one fielder moved until the ball was pretty much about to hit the boundary. And then Jofra Archer looked round and realised at mid-on, realised, oh, I've got to go and get that one, do I?
It should be 4-1
To
India.
Well, we've just tipped them to drop a test away at... Well, I can't remember. But
Yeah, but Australia in India
yeah. I mean, I know.
with Usman Khawaja's gone by then. Steve Smith might not be playing by then.
Yeah, no, totally.
It should be 4-1, but tipping
And
India.
also-
But tipping India 4-1 at the moment seems ridiculous. How about
Yes.
3-1 with a draw?
Oh, that's our first draw. Oh, shout for leg before wicket. Gill holds the pose. He's pretty confident that this was doing too much. And Chris Wokes in England agree. So what we're going to do, India, what do we say?
I think he hit that. That's why he was confident. I went 3 to India and a draw.
So 3-1.
3 and 1 to Australia, yeah. So,
Bangladesh versus England.
I mean, based on how South Africa played there, I'd be pretty confident if I was England. But who knows what Bangladesh is going to be like by then. They do have some good
I
bowlers.
mean, what will England look like by then?
You going 1-1?
February 27. Yeah, I'm going to go 1-1.
Fair enough.
This is pushed into the covers. No run. Shubman Gill at 13 not out. KL Rahul 9 not out. Trail by 289 to India. 22 for 2. And then Australia. Well, will the series actually happen? Australia actually play Bangladesh.
If they do, it'll be 2-0 at home.
Sri Lanka versus South Africa. In February 2027.
I mean, it's either 1-1, isn't it?
Let's go 1-1.
Yep.
I mean, by this point, teams are really going to be either in it, or if we're right, Sri Lanka is out of it. South Africa will be battling away. Push square of the wicket by Shubman Gill, no run. And Pakistan, New Zealand is the final series. New Zealand, we're saying New Zealand are pretty much out of it, so are Pakistan. So
It doesn't matter. Just put 1-1
let's just
then.
do 1-1. And
So who do you have in the final?
who do you think? Did you see that?
Based on what we just said, I think I came up with England and South Africa quite a bit, or South Africa and India quite a bit.
Yeah, South Africa and England. South Africa top with 64.29 percentage. Oh, but we haven't factored in over-rate point losses, have we? Cool, that's our stint done. That has flown by. What a great stint.
Thank you very much indeed, John and Jarrod. The double J's, as Danny Morrison would say. Bryden Carse into the attack. Shubman Gill 13. KL Rahul 9. Here is Carse, 3 sips and a gully. Bowls. KL Rahul back and across and pushes this one out towards square leg. And there's no run. India trailing by 289. Beginning with a deficit of 311 after England totaled a massive 669. A very, very memorable century for England captain Ben Stokes. Joining Tony Greig, Gus Atkinson and Ian Botham 4 times with a century and 5 wickets. And that one goes whizzing past the outside edge from Bryden Carse. KL Rahul well beaten outside the off stump, taken by Jamie Smith. If you look very quickly straight up above you, Harmy, you'll see some blue sky. It won't be there long.
Yeah, it's not going to be there long. There's a little bit in the distance. And it's where it's coming from, I think, from over there looking at it. So yeah, I think there's a possible shower around 3-4 o'clock.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's not. The wind's quite strong, so it might just blow it straight through.
Here's Carse once again up to the crease, bowls, and that's driven out towards captain Ben Stokes I was talking about. So, Harmy, I'm not sure that I'm authorised to share this information with our listeners and viewers, but I'm going to anyway. You packed your suitcase this morning.
I did. I always pack it on day 4. I brought it just in case.
You've been carrying it around for the first 3 tests.
Yeah.
Took it back to the hotel.
It's one of them ones. It saves you taking it back to the hotel. I did it in Lloyd's for the simple fact is I didn't fancy taking it on the tube on the Monday morning.
Carse in again, and Rahul pushes this one out towards mid-off. If you had a good friend who was a bookmaker and he called you and he said, Harmy, I'm trying to set some odds on the chances of this game finishing today, what would you tell him?
I would have said good odds. I would have said probably 40% that the game would finish today. I just look at India and they were gone, mentally and physically.
And now,
they were gone.
if he said, I'm adjusting the odds.
Yeah, I'm still thinking England can bowl India out today. They've only got 9 wickets. Pant won't bat today.
Full and wide outside the off stump, it's left alone by KL Rahul. If Rahul and Shubman Gill repeat their longest innings of this series, they'll still be 2 down by the close of play. But it's a different it's a different scenario in the 4th innings, isn't it?
Different scenario in the 4th innings. You've just batted for 150. Their bowl for 157 overs. You trail by 289. In these situations, there will be a partnership, but the game will go fast forward very, very quickly. It goes bang, bang, bang. Once you're sort of big guns, you recognise batters.
Carse is in once again, and that's nudged out on the onside defensively by KL Rahul, who's now faced 37 balls for his 9 runs. And I think if you told him that he'd only have 29, having faced 239 balls, I don't think he'd mind.
Yeah, he's played unbelievable in this series so far, but you look at this is the partnership. This is the partnership. Jadeja's obviously wicket is key, but it comes down to sort of mentality and scoreboard pressure and the sort of psychology of where cricket matches go. This is probably the partnership that if England break, all of a sudden they break this partnership, no pant. I mean, Jadeja comes in 1 higher. They might send Washington Sundar in higher up, and then all of a sudden, if you can get rid of Jadeja, you're into the all-rounders and then the bowlers, and because of the scoreboard saying you are 350 behind, it's very, very difficult.
Here's Wokes continuing, long spell. Shubman Gill pushes that one towards mid-on. Why is Jacob Bethel on the field? Sorry, I was doing the rounds of the press box. I must have missed who's gone off.
He's just come on the field for, I think, Liam Dawson. No, Liam's just come back on the field. So it looks like, so Crawley's at slip.
He might be on the field on the basis that he's done nothing else this summer, so he might as
Yeah.
well have a run around.
Yeah, he's just getting himself ready for for the 100, isn't he?
Oh, of course he is, yeah.
Short times on the field.
Oh, that one goes past the outside edge. Well bowled, Chris Wokes, and it's taken behind by Jamie Smith. Is he a bear or a phoenix in the 100? Do you know?
I think he's a phoenix, isn't he? That was a no ball. I think he is a phoenix. Birmingham Phoenix. Well, I was with Liam Livingston on Monday. He's on good form. Looking forward to the 100. So was Kumar Sangakkara's got nothing to do with the 100, but he's obviously he keeps an eye on obviously Rajasthan. I've got an interest in it, I think.
Here is Wokes again, and that one is chopped through the gully in the air. There is no gully for once. The gully, Ben Duckett, is at a short catching cover position, and it was in the air. I don't know whether Shubman Gill would have played that shot had there been a gully in place, but he's got 4 runs anyway, and he moves into double figures.
Just bounced, didn't it? He just bounced on Shubman Gill. He knows that there's a vacant area there. He just bounced on a touch, and he didn't try and hit it too hard. He just rode the bounce and guided it into that gap. Ollie Pope's off the field, I think that's who it is.
Ah, right. Here's Wokes once again, bowls Gill forward and pushes it out to Duckett in that short catching position. So if the game does finish today, you'll drive. I presume you would have to be aware quite accurately of the mileage that you do every year, Harmy, for insurance purposes, I suppose, for as much as anything else. But living in Ashington, I'm going to have a guess, and this might be conservative. Here's Wokes once again, and that is on the pad, second on the pads by Shubman Gill. It was heading down the leg side, so it is not a leg bicycle. He must have got some bat on that. 27 for 2, Shubman Gill 17, Rahul has 9. I reckon you must do this will be conservative, won't it? I was going to go 20,000 miles. You drive, do you? 20,000 miles a year?
No, I don't drive that much. If I can help it, I won't drive. I'll drive here, drive to Leeds. I think anywhere I go across the country, I won't get the train, because the trains are useless going across the country. But going straight up and down, the trains are perfect. I mean, no problems at all. So going London, going Nottingham's more or less straight down for me. If I hug the sort of East Coast main line, they tend to work not too bad. As soon as you go across this country on the trains, it becomes a problem.
Here's Wokes again, edged, and Harry Brook dives forward, not edged, hit him on the pad. Brook is diving forward and taking an excellent catch at second slip. The appeal, though, was for leg before wicket, and not
Tell you what,
for an edge. They're thinking about reviewing. They're not going to. Height, I suppose. It was actually a very good catch from Harry Brook, and it flew very quickly to second slip as well. It's made me think it was an edge, but Ben Stokes is unconvinced. He's at mid-off, and I think that amongst Ben Stokes' multitude of talents, he's a brilliant reader of body language.
he is a very good reader. Yeah.
Here's Wokes once again, and he chops down on this. KL Rahul kept a bit low by the looks of it. I think so. Stokes obviously isn't in the best position at mid-off to judge whether it might have been an LBW, but he instantly reads the body language, and so there's a difference between fielders who want a wicket and fielders and bowlers who believe it's a wicket.
Yeah, guaranteed that. Jofra's enthusiasm before when he dropped to his knees. I think Jofra knew he wasn't out, but I think
it was just such a good ball.
It was such a good ball. Yeah, it's like a tail ender will always get run out because he'll middle it straight to a fielder, and because he thinks it's a good shot, he'll run and then get caught about a yard short. So it was a good delivery, good ball. I was on the back leg of KL Rahul, but fortunately it was just a bit too high.
Bryden Cass is running away from us, thundering up to the crease now, bowls and pushed out on the onside. there's no run. There's something very authentic about a fast bowler whose shirt refuses to stay tucked in. I love the way, and there's something really kind of old school about Brydencast, the fast bowler, is the big gather, the leap, and the fact that you can see the you can see the belt of his the waistband of his underwear when he leaps into the air. And I don't know whether that's he likes it that way, prefers it that way, it doesn't tuck the shirt in, or whether it just refuses, and he's in once again, leaping and banging this one into Shubman Gill, pushes it away defensively. A bit about that. The shirt that doesn't stay tucked in.
I like my shirt tucked in, but I used to get shirts
but it
made
never
a little
stayed
bit longer.
tucked in.
It doesn't always stay, especially with the gather and the bound that you mentioned that Bryden's got. Liam Plunkett was another one who reminds you a lot of Brydencast. Because of the way the forces he uses to go up in the air, his action, it does bring his shirt up.
Here's Cars in. That's full and straight and driven wonderfully by Shubman Gill. He didn't try to hit it too hard. I mean, he is primarily in survival mode here. He's primarily looking to not get out, and that will be the case for as long as he's at the crease. But that was a long, full, straight half volley. He's just pushed it sweetly straight back past the bowler.
Yeah, good shot from the Indian captain. It was a full delivery. It was a quick delivery. It was a good ball. I just wonder if Ben Stokes was going to go to the short ball route against Shubman Gill. See if we can get some, mix it up a little bit. Go short, go full. Keep your slips in play because you're trying to get, the outside edge. But I just wonder now, Ollie Pope's gone into short leg. I just wonder if you're going to put the bouncer back in the game. The bouncer hasn't really been in the game yet for Brydencast. There's still 6 men on the offside, 6-3 field. I would actually go the other way. I would have another man catching possibly at square leg and go, ultra aggressive at Shubman Gill.
Here's Cars once again, bowls. Same ball, same shot, same result. Wonderful straight drive from Shubman Gill. Record-breaking first 2 tests of the series, and double failure at Lord's. Failure in the first innings as well, but he's looking like the Shubman Gill that we saw in Leeds and Birmingham. At Lord's, Shubman Gill made 16 and 6. There was all that talk. He had 600 runs after 4 innings, and here is Cast once again, and there was talk of him challenging Don Bradman's 970 in a record in a series, but it just takes one ordinary test, one couple of failures. But anyway, he's looking very solid now. 26, KL Rahul 9. You've been commentating and broadcasting for a long time now, Harmy, but every single test match there is at least one listener who sends us a message saying, please ask Harmy why he could never find a shirt that fitted him when he played. Here comes Cast once again, and that's pushed defensively straight back to the bowler. There's an amusing addendum to that question just recently, which was he looked like he was wearing a parachute.
Yeah, I used to like a baggy top. I mean, one of the reasons I went into retirement was because of these figure-hugging shirts they all wear now. I mean, you'd have to draw the sponsor's logo, or paint the sponsor's logo on my chest for it to have it on now. You wouldn't have one big enough to fit me now, but in the time, I used to have 2XL, sometimes 3XL. I used to like it pulling at me shoulders up as I was turning round. Just a habit thing. Just pull the sleeves up, make sure that there's nothing in restriction, nothing in the way. And I used to like having a baggy shirt, but I used to like mine tucked in, where Bryden, obviously, he doesn't, because it keeps coming out. And, when a bowler goes into his gather, especially one that goes up and has a jump, a big jump, high jump in his delivery stride, your forces going up will take the shirt with you, and if your shirts aren't long enough at the bottom, they will come loose, and in the end you just go, well, there's no point tucking them in because they're just coming loose all the time.
That's the image I always have of you. I suppose I always think of you as bowling a long spell. You didn't mind a long spell, and you weren't going to be sort of undoing your trousers and tucking your shirt in. So that's driven down the ground by Rahul now as Wokes goes full and straight, and that's 4 more. Well, we had by the standards of the first 6 overs of the innings, we've had a flurry of boundaries now, and Rahul moves into double figures on 13. Gill has double that number of runs, 26. India now 40 for 2.
Yeah, another good shot from Rahul. I just wonder, there was something on my screen, just caught the corner of my eye before, while you were talking there, and I didn't get the whole lot of it, so I'm not going to pass massive comment until...
go on, talk yourself into a hole.
Yeah, I'm good at that, but until they've got to show it again.
Here's Wokes once again. Looks like a slow ball, was it? I think it might have just bowled a little cutter there to Rahul and pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. Still trailing by 271. First innings deficit of 311. I don't think too many people foresaw a deficit that large when India made 358.
Yeah, England are right. They're going to look at they're looking at it. So what I seen was, I can now talk about it.
Yeah.
What I seen was Bryden Carr stood on the ball, and because everything's in slow motion, you can't see if it was intentional or not. I only got the little glimpse, the corner glimpse of my eye, but they just had a look at it, so everything must be all right.
Here is Wokes again, bowls. Rahul again defending, staring it square of the wicket to Ben Duckett, who's at short cover.
Whether there was anything sinister towards it.
Yeah, have a look at that. Jon Norman. So just passing you a photograph.
So it's easy to look at that and think, right, there's something sinister in that, but we've not seen.
It's under the toe.
Yeah, but we're not seeing whether the ball's coming towards him, whether it's because that looks there as if he stood on the ball, and that looks nasty. It doesn't look right.
Here's Wokes again, bowls. Beaten outside the off stump is Rahul.
But what I mean is, we don't know if that ball is coming, if that ball's moving towards him, and he's trying to stop it. And as he's trying to stop it, he's trying to stop it with his hand, and then ends up stopping it with his foot at the same time.
We'll just show you the size of the photograph, if those of you are watching.
Yeah, in context, that photograph looks as though
he's standing on
the ball. But we don't know if the ball is coming to him and he's trying to stop it with his hand and then realise he can't get his hand there, so he put his foot there and he's actually trapped it on top. So a still photo is no good.
Here's Wokes again. Rahul chops it defensively behind square on the offside, and it's fielded by Liam Dawson. Is Ollie Pope still off the field?
No, he's back on.
He's back
on.
He was at short leg, wasn't he? Yeah, okay.
So I want to see that. I want to see that in real-time motion, to whether that's what I said. I don't really want to sort of dig a hole for myself, because I don't know if it was sinister or if it was just an accident. And Rod Tucker and Ben Stokes came together a second ago. They got the ball, they had a look at it, and then they threw it back as to say everything's all right, get on with the game.
Have a look at that. Here's Wokes again, bowls, and pushed away by Rahul to short leg, where it's Ollie Pope who does the fielding. Remember that England made 669, and then India lost 2 wickets in the opening over in the space of 5 balls. Chris Wokes removing Yashasvi Jaiswal and Sai Sudarshan, both without scoring. Was there a message or an update on that?
No, I think it was on Crick Info there, and just saying that Bryden Carr's on the still image, it looks as though he's put his studs down the shiny side of the ball.
Because there is one single stud right at the front of your boot.
Right at the front of your boot, and it looks as though that's where it's got. Yeah, and that's why I don't want to sort of throw Carsey under the bus here, just in case, because I haven't seen it in sort of natural flow. So let's wait until we see that properly on the TVs to see if there's anything wrong about it.
Here is Kars with the ball in hand rather than underfoot, and it's pushed away by Shubman Gill for a single towards cover. Did you have many conversations when in your playing days? I mean, television productions, I wouldn't say that it's doubled in size since the early 2000s, because there were still very good productions back then, but now there are 42 cameras So
Can't get away with anything.
exactly. So
I mean, you can't. No.
It's impossible to think that, you know, any fast bowler will think, oh, I'll just stand on the ball.
Yeah.
No one will notice.
No, nobody will notice.
That photograph's gone around the world within 30 seconds. It's gone viral, whatever that means. Turned away by Rahul for a single to mid-on.
You start picking your nose as the ball's impacted with the bat, because you know for a fact the cameras are on the delivery rather than on you. So no, yeah, if you want to do anything, you have to do it while the ball's actually in mid-air.
Did you
out
have
the ball.
conversations about that as a
No,
team? Did you,
not really.
or
Not
did
really.
someone
but
come in and brief you?
No, you just knew the nature of the game. Yeah, I mean, county cricket, you get away with anything. You know, you could get away with anything because you can't prove it. You can in international cricket.
Here's Bryden Carse, and it's driven up towards mid-on and fielded by Chris Wokes.
If an umpire in county cricket looks at a ball and goes, "Oh, come on, lads, you've got to stop doing that," all he can say is, "You've got to stop doing it." He can't say, "You know, you've been scratching it, because of the simple fact is, you know for a fact
Unless
that
you're
they can't
caught
prove it,
red-handed.
unless you're caught red-handed, you can't prove it. You know, unless there's cameras going down the ground, but there's no, on a stream type thing. But in international cricket, if an umpire looks at a ball and sees a great big gouge out of it, he's got cameras that can go and get them proven.
Here's Carse once again, and that's pushed up towards mid-off. Jofra Archer does the fielding. You know, there have been many occasions where match referees, and not just match referees, but mostly match referees, have had to sit through. There are directors and production assistants, directorial assistants on television productions. Match referees have said, I need to go through the footage of where the ball went and who carried it, who handled it or trod on it throughout the entire second innings, pushed away defensively out towards mid-off. If they believe that there's gratuitous ball tampering and they want to press charges, then they sometimes there have been match referees who've kind of like sat through the night, going through,
because you have to. It's too important if you want there's a no ball there. It's too important in the game to accuse somebody, because you're effectively accusing somebody of cheating. From a match fix, from a ball tampering point of view, you have to have evidence.
Here's Bryden Carse again, and that's once more a very clever single. It's a good rotation of strikes, exactly how to go about saving a test match or batting for a long time. Let's just say that is, don't stay at one end for too long, and that's just dropped out to point, and they scurry through for a single. And there was one match referee, I said to him, gee, you look tired. He was from New Zealand. And
You might be doing this game.
and I said, did you have a rough night? He said, I didn't get to sleep till 4 o'clock. I said, oh, why? What were you doing? He said, I was going through footage of where the ball went for 80 overs. And, between deliveries, here is Carse again, and that's clipped away out on the onside by Rahul. Not timed sweetly at all to Wokes, who runs around from mid-off to field. And I said, well, he said, the ball has obviously been tampered with. I said, well, did you get any answers then? He said, we knew who did it and when, and we saw it, but still couldn't prove it.
Couldn't prove it, yeah. And it's important that for me, it's important that you prove it, because it's, like I said before, it's too big in the, it's too big of an accusation to do it, and that's why I was reluctant to speak about it when I seen it, because it's not so much digging a hole. I can dig a hole plenty for myself. But I wouldn't want to highlight something that a lot of people around the world will talk about it in a way which would cause issue for Bryden Carse. One thing I will say is he stood on the shiny side. So any value in any gain you're trying to gain out of standing on a cricket ball and making it scuff, the idea of that would be, well, he's defeated the object really, because he's stood on the shiny side, which would would kill the ball altogether. So That's what I think it means. It's an accident, and I think it was an accident. A still photo does not tell you the whole story for me.
Of course it doesn't. As Jofra Archer's back into the attack, KL Rahul pushes it out towards cover, sets off for a single. Zach Crawley-Fields has a shy at the stumps. Rahul scurries back into his crease. So I'm sure you'll want to know how the situation was resolved that I was describing. The aforementioned or not mentioned match referee called the miscreant fielder and his captain into his office for a cup of tea, and told them that he had seen what he had seen and he knew what he had seen, that he didn't have enough evidence to press charges, but he would be keeping his eye on them in the future.
Great management. Great management.
Here's Archer again to KL Rahul, pushes it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And this may or may not have happened. The television production team were told to keep a special eye on
it. Yeah. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You know it. If you know it's happened, you just can't prove it. You'd be dozy if you did it again. So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy, but it happens in the game. You know, the stakes are high, and you want to try and gain every bit of advantage as you possibly can. You try and let the ball go naturally, especially from a rough point of view.
Here's Archer, and I think Rahul left that one alone. He did, didn't he? Played inside the line of that one. It flew through to the keeper. Yesterday, in the original Hilton Garden Hotel, there are two of them. Those of you who don't know Old Trafford, two Hilton Garden Hotels. So the original one, yesterday, there were two balconies with had the Greek flag, the Equatorial Guinea flag, and the flag of the Isle of Man. I can just tell you that they're not there today, but there are a couple more guests who either checked in from somewhere in India, or they're Indian fans. A couple of Indian flags flying on the hotel balconies, a couple of England flags as well, pushed away through the offside by KL Rahul, and they run through for a couple. The flag from Ashbourne and Barbados are also not there today, unfortunately. Keeping an eye on this. There are very few Barmy Army flags, aren't they?
Yeah.
Proliferate on overseas tours.
Different on overseas tours, isn't it? There's a lot more on overseas tours, possibly because the venues don't allow you to put them up. Some venues don't allow you to put them up because they're hanging over areas where it restricts view of
and also it covers up advertising hoardings.
Covers advertising hoardings, and that's the most important thing for them, isn't it? Cash is king.
Yes, indeed. Well, two slips gully, short leg. Rahul again leaves this alone from Jofra Archer outside the off stump. Did you you referred a moment ago to that appeal Jofra Archer had before lunch when he went down on his knees, and the appeal turned into a beg.
Yeah, it was
an implore.
Yes, it was a beg, because I think he knows how big this partnership is. These players are, and you know the difference between a 4-day test match and an extra day off and a 5-day test match.
Did you happen to notice while he was down performing his begging theatrics how much his teammates were laughing? Here's Archer again outside the off stump, and it's left alone, and they weren't laughing in an unpleasant way. I mean, they were laughing at him, but I mean it was very amusing.
It was amusing, yeah, and they were laughing at him, but the hilarious part of it, Manners, before you go and Big John comes in, was the fact that when he got up on his feet, Ben Stokes looked at him and he just pointed, he just sort of gave the sign of it was going down leg side anyway. He knew, Jofra knew it was going down leg side, but I think his initial reaction was like you do all the time. It's like we talk about the batter. When the batter hits the six, it's what a great feeling is of that person who knows exactly. He's the only man in the ground that knows that's a six. I think the initial thought, Jofra, was like, that's close. But then then that split second longer when it's hit him on the move and it's gone, and you go, I know that's gone down leg side, but it looks really close, and it's Shubman Gill, and he's got 600 runs in this test series.
But you know what it's like. If he's standing at the top of his run-up and going, I'm going to get him with an in-swinger. He's losing balance, he's falling over, it's in-swinger, I'm going to get him. And it comes out absolutely perfect. And you bowl the ball you dreamed about bowling. Of course you're going to go.
It's just gone that little bit more. So it was fantastic bit of bowling from him. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit too far down leg side. Good afternoon, Jon Norman.
Good afternoon, Harvey. He's off. Sid, do you think that if those 2 wickets hadn't fallen in that first over of the innings and India were 47 without loss, would be viewing this game very differently? Obviously, there are 2 big batters to go, so it does have a big impact. But you know, in terms of how you forecast how an innings is going to go, would you be thinking, oh well, there is a chance that they could bat this one out?
So
I was wondering why I couldn't hear you properly.
people who are not sure they will be in Manchester tomorrow, they would not be fumbling with their bookings. Shall we stay? Shall we go? For me, it doesn't make a difference. I am here till Monday afternoon.
Well, anybody heading back to London isn't going to get a direct train anytime before 7 o'clock or after 7 o'clock. So I think we're all here tonight. Harmy brought his bag to the ground. He's got his car here. He was hoping he could drive home tonight.
So we may as well have cricket tomorrow if we are here.
47 for 2 then, and we've still got 49 overs today. So there is time for England to bowl India out, but Shubman Gill is 28, Rahul is 17, and really it's these 2. They need to be batting at tea, really.
Yeah. Bear in mind, India are a man down.
Yeah, what is the situation with Rishabh? Is he already at the airport?
I don't know, and there have been no updates from the Indian team.
When is there any updates from the Indian team? Do they update? And who do they update?
I hope they upgrade.
We had the rights for the India-England series, and we were told there was too many people on the India media WhatsApp group, so we were in the waiting room. We were on first reserve.
Are you in now?
No.
You're not missing out on much.
Well, I certainly don't suffer FOMO. Don't feel like journalistically we're lagging anyone.
It is JOMO.
JOMO.
Joy of missing out.
Joy of missing out. I like that.
Interesting. Liam Dawson.
Or GMO. John is missing out. Going to see some spin
on anything.
It's going to be Liam Dawson, and it's Shubman Gill first up. And Dawson is that was fired in and fired to the boundary. Although Zach Crawley would just run around from deep mid wicket to prevent 4 runs. What speed was that?
91
kilometres. Not quite as fast as I thought.
Yeah, it just
But
looked
still.
like he just dragged it, which is why I think it looked to us that it was quicker than it was.
Gill's got a short leg for company, and this is placed nicely to the left of Duckett in the covers, and Gill saunters through for a single.
What's the forecast like?
Oh, are you hoping for a bit of rain? Well, look to the left, basically, I'll tell you.
It's clear.
Ah. Can you get me a sugar, Scott?
There's some latte.
If ever needed a drink. Hey, here's a question for you, Sid. You've been around now. What's your favourite city in England for a night out? After a long day? You know, a couple of drinks and a bite to eat. Where do you head out to? What's your
London?
what have you preferred the most?
London?
Well, London has got more options than anywhere else, hasn't it? It's vast. You can pretty much fit every other city inside half of London in terms of the sheer scale of it, as this is pushed to backward point.
I didn't mind the city centre in Leeds.
You like the city centre at Leeds? What's your how do you entertain yourself at night? Oh, that's kept a little low, and Rahul just about gets his bat down on it in time.
It's all been about quiet meals with a couple of ales this summer.
A couple of
Ale?
a couple of ales.
Yeah. The dark ones, the room temperature ones.
Oh, you like those ones? The dark, yeah, the warm ones.
Yeah.
Warm beer. This is pulled by Rahul out to deep square. Kind of lost his body shape a bit here, overhit, and will just take a single.
With the good old cask ales, or the real ale as they call it, they are the most reasonably priced as well.
They are, and you can drink 3 pints of those and not feel the after effects the next day.
Absolutely. Fresh from the cask.
Exactly. Is that Gill just guides this to backward point where it's fielded, no run.
Interesting move by Stokes to bring Dawson on before himself. I think, given the match situation, Stokes might want to preserve himself a little bit. I understand that there's always anxiety when Stokes starts bowling in the dressing room, and I think Ollie Pope, is designated to remind him, hey, please take it easy, take yourself off.
Is it Pope? Because Brendan McCullum sent a message down during one of the test matches, which was promptly ignored.
Yeah.
So if McCullum himself feels like he's the person that needs to tell him to stop, suggests that nobody
Yeah.
else on the field is doing so.
But in this series, that has been one of the big differences between the two sides. The leadership of Ben Stokes over Shubman Gill, who's just starting out. Ben Stokes has been absolutely inspirational, and he's, as he has famously said, that I have nothing to offer to the world for 2 days after every test match, which is, he leaves everything out there.
Here is Archer continuing, and he's bowling from the Sir James Anderson end. And this is flicked off the hip of Rahul for a single. I really do wish Shubman Gill well, and I do feel that in a couple of years' time, if he's still captaining in India, he'll look back at this series and he'll think, yeah, it's just inexperience cost me.
Is it just our commentary booth, or is this feeling, or do others share this feeling? Because there have been a couple of people who have debated me on this, that I'm being an apologist for India, saying that India were the better team in the first 3 tests and deserve to be much better than 2-1 down after 3 tests.
I'll answer that after this Archer delivery. Oh, he's gone chasing here, Shubman Gill. It's a touch wide, it's kept low, and he's followed it. 52 for 2. No, I think that there were comparisons. I think we spoke quite early on, actually, comparisons with 2009 Ashes, which Australia really dominated in terms of bare statistics. They should have won at Cardiff. Essentially, if they won at Cardiff, then it all would have been very different. They absolutely hammered England at Headingley, and yet they ended up, I think it was 1-1, the final test match of the 5, and then Stuart Broad at the Oval and all that won the series for England, pushed up to mid-on. I think when you look back at that Headingley test match, still can't quite work out how England won it.
And the thing is, it never came down to something like Cardiff, where the last pair hung on for dear lives. It was eventually a comfortable stroll for England at Headingley this series.
Well, it was, but you know, there was a few occasions where India should have just put themselves in a position where they could not lose that test.
Yeah.
Birmingham, Shubman Gill hit 269 and 161. It was an absolute thumping as this is driven beautifully past step cover and away to the boundary for 4 from the bat of Shubman Gill.
I also felt
touch over pitch by Jofra Archer there, and he is how many overs into his? This is a midway point of his 6th over. But that was a sumptuous shot from Gill.
I also felt India also enjoyed a little bit of luck at Edgbaston. They got those the clumps of 5 wickets each in the first innings, which generally does not tend to happen in test matches on good pitches. And that bit of luck where everything was ending up on the wickets and everything was every false shot was almost getting them wickets, might have lulled them into this false sense that they had got the team combination right. Archer
again, and this is uppercut up and over the slip cordon It's gone to the boundary. I think it's bounced just short. It has. But back-to-back fours here. Gill moves to 39. The score 60 for 2, India. Now, I think if you look at the Headingley test, I don't think India should be losing that much.
Yeah, the worst result that India
Was
should
a
have come
draw.
out with was a draw. Yeah,
Edgbaston, they pretty much hammered England in the end.
but now
Over 1,000 runs
yeah,
in the test for 16 wickets. Lords, again,
anybody's game.
it was a one-innings game. When you also factor in that England have won the toss in all 4 matches as well,
Yeah,
short and ducked by Gill. And then we come to this Old Trafford test, and really, this is where I think the selection side of things, the pull up with the injuries, and also the brilliance at times of England.
Yeah.
I've seen Crawley and Duckett do what they did to India now twice in this series, because they did it in that run chase at Leeds. They did it against Australia. They've done it against Pakistan. They've actually struggled in New Zealand to touch these two, but at home against New Zealand they've done it. You know, they did it to West Indies. The way that England start an innings, when it pays off, there are few teams that know what to do.
and yeah, the bowling also has been absolutely superior to India's in this test match. Right now, the physical nature of a 5-test match series is showing now.
Yeah, for sure. Dawson in, and Rahul comes forward and pushes us out to the covers where it's fielded.
India have had a little bit of poor luck, but some of it is self-inflicted. I know they don't have fast bowlers right now because of the injuries, but they could have played a spinner here who's a strike bowler spinner instead of, hedging their bets with 2 all-round spinners.
It's Dawson, and this is cut through vacant point for a single. Rahul moves to 20. Shubman Gill 39. India still trail by 250. It's 61 for 2.
It's even with the 2 main strike bowlers, the miles in their legs are showing now. Bumrah's pace has been down all test.
It has. But actually, do you know what? There are similarities with the tour last year, to India, as this is blocked out to point by Shubman Gill. England really should have gone to Dharamshala at 2-2.
Yeah, the Ranchi test was a very touch and go.
Yeah, I mean India was 7 down, and they trailed by a good 150.
Yeah.
And Jarrod and Kuldeep Yadav put on that partnership, and Ollie Robinson dropped that catch, and they came within 50, I think, in the end, and that proved to be a big difference in the game. If this is just pushed out to silly point, no run.
Who were
And
the
in
two?
the end, it was 4-1, and it looks like a massively one-sided series. And this may end up being 4-1.
Yeah,
and it
which
will look
will-
like a one-sided series. But actually, both were closer, and it is that 5-test nature, 4-5-test nature, away from home. This is pushed back up the crease.
Just remind me, who were the 2 batters who bailed India out from 70 for 7?
Oh, I know.
Jarrod
and I know, Kuldeep Yadav.
Who's not being
I
played here?
know, I know.
Because they want
Because
batting
you're too
depth.
defensive.
They want batting depth.
They're too defensive.
Yeah.
They've gone against the method that won them so many games. They don't trust what they've got.
Yeah.
So this is
They don't trust
pushed out to square leg this time.
It's almost like they don't trust the template set by the teams before them. Had this been, I was just
Saying
wondering.
that, they never used to play Ravichandran Ashwin here either.
Yeah.
So maybe they are following that format, that template.
But those were pitches where Shardul Thakur could be considered a bowler, where the ball was seaming for everyone and doing a lot.
No, but it was also, they had Shami, Bumrah,
Ishan
and
Sharma or Siraj.
So they
Yeah.
did have 3 frontline bowlers,
Yeah.
and Thakur as a 4th bowler, which made sense, and Jadeja. That made sense.
If this was a 3-test series, India would have gone back with a much better reputation than they might end up with if it goes down as we expect it to go down from now.
But yeah, I think I think on another day it's 2-1 India, and England are about to go 2-2, and we're all going to the Oval with an absolute blockbuster on our hands. Archer continuing. This is, what is this? His 7th over now, yet to pick up a wicket. An impassioned plea for leg before, which is doing the rounds on social media. It's absolutely fantastic. I've got a young son, and he pulls that pose, and I say no, you can't play your switch. No, you can't go to football training. No, you can't have some more of Manners biltong, which he's now addicted to. One piece of biltong a day. No more biltong. Archer again, and this is guided to backward point.
Incidentally, Manners summed up that appeal really well. At the top of the mark, you know this batter is falling over, and you have in your mind that you visualize how you're getting him out, and you've done everything right. You've beaten him, you've got him falling over. That last bit of detail then breaks your heart.
It's very good. He does have a wonderful way of words, doesn't he? Neil Manthorp. Here's Archer again, defended by KL Rahul. We're not seeing that they both, all the fast bowlers. Certainly Archer and Wokes beat the outside edge of the bat on numerous occasions at the start of this innings, but now the ball is pushing that 20 over.
Yeah.
It's not zipping past quite as much. It's not taking the edge. There's been a couple that have nipped in. That bounce, the bounce is always going to be a problem. That's only going to get a bit worse. It will be fascinating to see how Liam Dawson goes. This is a big session for him, driven by Rahul, but it's fielded in his follow through by Jofra Archer. I mean, you've seen Shoaib Bashir bowl throughout, and actually, are you coming to the end of your stint? Have you got you've got another 10 minutes. You've seen Liam Dawson bowl a little, and Shoaib Bashir. I mean, how would you compare the strengths and weaknesses of the both?
I think looking at it from the point of view of Stokes and McCullum, I think they look at the higher ceiling that Bashir has. Dawson, we are seeing the best of Dawson here.
Here is Archer, and again defended, no run.
I don't think he's the kind of bowler who can get on a roll and pick you 5 in a session. Bashir, with his height and the amount of action he puts on the ball, I know he's not consistent, but with his height and with the action he puts on the ball, I think they sense there's a higher ceiling. There's a potential for higher return on investment through Shoaib Bashir than, say, Liam Dawson. We know what we'll get, which is very good, honest, controlled bowling.
Here's Archer, and it's pitched up and driven back to the bowler. I feel this might be, well, that may have been his final delivery of the spell. It's been a good one that India find him almost impossible to get away at times. Gone at under 3 again. He hasn't picked up a wicket. 1 maiden in his 7 overs that have gone for 18. And it might be time for a little bit of a rest for him. We've seen 2 overs. Did we see 2 overs from Cars?
More than 2, I think 3.
3 was it? Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 13 for no loss. For 13 for no wicket.
So he was a little expensive. He did pick up 1 maiden, so. And yet to see Ben Stokes, and I don't think we need to see Ben Stokes for a while. I don't think anybody wants to necessarily see Ben Stokes. You know, certainly not before tea.
No.
A wonderful 141. And Dawson is in with a silly point and a slip.
19 overs, 61 for 2. If you didn't see trail by 250 written under it, you would actually think, hey, it's an easy batting day and India looking in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the kind of point I was making. I know it's been a silly thing to say if they didn't lose 2 wickets and 2 balls, but you know, since then, Dawson is in, and this is cut by Shubman Gill. And gets the ball cast backward points, and the fielder casts out on the boundary, can't stop the ball from travelling all along the ground for 4 more runs. So 65 for 2, and Shubman Gill moves into the 40s.
Just at the risk of continuing praising our own, Neil Manthorp did provide us the line of the series after the end of the Lord's Test, when he said it was like 2 heavyweight boxers who have gone till the final round and then they collapse into each other's arms.
They'll be all of us be collapsing into each other's arms at the end of this 5 Test series. It's, it's an ask for the players and the commentators, isn't it? This is
if every test goes into the final hour of final day,
yeah, we'll all be divorced.
yeah.
Our kids will forget our names. And Dawson, again, this is cut. And the chase is on, and Carse is looking a bit more interested in stopping this from reaching the boundary down at long leg. So 2 more runs to the score. Shubman Gill moves to 43. So what you're saying is Shoaib Bashir is the Zach Crawley of spin bowling. He's just got that higher ceiling.
And that could be the only reason why they are persisting with him.
Crawley at 1, Bashir at 11. It's kind of like a high ceiling bookend.
And they're both tall.
Well, that's exactly right. Comparisons continue. Defended by Shubman Gill, who's 45, and he's got a point to prove, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He knows what's being said and what's being written. But whilst he's got the bat in hand, he's got some say in the destination of. As Dawson comes in, and again it's defended. Like India lost at Lords, and if they'd collapsed in a heat in the manner it looked like they were about to, and they lost that Test match by a big distance, you know, it did feel like maybe there was a bit of a more of a positive take on things, because they did fight so hard, they got so close, and he's probably got his mind, look, he's not even thinking about anything. He's just like, while I'm batting, I'm just going to bat and bat and bat and bat, and that's all that matters at the moment. And with Rahul at the other end, he can trust. He can just concentrate on himself, essentially. Just get through to tee,
and then
see where we are. You know, they can't win this Test, but they can save face, and they can.
Oh, if they draw, a draw this Test is as good as a win, and the series is still alive.
Yeah, a 2-2 overseas in England. That's is your first job as permanent skipper. You take that.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. It's a long way away. It's 62 seconds, 63 seconds between overs now. I don't know if they'll get a warning for this.
It's Carse then, who is taken over from Jofra Archer from the Jimmy Anderson end. First ball is a play and a miss from KL Rahul. That's a full-on drive there, and he's beaten past the outside edge. Oof, it's a touch wide. I think it might have done a bit too much. 85 miles an hour as well, so
yeah,
decent pace on Carse on his return.
Appreciable seam movement there. Change of ends for Carse, moving to Jamie Anderson end from where the ball has been keeping low.
Well, it was good shape there, wasn't there? And then movement away from Rahul.
Yeah, really late swing.
It's only got Stokes in front of him on the offside as Rahul. That's his favourite area to score as well. And this keeps a bit low this time, but no shot offered by Rahul. Lets it go.
That's the one good thing for India. Nothing has stayed low from in front of the wicket. Now it has to stay low and then also seam in for it to be trouble for India, for the batters. As of now, they can trust this pitch.
And the sun's out as well, because they played in for 4.5 sessions under slate grey clouds, didn't they, with a blustery wind, and then as soon as England came out to bat, the clouds parted, the sun started radiating down, and England were away. Short delivery, and Rahul follows it. A bit of a drag down there actually by Carse.
And we forget
an attempted cutter there.
We forget that India had a great start to this Test match. No wicket in the first session. After being put in, you would take it any time.
Yeah, but how often have we spoken? See, that's another part of it. How many times have we spoken about them just getting ahead and then losing a wicket?
Yeah.
And I think that in part is just down to the consistency of England's bowlers and the fact that there's been no let-up really. Carse again. He's beaten Rahul again. He plays defensively.
Unlike at Headingley and in parts at Lords, this one was proper good bowling that brought England back. Archer and Stokes were really wonderful. Archer has been getting surprisingly a lot of bounce from good length in this match, which has troubled a lot of Indian batters. It has also cost him a couple of LBWs, but that bounce has been really steep for Archer, and no other bowler has been able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Rahul ready as Cass is in. Oh, again, he's just playing the line of off stump. It's not always that easy for us to see how close to the outside edge the ball has actually gone.
He's left us alone, but it's a superb comeback from Cass after 3 indifferent overs from the other end.
Jarrod and I went through the upcoming fixtures in the World Test Championship, trying to work out who we think is going to be playing in the final in 2027. It's quite a fun game.
Yeah.
I don't know what that says about me and him, but this is straighter and forces Rahul to play. He plays straight, but he's actually looking to hit this towards mid-wicket. It bounces a touch more and actually gets a bit of a leading edge. End of the over, though. A good one by Brydon Cass. And was that a maiden as well?
Yeah.
I think it was. So India still trail. They need 245 to make England bat again after England posted their 5th highest score in the history of Test cricket, 669 all out, with Brydon Cass himself last man out for 47. Story is, though, Ben Stokes 141, his first Test century in 2 years, and then with just 3 overs to bowl before the lunch break, 2 wickets and 2 balls from his first over, bowled by Chris Woakes, seeing both Jaiswal and Sudarshan caught in the slip cordon, departing with the score 0 for 2. It's been slightly better for India since then. 21 overs in, they've progressed along to 67 for 2. The sun's out. We've got about half an hour until the tea break. It's going to be Jarrod, actually, I think, coming in very shortly after this over. That's going to be bowled by Liam Dawson. He's got a slip and a leg gully. And he's in, and this is left alone by Shubman Gill, who's also got backward point. There's a man out in the boundary at deep point. There is an extra cover mid-off, a deeper mid-on.
And a leg gully.
Yes, the leg gully is there. There's a deep square leg and also mid-wicket.
Interesting to have a leg gully when you're turning the ball away.
Yeah, it is a bit. As this is clipped away to Cass at mid-wicket. Quite a straightish mid-wicket.
I think that's
fielded. Why have they got a leg gully for a left arm bowler?
just to stop him from playing the paddle sweep, I guess, which he doesn't always do.
Doesn't feel like a paddle sweep kind of time. Pushed back to the bowler by Gill, who, well, I won't say he's looking good, because we said that in the first innings and then he was out.
Yeah,
shortly after our stint.
Put a big vex on him.
Yeah, so I won't say that. But this is an important half hour for Dawson, who is in, and this is on the pads and pushed out to mid-wicket.
He's getting nice drift again, which is what made him defend this to leg. Yeah. I don't know which way the wind is blowing. I don't have any. Oh, yeah. So it went with the wind.
It's not as noticeable today. The wind was quite strong, certainly on day one. Dawson picked up a wicket, didn't he, on day one?
Yeah.
Forward and defended.
It was from
Gill.
the other end with the drift away from Jaiswal.
Jaiswal has fallen away, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Hasn't he?
He'll be disappointed with this series.
Last ball of Liam Dawson's fourth over. He's been inexpensive. And he comes in, and once again, Gill props forward and defends. That's the end of my stint. And Sid, thank you to you. We'll be back in the evening. For the next half an hour, it's going to be Jarrod and Harmy to take you through to tea.
Jarrod Kimber and Steve Harmison here. Sid Monga, who I've been told made one of the most depressing lunchtime specials ever for Indian fans. He hasn't seen a wicket since. Bryden cast from the Jimmy Anderson end on the pads of KRL. It's turned away out to deep wicket and they get one. I don't feel that England are being far away from a wicket here though, Harmy. Like, it's definitely eased off the conditions, but I don't think they're miles away.
No, I don't think I think you're right. I don't think they are miles away. I think they've put some decent pressure on. I think credit where credit's due, and then we've been critical of Shubman Gill because of what's been happening while he's been on the field as captain. But I don't think we can ever be critical of his batting prowess in this series. It's been fantastic. Both of them have batted nicely. Rahul's carried on where he's been in the series. So has Gill. England have put the ball in the right area.
Cast in, and this time it's just defended out to the covers by Shubman Gill off the middle of the bat. There's no run there. The on drive he played earlier, Shubman Gill, he hit the straight drive first, and you're like, that's a pretty good shot. And then he hit the on drive after it. That's about as good as you can play. Yeah,
two very, very good shots, and there's an art to that. There's an art to batting when your world's caving in around you, and his world will be caving in around him, because England will win this Test match, whether it's today or tomorrow. And all of a sudden, the pelters from, you know what it's like in that part of the world, from the former players, from current players.
Well, did you hear about Morne Morkel's press conference yesterday? As Bryden Cast comes in again, he hits the pitch. This is close. He kind of appeals without turning around. Rod Tucker scratches his nose. The slips like it. I think Harry Brook likes it a lot. He kept low. It was straight. Oh, I forgot to watch it on the TV screen.
Jamie Smith likes this a lot.
He didn't go down the leg side, Smith. That was one thing I noticed.
Yeah, we're going for it. Yeah, we're going for it.
Let's do it. Well, height should be fine, so we'll give him height, but it did feel like it was slipping a little bit down.
Did he hit it? That's the problem. His bat and his pad were very, very close together. And did he jam it? Did he jam his, from where, obviously we're looking at it over his shoulder, so we're blocked off.
Well, if that might explain why Cast wasn't as excited, because he kind of appealed but then gave up very early on. So it's seam up delivery, it's very leg side, and
it's a shocker.
It's not going over probably, but it still has hit him pretty high. It doesn't look good. Oh, you can see two stumps when it hits. I think that might hit him outside the leg.
Yeah, it's missing by a decent distance, to be fair. Yeah, that wasn't a very good one. Jamie Smith give that. That was Jamie Smith. Ben Stokes is laughing at Jamie Smith now, as to say, what on earth are you doing? There was no sort of disgruntled look at it. Jamie Smith was the one that was instigating that, I think, along with Harry Brook.
Harry Brook really liked it, didn't he? He was fully. But I'm a bit surprised they went for it, because it wasn't like there was that much passion for it outside of those two guys. I've noticed this before though, Harmy. Smith doesn't always go all the way down the leg side. And this is cut away by Shubman Gill, backward point. And it's fielded by Liam Dawson. He doesn't always go down the leg side. And he a couple of times he's basically made them go for reviews on the fact that he thinks the ball is straight, but it's only because he hasn't moved to where he should be going.
Yeah, and that was he's dropped catch in the first innings, wasn't it, when I went down leg side. His movements. He's a big lad. I think he's not a heavy lad as in, if you were looking at me, but I think he's a heavy boned lad. So he's a little bit sort of robotic when it comes to from the movement side of it. That's why he doesn't always go down to the ground.
Cast in again, and this one bends back towards the stumps. It's taken by Smith, who again does look fairly robotic the way he moves. I think American sports have the term, he's a non-fluid athlete. So he can run in straight lines, but he kind of falls rather than moves like an old-fashioned wicketkeeper.
Yeah, and the same as the goalkeepers, the art of the sort of sideways movement from a goalkeeper and a wicketkeeper's point of view is, can you get that little step in to give you the power to make the big step, where the ones who aren't as fluid, they don't have that little step in between.
Cast hits the bat very, very hard as Shubman Gill comes forward to defend this out the offside. As fielders everywhere, there's no runs. It's the end of the over. 23 overs in. Obviously, they trail by 243. That's largely still speculative, I suppose. And they're 68 for 2. Gill's on 45 and Rahul is on 21. There's a new book out by a basketball writer called Henry Abbott, and the book's called Ballistic, and it's all about athleticism and hips. And that's the big thing that American people are looking for now is, you know, how your hips are aligned and what kind of hips your athleticism kind of allows you to do and all this sort of stuff. It's really, really interesting because some of those sports are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to work out if people should be jumping off one leg, off both legs, and, you know, all these sorts of things. And the biomechanics, I was chatting to Varun Aaron the other day for a podcast, and he was talking about all the different biomechanics and all the things that you can learn now in cricket that we've never really had access to before. Rahul is scratching at the wicket as he loves to do. He does not like to stand in the crease until his feet feel absolutely settled. Liam Dawson's been waiting to bowl this ball to him for quite a while. Left arm around the wicket, coming from around the umpire as well. And this one is defended on the leg side. I was always taught that if you're bowling finger spin around the wicket, you should come between the umpire and the stumps so that you get more of an angle for your, talking about hips, for your hips to rotate.
Hip to rotation, yeah. But some people...
Jadeja and Dawson don't do it at all.
Don't do it, yeah.
And this one is defended back down to the bowler. Venkatapati Raju, he might have been a bit before your time. Did you play against him?
No, I didn't play.
No, because Harbhajan and Kumble would have been around.
Harbhajan and Kumble were my two.
But it seems...
Praganoja,
yeah,
he was mine.
He had an incredible record for a short period of time.
I'm trying to think of who else, spin-wise.
Dawson, again, flatter, shorter outside off stump. It's going to be hit to the sweeper, and they'll just pick up one. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like modern spinners seem to come around. There must be again, to talk about the biomechanics, there must be a reason that we see this more often.
I just think you're comfortable, Jarrod. I think you just feel comfortable in how you approach the crease. Everybody's different. Tufnell used to let him going through. I think Jarrod didn't bowl around the wicket that much, but I don't think Jarrod went through.
No, I think you're right. I think he went around, didn't he? This one's outside off stump and guided to short third. There's no run there. Jarrod's got a new book out.
Yeah, good. It looks as though it will be a good read. I know for a fact it will.
I played around with it a little bit. I you know, just to have a look at because what is the point of Ashley Giles is one of the chapters, which is, I think that was the back page of one of the tabloids.
Yeah.
And he's talking about how he had to deal with that kind of situation. This one's pushed on the leg side, short wicket. There's no run. Yeah, he said that by the time that happened, it didn't bother him. Were there other times in his career it might have really broken him emotionally?
Yeah, I think early in his career, but I think once he found a bowling attack that he fitted into absolutely perfectly, and he became what people thought was anonymous, who's actually a big, big force.
Outside off stump, left alone by Shubman Gill. This one spins a little bit and is taken the end of the 24th over, 69 for 2. Gill on 45 and Rahul 22 here on talkSPORT Cricket.
I'm just not sure when it's out. I'm not sure when it comes out.
Well, they've started sending. I know I've got my copy. I've got the. It must be very soon. Who's publishing it? Is it Wisdom? I think are publishing.
I'm not
it.
Sure.
Or Fairfield Books.
I'm not sure who's. I've just seen the front page of it. But he's got. I mean, what a career Jarrod had. He's had every job. Obviously, he was a player and then captain, coach, director of cricket. He's done a brilliant job at Worcester. I know Worcester are languishing at the bottom of the table, and they lost to Warwickshire yesterday in a game which I think Worcester probably should have won. But you know, they're punching well above their weight. They've got a ground which is underwater for 6 months of the year, so you know he's trying to work out whether it's stay at New Road or can they get a new ground and everything that goes with it. He lives closer to Worcester than he did to Warwickshire. He's just a great guy. He is one of the best blokes I ever played cricket with. Tell you honestly, if you were behaving like a so-and-so, he would tell you. It's like a father figure to us.
Cast in, and this one just fades away as it's left alone by Rahul. It is Fairfield Books. It's called The King of Spain and I, Surviving Cricket Depression and the Greatest Ever Ashes, published on Monday.
Oh, brilliant.
What's today? Saturday, yeah. So two days' time it's coming out.
Fantastic.
I don't think it's about his coaching and general manager stuff. I think it's more about his life and his playing career.
Yeah, life and his playing career.
I don't think there's. I think George told me, because I think George saw some of the early drafts, and I don't think there's much about when he was the split coach of England, or when he was, what was he, director of cricket?
Director of cricket.
Yeah. Cast in again, short, and it's slow, and KRL just turns this hook shot. He almost knocks it on the head around the corner, and it dribbles down to fine leg, and they take one.
Yeah, he was coach here at Lancashire for a bit. He did obviously director of cricket at Warwickshire. His career ended obviously in the Ashes when Steiner became poorly, and that was a surprise to us all. Nobody knew. Nobody had a clue. You know what happened at Brisbane. I bowled that ball at Brisbane, the first person I turned round to, and he put his arm round me as I was walking back, and he was just wetting himself laughing. Who he was, it's not much you can say here. Yeah, got to bowl another one. Can you get your head up?
Cast, big, tall, hits the pitch hard. This time fuller, and it's pushed into the gap. And Ben Stokes, it's hard to tell if he's ever limping or whatever, but he wasn't running normally. Ministry of funny walks there for a moment after he picked that up. He hasn't bowled yet.
No.
Do we think he's just, is that, so explain this, because you talked about Simon Jones and cramp yesterday when we were talking about it at lunch. So what happens when I get cramp is everything just feels stiff afterwards.
Yeah.
And is that what happens to bowlers?
I think that's what it is. I think he's a bit like the Tin Man at this moment in time. I think he'll bowl if need be. I think at the minute he needs Dawson to do a yeah, he's a funny walker.
This one's on the leg side, and they're going to take a single to mid-on. He grabbed his left hamstring. I don't think it was a strain or a tear or anything like that, obviously, because he kept going. But he did grab at it, so he must still be very, very stiff. Will he bowl towards the end of this?
I wonder if he might.
Early
I wonder if he was going to bowl at the end of this session, but he found a way from this end, the end that we're commentating from in the Test match. That's where he got his wickets from in the first innings. But he needs Dawson to stand up so he can have rotation of bowlers at the other end. I think he'd only bowl if was really necessary, but at this time, in this moment, breaking a partnership, he might have to bowl.
KRL moves across the crease. It's back of a length, and it almost takes the outside edge or even the glove on the way through. We haven't seen extra bounce for a little while. Yeah, it was more the bounce, I think, that did him than anything else. He does play with low hands, KRL.
Yeah, it just broke the surface. We'll see. I've just looked at it again on the big screen. It'll come on this one in a second. It just looked as though it broke the surface a little bit and just bounced. Yeah, there's a little puff of dust. It's just decked away, it seemed away. The odd one has bounced. If you hit the surface hard, there is some inconsistency there.
That ball very full. I saw a graphic on the TV earlier. Cast comes in again, and this one's pushed on into the offside, and they steal a single out to Dawson. So just dropping that with soft hands, and that's a no ball as well. That was the last ball, wasn't it? So we'll have it again.
Yeah, he's done that a lot as Bryden Coss. I mean, get out the over. I mean, whenever you do it, get out the over without any damage, and don't make sure you don't have to bowl the last one again. I mean, it's
a good grimace he's got going on at the end of that too. He's like, I finished this over. I bowled a couple of good balls, and now I've got to go all the way back.
So criminal to bowl a no ball, the last ball of your over.
Comes in again. They've got like a catching short mid-off just next to him. This is poked at by Shubman Gill, but he makes good contact. It's fielded by Point, and there is no run. 73 for 2 after 25 here on talkSPORT Cricket. And no, let's go again. He walked back really slowly the last ball.
I think he might need some help in this one.
Someone might need to push him back to his mark. What's the most balls you ever bowled in an over? Do you know?
Lilac Hill was. I bowled a few wides in that game. I still have no recollection of that game whatsoever, because I knocked myself out, didn't I? And concussion, and shouldn't have carried on. Headbutted the floor when chasing a ball into the field, and I had no idea when I was letting go of this thing. I must have bowled about 8 wides in an over.
Oof. This is edged and dropped. It was along the length, outside off stump. He just pushed at this Shubman Gill. He made good contact with it, but unfortunately it's gone straight through Liam Dawson's hands, and realistically, he just should have caught that. That's a bad one for England.
Yeah, he's got to catch this, and I just wonder. You're just talking there, Jarrod. You're talking about the sort of what it takes to play Test match cricket and the mentality you have to have and the concentration factor you have. Bryden Carse has bowled 2 no balls, right? So Bryden Carse, not only has Bryden Carse had to walk back to his mark twice, thinking the over's finished, Liam Dawson is walking in from backward point to bowl the next over, and he has had to walk back twice to reevaluate, and get himself put back down and concentrate on what he's trying to do in the field. And I just wonder if that concentration factor, and not used to playing Test match cricket, and that's had that sort of ill effect there. It just shows you that if you're not right on it, you can make little mistakes. Liam Dawson should catch that 9 times out of 10. If he's not bowling, if that's happening in the middle of the over, he probably catches that. But even the last 3 balls that Bryden Carse is bowling, Liam Dawson's probably thinking about starting his over.
Yeah, which makes sense. Top edge here for the sweep. They're going to get a couple. Goes into no man's land. They've got a player out a deep backward square, but they should stroll back for the 3rd here. No, I think you're right. I think that's exactly what it was, because I saw him go over to Stokes at one stage, and he was the last one to see the no ball call, and that was the first one. Then he would have had the second one. It did go very quickly, but he kind of was just in the wrong position. He just didn't pick it up as quickly as he needed to. He ended up making it look a lot harder than it probably was. And I mean, a Test level, what, 80% of the time, 70% of the time that should be taken. Dawson in again, and it's pushed on the offside. And they steal another single. So rotating the strike here. And good running, and as Carroll is on 27. Gill, who obviously faced the ball before Carroll, but is batting at number 4, as 48. So he's not far away from his 50 as well. I heard a fun fact last night. I was with Rob Barron, who's done some podcasts for talkSPORT and talkSPORT Bet at times as well on cricket. He's a legend in cricket betting. Told me what the odds were for you to bowl the wide in the first ball of the 06-07.
33 to 1.
You know that? Oh. This one is pushed to backward point, and there's no run.
I'll tell you a story why. Because about 8 months later, there was a journalist from a newspaper who, I'm not going to say what the newspaper was, but it's owned by the same company that we work for.
There's a couple, so that doesn't completely narrow it down. I think we're fine on that. Dawson comes in. Again, this is a good ball, and it spins and it bounces, but it ends up in Jamie Smith's hands.
Yeah, the top of it's about the same colour as a lot of these buildings that are around here. And he came up...
red buildings?
He came up to me, and he basically told me that this was it, and he was asking me about match fixing. And I says, you've got 3 seconds to get off this ground at the Riverside. And he went, oh, what? I says, because I'm going to pull your... such and such head off. To which Alan Walker, the Durham's bowling coach at the time, quickly evicted him from the premises.
Flatter at the stumps and eased out to deep point, and there's 1 run. Yeah, you're right. It was 33 to 1 because Rob Barron bet on it, is what he was telling me.
Oh well.
And it's because was the Lilac Hill game before that?
No, the Lilac Hill game was 4 years earlier.
Oh, okay. So I don't know what it was, but he just thought that there was a chance if you took the first ball that your radar wouldn't be that full on. So
I hadn't played for 2 weeks before that,
yeah.
So yeah.
That's the sort of thing he would have looked up as well. 2 slips in place now, as Shubman Gill's on 49. It's batted beautifully today. And he flicks this on the leg side to Jofra Archer, but there's no run there. So the end of the 26th over, 81 for 2.
I did comment briefly before threatening to rip his head off, whereas if I really wanted to bowl a wide, to make sure it wasn't as embarrassing as what it could have been for the rest of my entire life, I'm sure I could have bowled a different type of wide than the one I actually bowled.
What type of wide would you have done intentionally?
Well, you could have. Intentionally, I could have hit the strip for the majority of the time the ball was on its way towards Justin Langer, as opposed to barely touching it halfway down.
That's fair.
So I could have.
You could have done a bouncer as well.
I could have gone bouncer. I could have gone sort of come for the Yorker, which has just kept going and caught off the side of the white line. And Garrett Jones still would have retrieved it, as opposed to Andrew Flintoff. So I think I could have done it better than what I actually did do it if I was doing it on purpose, and it wouldn't have cost me. It wouldn't have caused so much sort of anguish
We wouldn't
and
still
topics
be,
of conversation.
yeah, I was going to say, we wouldn't still be talking
20
about
years
it.
later, yeah. So
If that was the case,
but I
yeah.
did know what the price was, what the bet was, and Alan Walker fortunately got in just the right time to evict him from the Riverside.
Cast in, outside off stump. Carroll just leaves this away. Leaves this alone, sorry, as it sort of fades away, I think, a little bit. Is there... I didn't see if there was any swing, yeah. I wonder, is that reverse?
No, I think that's still conventional.
We're at 26th over
Yeah,
mark.
I think it's still conventional. I like this move. The move is Zach Crawley's gone from full slip across to catching mid wicket. England need Zach Crawley. England need Rahul to play. He's leaving the ball brilliantly. He's leaving the ball well. So now Carter's got a 5-4 field. He has to bowl straighter. Has to make Rahul play.
Short mid wicket in place here. It's hard to tell with KRL if he played. I think he pulled his bat away there. He might have got beaten a little bit, but again, a little outside off stump, and goes through the keeper, no run.
No,
he didn't play that at all, did he?
That comfortable leave.
It's so hard to tell with him because of the way, from the angle that we're on, the bat sort of disappears and the ball comes out on the other side.
It's a bit like having an umpire that you trust no end, but when it comes to DRS, there's no point going against him because you know he's got it right. I think you know that Rahul, if he's played at it, when he has played it and when he hasn't played at it.
Yeah, he usually pushes more when he does miss those. Cast in again. This is straighter, but it's on the hip, and they just take one out to deep square. They've got the two fielders out on the boundary. They had two leg slips in before, but they've got the two fielders out on the leg side. What's the bouncer going to do here? Because the one that he bowled before, it just stopped in the wicket, didn't it?
Yeah, there's the inconsistency of that probably 6 metre length every now and again just flies. But I think there's a little bit more consistency in the 8 to 9 metre length, which is a little bit more docile. So it seems as though the closer you get to the batter, the more it's going to do a bit. But actually, the closer you bring your length back, the less it does, a bit hollow in the middle.
Outside off stump again, just swinging away this time to Rahul and Gill, who leaves this alone. So Carter's got the same feel for both. He's got the sort of 3 catches in the slips, and then he's got sort of the backward point as well, and Stokes is sort of in the covers, and then we've got a mid-on who's quite deep, actually, Jofra Archer. Probably to stop those drives that they've got a couple away, yeah. And the catching short mid-wicket, and then the 2 guys out on the leg side. Am I missing someone?
No, Jofra's in a good place. Just don't get beat on the inside. That's what I'd be saying to Jofra. You can get beat on the outside, but don't get beat on the inside with that straight drive.
This is straighter from Cast, and good contact from Gill, but hits it cover drive straight at Ben Stokes.
Carter's bowled a good line and a good length, and he's been left very, very well. And what I mean is a good line, a good length in a sort of days 1, 2 and 3 first innings type on a wicket which has got a little bit more inconsistency in it. Wicket that has the odd one that leaps or it keeps low. He's bowled too wide, and I'm not saying he's bowled generally too wide. I just think in this game situation he's got to bowl a bit straighter.
This isn't straight, and it is a bit too wide. I think he's actually struggling with the outswing a little bit as well, but this one is easily left alone. In fact, the last one I thought was a bit straighter, but that could have been left alone as well. Yeah, he's got to get back. That might be... Will they keep pushing with Cast?
I think what we've got 5 minutes before. It wouldn't surprise me if we might see an over from Joe.
Yeah.
We might see an over from Root. I think you'll go an over from Root from the old, and just as I say that, he's warming up. An over from Root at the old pavilion end, and which gives Ben an option to have blank canvas when he comes in and making a plan with McCullum. Wouldn't surprise me if I was Ben here now. I'd bowl Joe at that end, and then I'd go in and have a sit down, look at our plans, and have a word with his knees and his legs and his hamstrings, and see if I can get himself revved up for a 5 or a 6 over spell straight after the tea break.
82 for 2 after 27. Liam Dawson is bowling with a leg slip and a slip in for him. As again, KRL doesn't like the crease. There's as I said before, he's very particular about how he puts his feet down. Not enjoying that. This is a good ball from Liam Dawson, pitching on off stump, straightening a little bit. He's bowled basically as well as I thought he would have bowled Liam Dawson.
Yeah, it's holding an end. It's bowling nicely. He's not going to, I don't think in international cricket he's going to rip through teams. I don't think he is. I think he's going to, but we want him to hold an end up and have the attacking bowlers the way we have in Carson and in Stokes and in Archer, the wicket-taking bowlers. You know, talking about Gilo going back all them years, you had attacking bowlers, so the spin bowler played a different role, and then you hope every now and again on a day 5 pitch, if it turns a little bit, then he comes into the party a little bit more.
Holding bowler, and he's got 2 slips in there. He's moved leg slip around, and this is another, just a good ball. He's getting the ball to curve in a little bit, and then enough purchase away, but there's nothing really happening for him. Same with the Indian spinners. In fact, most of when Washington was bowling well, it was in the air he was beating everyone with the drift rather than anything else. It's quite gentle for Liam Dawson.
Yeah, and the difference between the Bashir one, Bashir's bowls wicket-taking balls, but goes for plenty and plenty runs.
Dawson full, good ball again, and just defended by KL Rahul. Yeah, I think Dawson bowled 1 half tracker kind of early on, and I was a bit shocked because we haven't seen him do that much.
Yeah, and I think with having Anderson, Wokes when Stokes first came in, and then the pick Bashir, you probably did need your spinner to take a wicket. Where now I don't think they need the spinner to take the wickets as such, because of what they've got in the seam department.
This is a good ball. This might have even, did this jump up and hit his glove? It was straighter from Liam Dawson, and KL Rahul, there's no sort of catching fielder around. No, he takes his bat off. His hand off the handle. Sorry, I mean a little bit there, but it was a good ball, a little bit straighter. Second slip is incredibly close. They're not expecting this ball to carry very far, and this one is full and defended again. I think KL is definitely playing for tea. He's on 29 off 90. He has played some shots. Doesn't hurry that much at the best of times. Not always been a brilliant player of spin in India, KL Rahul. Very good at knocking it around in limited overs cricket though. As this next one is on the pads and turns away. Jamie Smith goes and picks it up. End of the over, and we are going to see Joe Root come for the captain's special. Well, in this case, probably the captain just doesn't want to bowl himself as much as anything, but as Harmy said before, give them the opportunity to make any kind of decision they want to after the break as well. And I think if you're Shubman Gill and you're on 49, you're also not too disappointed with Root coming on. There should be a single in this over.
Yeah, you'd think so. You know, but you know, Joe gets the odd wicket every now and again. And you talked about the drift. I think that the TV did the drift. And
he does drift it.
The majority of, I think Sundar was one who had, you know, the biggest drift, and then it was Root over Dawson and over Jadeja.
Okay, we've just been past something from another game here that we'll go through in a moment. Joe Root is going to be bowling. We've got a short leg and a slip in place. Generally bowls a lot better left-handers than right-handers, but it's a lovely ball actually. More air, a bit slower than he would normally bowl. So New Zealand needed 7 runs in the final over of the game. I'll get that right. I said that 2 different ways. South Africa needs 7 runs. This one's really tossed off, Harmy, and this time Shubman Gill whips it away on the leg side. He's going to bring up his 50 and might get hung back for a 3rd as well. But a puff of dust came up as he played that shot. It's like Chennai. And he's brought up his 50 now, and Jofra saves 1 run with not the most pretty or athletic save out the boundary.
No.
We made fun of Cambodge in this test. I think we have to say Jofra not at his best there.
Yeah, I mean, Shubman Gill played a lovely shot first and foremost. It's a great shot to go to 50. He's been some unbelievable form throughout this series, apart from Lloyd's. And I've been in that situation many times with Jofra. You're actually blowing it to hopefully so it gets to the boundary. You really are. You've got no interest in diving. You've got no interest in sliding. And unfortunately, if it gets that close to you, you have to stop it by hook or by crook, and the only way you can do it is by falling forward and hopefully pulling it back.
It was definitely one of those. Root in again. He tosses this one up. I can't remember the last time I saw him toss the ball up like this. And it's just pushed out on the offside. The Stokes didn't even want to pick that ball up.
He went to stop it with his foot, didn't he? And it bounced.
Did he kick it?
He shinned it straight. He shinned it straight to Zach Crawley.
Oh, he did too. Yeah. They've got a single anyway out to the sweeper. So Gill's back on strike. Rahul moves to 29. Gill is on 52 from 77 balls. Scoring quite a good rate for a man trying to draw a test match. Root has 3 balls left. Oh, this is almost Craig Brathwaite's speed. Time almost stopped as that ball came out of his hands. Eventually, Gill just flicks it to Jofra at mid-on, and there's no run. We've got the speed on that ball. Root's going to come in again before I get the chance to see the speed, isn't he? This would be the quicker one. Nope. Again, slow. Nice action on it. Yeah, the last ball was 78 kilometres an hour. It's very rare to see Joe Root under 85 or 90, really. He bowls quite quick off spin these days, and he is slowing it down. So I wonder if he's trying to set him up for one quicker delivery or a really, really slow one again, as this is defended off the back foot. And that is the end of the over, and that is tea. 86 for 2. They've got through without another wicket after the calamity that we saw before lunch. England bowled well, but they missed that chance when Liam Dawson put down Shubman Gill off Bryden Cars. And they bowled well enough to get a wicket, England, but it's not easy to get wickets on this surface.
No, it's still holding together quite nicely. There's some inconsistencies of it. I think England have bowled okay. I don't think they've bowled badly at all. I think, if anything, you could say there could be a touch straighter on a wicket which has got the odd indifferent bounce. Liam Dawson will rue the chance of catching Shubman Gill, who in this series has been a real thorn in England's side. But England have stuck to their tasks. They've gone well, and spin bowler's been in the equation, but fair play to India. Rahul has played very, very nicely. Gill's been a little bit more adventurous. The England captain might just have a word with himself, have a look at his knees, speak to his hamstrings, and employ his groins to start working again, get the physio and masseur to give him a little bit of a rub. And it wouldn't surprise me if the first over of the evening session will be taken by the England captain.
Thanks to Steve Harmison here. We'll just go quickly through this game. So South Africa 174 for 4. Delwood Brothers is on 31 off 14. George Linder 10 off 9. And they need 7 off the last over with Matt Henry bowling. I don't know what that's about a 95% chance of winning. But something must have happened in this, because Jon Norman has put it in front of me. So Matt Henry, the first ball to Brevis, gets a dot ball. Brevis was a bit late to react to that one, apparently. They need 7 off 5. And in the next one, Matt Henry dismisses Brevis, who tries to smash this and hits it straight up in the air and is caught out at deep mid wicket. Corbin Bosch comes in. So again, someone who should be able to get South Africa over the line without any issue here. He whips one out towards mid wicket, and it's dropped by Bracewell. So it could have been 2 wickets in 2 balls in Harare. Instead, they end up coming back for 2. Next ball is in the air again, and this time George Lindy falls over while trying to come back for a second run, and that also could have been caught. So they now need 4 off 2, and is that right? 4 off 2. Oh my God. Okay, so we're now down to 4 off 2. Matt Henry's bowling to George Linder, who gets caught by Daryl Mitchell. A magnificent catch under the pressure, says Cricinfo. So they now need a boundary off the last ball with Muthusamy coming in, and Matt Henry defends it. So not only does he defend the game, they needed 7 runs off the last over, and they only managed 3 and lost 2 wickets while dropping a catch. That sounds like fun. We're just having a look at the Cricinfo win predictor here. It basically goes down to I said 95% chance of winning, and then they lost from a 95% chance. So somehow New Zealand stuffed up that last over and still won easily. Anyway, we'll be back in about 15 minutes with more on talkSPORT Cricket.
Welcome back to Old Trafford for the final session on day 4 of the 4th Test match between England and India, and a wicketless session for England, who took 2 wickets in the first over of the innings just before lunch, but then had to endure 26 overs without success between lunch and tea. And it's going to be Chris Woakes, the man who took those 2 wickets in the first over, to bowl the first over after tea. No sign of Stokes taking the ball as yet. And I suspect that there'll be a good number of people, including his coach, Brendan McCullum, and the medical staff, who hope that he doesn't have to bowl today after his heroic performance in the first innings with the ball. And then again today with the bat, going on to record his 15th Test century. 141 absolutely brilliant runs, quite magnificent. And the England captain is at mid-off now as Rahul prepares to face the first over after tea. Stokes in the first innings, 24 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 72. And as I mentioned, there'll be plenty of people who'll be very happy if Ben Stokes' tally of overs in this Test match remains at 24, and the rest of the bowlers can get the job done. Here is Chris Woakes with a change of ends in the Brian Statham end, and forward comes Rahul to the first delivery, guides it away on the offside, no run. Shubman Gill was in more of a run scoring frame of mind than Rahul in that session between lunch and tea. Gill 52 from 80 balls, Rahul 30 from 94. But this Test match is all about saving as far as India are concerned. It's not too much point ever paying diligent attention to the weather forecast in Manchester, in my experience. Here is Woakes once again, and steered away behind square on the offsides. Good looking shot. Ollie Pope does the chasing and then slide tackles the ball alongside it before picking it up and getting the throw in. 2 more runs to Rahul. But for those who are or do have a passing interest in the weather forecast, then they vary as they often do in the Pennines, either side of the Pennines, but particularly the Red Rose side of the Pennines, because depending on which one you look at, well, all of them say there will be rain tomorrow, and all 3 that I've looked at vary. Here's Rahul backing away from the crease as Chris Woakes was probably 3 or 4 yards away from his gather and his delivery stride, but he had gone through 3/4 of his run-up. The consensus, the weather forecast favoured by Steve Harmison, says that there will be considerable rain, the majority of which will be before the start of play. There are others which suggest there could be more showers around 4 o'clock. Here is Woakes again, and that's pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside. Another weather app says that the rain is expected to sweep in around 8 o'clock and clear away by midday, which means we would lose some play off the beginning of the day. That can be made up to an hour, can be caught up at the end of the day. Anyway, it all means that England need to take a couple of wickets to increase their chances of not being foiled by the weather. Here is Woakes once again, bowls full and driven by Rahul. Absolutely delightful off drive. Ben Stokes is in pursuit. The England captain, don't dive, Ben. Oh, it's one of those ones that he could. If the match had been on the line, he would have dived and almost inevitably hurt himself. But he, thank goodness, common sense prevailed, and he did flick it back. I didn't realise that he had. I thought he'd given up, but he just managed to flick the ball back over the rope before he crossed it. And well, his follow through was like a indoor 60-metre sprinter, like crashing into the advertising hoardings. Didn't do himself a mischief, but he did save a couple of runs. No, he didn't. He saved 1 for all that effort. It was a full-on sprint to the boundary. He saved 1 run in the end because they run 3 quite comfortably. Rahul up to 35. Shubman Gill on strike now as Wokes is into him. Balls it short, tucked away by Gill, away through the leg side for an easy single. Deficit now down to 219. India 91 for 2. They were 1 for 2 at lunch. They were 1 for 2. Jarrod Kimber's alongside me, and I can.
4 minutes you've
know,
been talking.
I know for a,
4 minutes.
well, you were late.
I was late,
Again.
but I love the fact that it wouldn't have mattered.
Well, I
I
just
could have had a stroll.
I wait for you to interrupt.
It's not like me to interrupt people.
Well, unless you're busy interrupting, you don't have time to interrupt. I was waiting for you to contribute. Here's Wokes again, turned away behind square on the leg side. What do you think of?
You're in a flow state.
What do you think of the Old Trafford culinary speciality of crispy rice?
Have you had the pies that they've just put out for tea?
Harmy's had a pie for all of us.
Well, George Nobel is currently counting how many. Oh, he says 5, so I thought it was 6. No, he has had 6. I got it right.
It's 1 for each of us.
Nobel said it was 8, and I was like, I don't think so. I think it's 6, because I ate one of the ones out of the box, and John ate the other one, and now Harmy's staring at another one.
They are so much compensation for the crispy rice and dry chicken, aren't they?
He's going in for the 6 now. Sorry, everyone. A retraction on our previous statement. It wasn't 6, but it is now 6. I talked to. No, I won't put this person under the bus because they do work for the organisation, but I did say to them, have they got the pork pies out just because every other meal has been inedible? I've never seen the press box look so gaunt. And people passing out.
I hope they've made up. Everything is forgiven. The steak and ale, the mini steak and ale pies.
I got lost in the desert of Dubai once, and that's the sort of faces I was seeing in the press box.
Liam Dawson continues with his left arm spin, and that's defended by Rahul straight back to the bowler. Been good effort, hasn't it, seriously? Rahul and Shubman Gill, they've really applied themselves. I mean, they'd have been shocked by the loss of 2 wickets in the first over, and those of us who felt that there was a collapse on the cards, for not just for India and the fact that it's the 4th innings, but or the third innings, I beg your pardon. But there hasn't been a low score really in the whole series. You know that usually by the 4th test there's been 1 innings of 150.
172.
Yeah, true. But no, that was different. Didn't count. Here's Dawson again, played defensively. You know what I mean? It didn't feel like a collapse.
I didn't even think England collapsed there. So I'm with you. Talking about collapses, did you follow South Africa versus New Zealand?
I did. I did in the final, the triangular T20 final at Harare Sports Club. Dawson in again, defended by Rahul. I'm laughing because Reza Hendricks and Rassi Fanadussein, 35 and 36 years old, have spent the last 10 years convinced that a strike rate of 100 will do. And again, you know, Reza Hendricks, I think, made 35 from 32 balls, and here comes Dawson again, inside edge, and it's just past the leg stump. Well, Rahul's gone to a right tangle there with Liam Dawson. He's misread everything, line and length, and he's gone back to a ball he possibly should have been forward to, and it's gone on with the arm. It's hit the inside edge, and it's just past the leg stump.
I actually think it hit his other leg, his left leg, and came back, but I'd have to look at it again, see what it hit in the end. Let's have a look. Yeah, he did. He hit it into his left leg, which was miles away, and it's almost come back onto the stumps. Mohammad Siraj must look at all this and go, because KL does this about 5 times an inning.
On the back foot, Rahul again pushes it out towards Duckett at cover, and there's no run. The little subplot, sub-context to that New Zealand against South Africa is that Rob Walter resigned as South Africa's white ball coach
Did he take up any other jobs?
Well, he's, as you know, went back to New Zealand, where his wife and 2 sons had remained while he was coach of South Africa, and was appointed New Zealand head coach, and Shukri Conrad was the South African Test coach. He took over Walter's job, so the two of them were going head to head, and they had 2 group games and then the final. Score New Zealand 3, South Africa 0. They really do need to invest in a younger brand of player, I think, in a new positive way of thinking about T20 cricket. That's pushed away out towards the offside, and there's no run. It's a bugbear of mine. Jon Norman and Steve Harmison know.
I agree with everything you're saying, but they did need 7 off the last over.
Matt Henry's very good.
With 2 very good batters at the crease and 1 decent one coming out after. I mean, you're right, they should have crushed that game and should never have been in position to get there, but they had won the game and they managed to hand it back. They even had a drop catch in the last over and they still couldn't get over the line.
I didn't know about the drop catch. Here's Works again, bowls beauty to Shubman Gill, although he did leave it. He played inside the line of it, but it was still a lovely delivery.
It sounds, if you go on Cricket Info, I haven't seen the video yet, but it does sound like they just kept hitting the ball straight up in the air. Sometimes it got dropped or found a gap, and sometimes it got caught. But 7 off 6, I think.
You'd back most teams at 7 off 3, wouldn't you? Really. But congrats to Matt Henry. He's one of the most pleasant human beings in the international game. Short ball now from Wokes, and it's hit Shubman Gill on the right bicep, shoulder. Bicep, shoulder. I think he was through with the pull shot a little bit too early, and it's actually hit him on the shoulder, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was a shoulder. Let's have a look. Yeah, right up on the shoulder. I think he's fine. I mean this with absolutely no disrespect, but if you're going to pick a bowler to get hit by, Chris Wokes is probably the one in this attack. It did feel like...
Not Anshul Kamboj. Oh, in this attack.
Yeah.
Right.
I do feel also that Shubman Gill, a bit like... It could have been like the Matrix. It came so slow off the pitch, he could have picked it up and tossed it back to the bowler. Did I tell you about my AB de Villiers conversation with about facing Mitchell Johnson?
I remember the test match at Centurion. Here's Wokes again, and pushed away by Shubman Gill, and they go through for a single. He was trying to push it through the offside, and it's ended up going through square leg, so that wasn't where he intended. I was commentating obviously on that game, and never...
Both of us were. That was the first time we commentated together, ever.
Never ever have I seen, before or since, a greater disparity between the apparent time with which a player had to play a bowler and everybody else. I mean, even Hashim Amla was he was put on his backside, wasn't he, by a Johnson bouncer, and he was hit.
He faced a couple of balls too, and he was terrified. He was clearly shook by the whole thing.
I mean, Mitchell Johnson, I think by his own admission, says he'd never bowled faster. He didn't say it's the fastest he's ever bowled, but he did say he's never bowled faster than. And it was bouncy as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was I would say it was a weird wicket because Sean Marsh had made runs, but probably shouldn't have.
Wokes in again outside the off stump. Rahul leaves it in the way swinger alone, and India remain 94 for 2. How did this come up? AB de Villiers, conversation with AB de Villiers.
Because when I said that Shubman Gill should have plucked the ball out of the air, Dale Steyn, I think it's that game where Dale Steyn starts, well, he refers to AB de Villiers as Neo from the Matrix, where he can stop the bullets and throw the bat. But what AB de Villiers said to me about Mitchell Johnson was actually even maybe worse.
Wokes again, another away swinger and another forward defensive inside the line from KL Rahul. And well, at least Wokes is getting some movement. KL Rahul 36, Gill 54. India were 1 for 2. They're now 94 for 2, still trailing by 217.
He said, yeah, when I get in a flow state like that innings, I don't know if he used those words, but you know, in the bubble or whatever, however he discussed it, he said it was basically like Mitchell Johnson was bowling underarm at me. And
really?
There's
did
two
he
reasons.
say underarm?
Yeah, I have to go back and check my notes, but I'm pretty sure. And there's 2 reasons that's annoying. One is because for some reason that quote didn't make the copy of the book. It was put in, but I think someone accidentally, and we didn't notice that it had been not put into the final draft when it was supposed to be. But also, yeah, I was looking it up again the other day. I'm pretty sure that's what he says. I can go back and find the transcript though. He wasn't saying it in an arrogant way, which is why I thought, yeah.
Here's Liam Dawson bowls to Shubman Gill. I mean, he defends it. There's no run. It's hard to say something like that and not sound arrogant.
Yeah. But of all people, AB de Villiers probably could pull it off. But yeah, it's funny because I put a tweet out the other day talking about how he'd be one of the 5 players probably since Bradman, or 4 players since Bradman, who has kind of no limits.
Dawson again, defended by Gill, no run.
As in their ability to see the ball so much earlier than everyone else gives them a huge advantage. You would obviously have Lara up there as well, and Sobers would have been another one. Those sorts of players where they just literally, it is like they are seeing the ball before everyone else. And even people like Sachin Tendulkar, who are great, probably not quite on that level.
Dawson again to Shubman Gill, pushed it out towards cover Duckett Field.
Doesn't mean that someone like Sachin doesn't have many other skills that some of those other guys don't have, and that's why he went on to be great. But it's like looking at when you watch AB de Villiers, it was that element of he can just stop and decide what to do here. There's a ball from Mitchell Johnson in that game.
Gill defends Dawson again, no run.
And I think both of us were commentating for it. It's a short ball outside our stump where it really does make it look like he's making the decision so late because he's like, should I flat bat it, or but it's a bit wider. Maybe I could pull it. I'll just hit it over here. It really feels like that at times watching that innings.
Dawson again getting a lot of revolutions on the ball, but not dramatic turn. Defended again by Gill. No run. There's on a different skill level, but equally eye-catching and baffling in some ways. So Test match England played against South Africa, also at Centurion, same ground. As Dawson is in again, last ball defended again by Gill, maiden over completed by Liam Dawson. India 94 for 2. And Jimmy Anderson he could have been playing yo-yo. I mean, that was literally the ball was doing whatever he was, bowling in swing, out swing, in swing, out swing.
Which game was that?
Test match would have been 2014, and AB de Villiers was or 18, I think 2018 series, and de Villiers was able to pick Jimmy Anderson's outswinger and in-swinger before he bowled it throughout the innings. Here is Wokes once again, and that's clipped away off his pads by KL Rahul, and they go through for an easy single, to the extent where Anderson bowled an away swinger on off stump, on a line of off stump. De Villiers left it, and it was absolutely remarkable. And then he'd go a bit wider and bowl an in swinger, and he'd come forward and play defensively. And we spoke to Jimmy afterwards and said, I know this is going to sound strange, Jimmy, but it looked like de Villiers was able to pick which way the ball was going to swing before you bowled it, and he came to life. His eyes widened, and he said, "I know exactly. Never seen it before." As Wokes now is driven straight back to him, and he fields it with his hand, and then back heels it. I'm not sure that it was a heel that he actually used to kick the ball to Ben Duckett. I think it was the sole of his foot, and Hassan Raza thinks so as well. And he said, "Excuse me, can I have a look at that ball, please?" As Duckett fields.
It's also the second time they've done it, because
Bryden
Pass stood on it before.
Well, he did. Wokes didn't stand on it, but he's, do you know what I mean? He's like back. They call it a
back heel.
Back heel, yeah, but it's with the sole of your foot rather than the heel. That was. And Wokes just walked away entirely innocent, like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Next one is defended by Shubman Gill. Anyway, we asked David de Villiers about that at the end of the series, and he said, "Yeah, that day I could."
Yeah, see what I mean? Like,
and do you know what? He wasn't picking it from the hand. It wasn't. He's got unusually sharp eyes.
Yeah.
But he said, I said, how? Because Jimmy, like when it was swinging like that, he would hide it. You know, as all swing bowlers do. And he said, no, it's something in his hips. Here's Wokes once again, and it's clipped away by Shubman Gill out towards mid-wicket. So when people say, like, you know, was AB de Villiers a genius, and you know, they quote scoring 100 off 32 balls and that kind of thing, and you know, reverse lapping sixes and all of those sort of trick shots, Mr. 360 and whatever, but it's the unquantifiable. Yeah, I could pick which way he was going to swing it. It was something in his hips.
Exactly, and he can't even fully explain it. He could just feel it, right? It's that sort of stuff it's so fascinating to talk to batters. I talked to Nasser about Graham Gooch, and Graham Gooch says to Nasser, oh, you can tell which way this guy is going to swing it by the way he puts the ball in his hand. And Nasser turns around and looks at this guy who's got like a 30-meter run-up. It's like 40 meters away.
I can barely see the bowler.
Yeah. Like, what are you seeing that there's a great one that I had, a guy who played for Nottingham, Bob Knocker-White, who talks about Garfield Sobers. And Garfield Sobers kept giving him tips on how to play it. Bob Knocker-White was like, I was getting worse.
Wokes again to Gill, who defends. Bob Knocker-White.
You ever come across Bob Knocker-White?
No, I haven't.
He played 10 years for Middlesex, 10 years for Nottingham, and then umpired for 30 years. 50 years on. His entire working career, except for like 2 years in the armed forces, was on cricket fields. Incredible guy. He sadly passed away last year, I think. And yeah, and so he's batting at the other end, saying, you know, how do I do this? And Sobers kept saying things to him like, move later, you're moving too early, move late. And he'd do that bold.
Cut now by Gill, the last ball of the over. A little bit of width. Wokes cutters and curses himself and claps his hand together in frustration. He didn't bowl the ball he wanted to, but it didn't cost any runs. It was cut into the gully. Runs aren't the problem at the moment. They're not the currency England need to work in. They want wickets. 34 overs gone. Ball's getting soft. India 95 for 2.
Yeah, there are just levels of those sorts of things.
But I mean, can you think of any geniuses that were able and turned into really good coaches? I'm sure there are some. They don't immediately come to mind. I think of Mike Proctor.
Rahul Trafford.
Ooh, I wouldn't put him in genius.
He was against Spin, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he's a pretty good player of pace, to be fair.
Here's Liam Dawson again, and pushed away on the onside. Okay, I said there'd be exceptions, and I knew you'd think of them, but I think a lot more. Yeah. So Mike Proctor, this batsman when Proctor went into coaching, was sort of pushed into coaching because nobody else knew what to do with him or what else to do with him. So he became coach, and this struggling batsman came up to Mike Proctor on their first tour of the subcontinent. Forward comes Dravid playing KL Rahul, and plays it behind square on the offside. You can see where I was going with that.
Both from Bangalore.
Yeah. And he said, Procky, I keep hitting. I can't play. My cover drive keeps going in the air. I keep hitting it in the air because subcontinent first time, slower pitches, that kind of thing. Here's Dawson in once again, and it's played away defensively by KL Rahul. Do you know what Procky's response was? He was just a frustrated shake of the head, and he said, well, just time it.
Very helpful. He hadn't thought of that, had he, though, to be fair? Why are you mistiming it? There's a good one with Brad Haddon and Mark Waugh, which was on Brad Haddon's podcast recently.
Dawson again to KL Rahul, no run.
And they're facing a left-arm finger spinner, and Haddon just can't play this guy. He's missing it, and he's getting really frustrated. And Mark Waugh walks down to him and goes, just hit him over cover. And Brad Haddon looks back and goes, I don't have that as an option.
Just hit him over.
Yeah, just hit him over cover. Left arm finger spinner, pitching the ball on middle stump and off stump. Just give yourself some room and...
Dear, oh dear. Backward point. The man on short, fine leg. Short 45.
Yeah.
That's an interesting position as Liam Dawson. He's almost too close in, Ollie Pope, for the top edge sweep.
Well, I think there was one earlier that kind of went nowhere, and I think that's what they're thinking about.
sweeper at backward point, mid-off wide and quite deep, mid-on straighter and deeper, and it's pushed to mid-wicket. Tidy stuff, actually. We've had one run. We've been together for half an hour. Did you realise we've had one run?
To be fair, the first 4 minutes I wasn't allowed to talk anyway.
2 of which you weren't actually here.
Maybe 3 of which. No, it's great when you hear those sorts of stories, and there is levels. You're right. I mean, outside of Rahul Dravid, I can't think there'd be many other great players who've been great coaches. Michael Jordan has just stopped running an NBA team, but he's been running an NBA team for a little over a decade, and they are so bad, like incredibly bad. And yeah, he doesn't have the.
So what
he's not coaching. He's been like general manager, but he was the owner and the general manager, and all of his decisions, one after the other.
And he walks into the changing room after each game, says, "You guys are rubbish. You need to be better."
I think there was actually. I'll tell you a story.
Wokes again continues, hits Shubman Gill right between the legs, and he's down on all fours. Jarrod Kimber wrote a very amusing Substack column yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to go and read that, you can look for it on Substack. It was entitled, "Why Does Ben Stokes Get Hit in that,
I like how you
that
paused.
area so often?" And Shubman Gill's just been hit there, but not as painfully as Stokes was.
He also didn't
yesterday.
scream what Stokes often screams.
Not again. Here's Wokes again, and straight, doesn't quite swing. Gill turns it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
There was a time when Michael Jordan, I think after they had lost a couple of games, actually went in and started challenging the players to one-on-ones. And of course, did very well and even beat, I think, some of them. I don't think that's helping. I don't think if your 46-year-old owner is
making
coming
a
in,
fool of your star players.
Maybe that tells you didn't hire the right star players in the first place.
Here's Wokes once again to the crease and bowls, and that's flicked away through the onside, and they go through for another single as Bryden Cast does the fielding. Do you know Mike Proctor was 46? Could be 47, 48, and he bowled off spin at the end of his career because his knees were absolutely gone, probably as bad as yours, if not worse.
His off spin was probably better than mine.
Oh, he was a brilliant off spinner. He took over 100 wickets with off spin at the end of his career, playing for Rhodesia and Free State and the Currie Cup as it was then. Works in again, defended by KL Rahul, no run, and it was on that same tour, his first as an international coach in the subcontinent in Sri Lanka, and so he couldn't run, but he was still a tracksuit coach at that stage of his career. So he was in the nets, and there was a seam bowler. Do you remember Richard Snell?
Of course I do. Had one of the best off cutters in the game.
A waste swinger predominantly. Here's Wokes again, and so pushed up towards mid-off. Anyway, Procky could basically just show an action, and he'd sort of walk in and bowl the away swinger. And Richard Snell was so deflated at the end of the day, and he said, "Bloke's 47 years old, walks in off 3 paces and bowls a better away swinger than me." And I'm 27 at my best, at my peak. Sometimes you need to be guarded with your genius. Wokes is in once again, and that one is steered away inadvertently, I think, by KL Rahul. Suddenly swings around anxiously, watching the path of that one, but it was all the way along the ground into the slip cordon, and there's no run. Shubman Gill 55, KL Rahul 37. India on 96 for 2. And making a very, very decent fist of this. Thinking of recent test matches that have been saved by batting 5 sessions, there have been 5. It would be 5 sessions. You have to bat 5 sessions to save the test match. It's not that uncommon, is it?
I'm just seeing it. Look at this split screen of Ravi Jadeja and Liam Dawson. Have a look at their feet, but also have a look at their heads. Liam Dawson collapses on release in a way that, I mean, most left-arm figure spinners collapse a
His
little
head
bit.
is over 45 degrees.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many players do that. Suleiman Ben used to do it, but it didn't matter because he was about 7 foot tall.
Pushed away out on the offside. Go through for another single.
The other thing that you notice is when you see the release points, Liam Dawson releases the ball from the exact same position every time, and Ravi Jadeja's is about 1.5 meters of variance. So he's using the crease, and Liam Dawson's literally just bowling the same ball over and over again.
Liam Dawson looks like he's about to have a lie down when he delivers it. It's amazing. I suppose it's a result of trying to put lots of revolutions on the ball. Guyana World Cup 2007. Pegasus Hotel. 7:15 a.m. West Indies team bus leaving. Suleiman Ben runs through the lobby in his underwear and flip-flops, naked from the waist up, late for the team bus, being told it is leaving at 7:15. There's a flight to catch. On the back foot, pushed away by KL Rahul. It was an image I've never forgotten, and you just reminded me of it.
He's an interesting looking human anyway, isn't he? Because he's all limbs. And you saw more of his limbs than most people do, I suppose.
He's 6'8", isn't he?
Yeah, but his arms were... He must have had like a 8-foot wingspan.
Here's Dawson again. KL Rahul pushes that one straight back up the ground. You been to the Pegasus Hotel in Georgetown? It's right on the coast. The old style one. I think there's a new one.
No, I went to the newer hotel. I think our one had just been built.
There's one very close to the new Sir Viv Richards Stadium. That was when games were... I think we still played at...
Which
it's
stadium?
not the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. What am I thinking of? That one's turned away through the onside. The Providence Stadium. Yes?
Why did they name a stadium after him? And then I was like, there's another stadium named after Viv anyway.
Providence Stadium.
Yeah.
But he was very interesting cricketer.
Do you want a fun Guyana? This is not actually. I was going to say a fun Guyana fact. Do you know there were 2 Australian teams within the space of a year played in Guyana? Both times there were riots at the games. One was the Kerry Packer rebel team, and one was the official team.
Dawson in again outside the off stump, left alone by Shubman Gill once more, and taken by Jamie Smith. The ground staff are making their way. 2 of the ground staff are making their way onto the field. They've got the sod cutter, Jarrod.
Memories.
It's an implement they use to smooth out the rough edges of the bowler's footmarks. And I'm not sure which England bowler is uncomfortable with them, but it looks like Chris Wokes is going to continue, and so it must be him. Oh no, it's not. It's actually Liam Dawson who's unhappy with, or maybe it's the batsman, because actually the ground staff are smoothing out the area of the crease where the batsmen stand. So it's them that it's the 2 right-handers who are unhappy with. Steve Harmison sat down alongside me. He knows exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it is afternoon, evening manners. Yeah, Rahul said it. He was saying at tea time to Rod Tucker, and he was talking about the unevenness of where the batters are standing, and the big lad here on our left of our screen, who I think he's head groundsman. He put the shovel in the bucket and everything, brushed down in the middle of the thing, went to get his spade because he needed to fix it. It's very abrasive, the surface here at Old Trafford, and again we're just having another delay in play and a break in play that this game doesn't need, but it is for the batters now. They're not happy with obviously the little undulations in the where they make their own marks.
There is a break in play, but fortuitously it does give us an opportunity to get I think a very important appraisal from you on the steak and ale mini pies.
Lovely. Oh, fantastic. I did get the 6. I got 8. I got 8. Jarrod got one, burnt the roof of his mouth. which I thought, oh, that could have a knock-on effect and ramifications for his next commentary stint, but it didn't. He cracked on. John had one. John seen the sort of anguish in Jarrod's eyes when he bit it the first time, so he lifted the top off and then ate the bottom piece as he ate the top, and I just rammed 6 in as quick as I could.
Here's Wokes once again to Rahul, who's happier now that he's got an even surface to stand on. He's 38 from 120 balls, and again, we need to be careful and not disrespectful, but the Old Trafford caterers, who I suspect, probably have less of a budget per head than they used to have, haven't really covered themselves in glory with the lunch, which we are grateful for nonetheless, but they've redeemed themselves in heroic style with the steak and ale pies, driven straight up towards mid-wicket now.
You could arguably say it's a bit like the Indian cricket team and their captain. Their bowlers tried hard but were absolutely useless. The captain didn't have the best day, but now he's 56 not out of 101 balls. He's becoming the pie and the jam roly-poly, so he's redeeming himself.
There was a roly-poly type thing as well at tea. We had no tea at all for the first 2 days, and I was wondering just how hard the austerity measures had kicked in, but it was a raspberry roly-poly thing, which was really quite pleasant. Steered away now as Wokes is in once again, and it's at backward point. Gully fielded by Ben Duckett running around to his right. It's all gone very flat after the most dramatic start. In England eventually bowled out for 669 today. A truly magnificent and utterly memorable 141 from Ben Stokes. I remember he retired hurt on 66. He was forcibly retired hurt, I think we can say now with some authority. The umpires told him he couldn't get treatment on the ground. Here's Wokes again, past the outside edge of Rahul's bat. Wokes is in a real groove here, and anyway, so yesterday Ben Stokes had already been treated once for cramp, and Rod Tucker, we understand, said you can't carry on being treated on the field for cramp. If it happens again, you're going off, and you'll have to retire hurt, and that's exactly what happened. But he came back today and he came back before the close yesterday and made a truly magnificent 141 as Wokes is in once again and tucked away by Rahul to mid-wicket. Also some runs from Liam Dawson, he made 26, and 47 from Bryden Cast. Had quite a series after a career best 59 a little earlier in the series. Today made 47. 669 is a lead of 311, and then Wokes removed Yashasvi Jaiswal and Sai Sudarshan, the two left-handers, within the space of 5 balls in the very first over. That deficit of 311 looked like a range of high mountains when they were 1 for 2. Again, no shot offered here by Rahul outside the off stump, but Wokes, for all the giggling about body stiffness and sore muscles and his age, 36, and playing 4 Test matches in a row, for all of the tittering, he's actually looking as good today as perhaps at any other time in the series.
Yeah, absolutely, he has. He's got better and better as a summer, like he did last summer, in such a way where that zips back, and he's got it going nicely. He's got a good groove, he's in a good rhythm. He's bowling overs, and bowlers like Chris Wokes, they need to bowl overs, and unfortunately for Chris, he got injured just before the season started.
Chopped away behind square by Shubman Gill, and there's no run. It's a very, very slow passage of play, and obviously the television cameramen and commentators are finding that it is exactly the same. So what happens in situations like this, and I know that this is what happens, as I've worked on television productions where cameramen are bored and so they start roaming the crowd looking for storylines, and there's a chap in the permanent temporary stand away to our left who evidently bears a striking resemblance to a famous darts player.
He is. He's a spitting double of Michael van Gerwen. He's got the Michael van Gerwen green shirt on, bald head. He's standing up, and every time they're singing his name, he's down in a pint. Wonder where you get one of them shirts from, Manners.
He's probably his stunt double. He looks so much like him. Turned away behind square by KL Rahul for a single to bring up the 100 for India. I mean, it's no coincidence. He obviously knows that he's his double. Michael van Gerwen, is he the current world champion?
No, I don't think he is. No, Luke Humphries is the current world champion, I think, followed by Luke Littler.
Van Gerwen's won a couple of times.
Yeah, he's probably on the sort of downward spiral. He's still a prominent figure in the world of darts.
Quite prickly as well, isn't he?
Very prickly.
He's spiky. Here's Liam Dawson, Gill forward defending, no run. Anyway, the crowd and the television team are having a great laugh.
Yeah, they're having a great time. You know, they're singing. You can hear it through the effects mic that every time they sing his name, he stands up and downs a pint. He's about 6 or 7 deep now. He's having a good afternoon now. As Michael van Gerwen's younger brother.
He does look a bit younger than him. That's the only thing. Forward comes Gill again, pushing it straight back.
He looks as though he's a little bit lighter than him as well. But if he comes to cricket any more often and drinks about 10 pints in a half an hour period, he'll end up the same size.
Except he'll be horizontal. 2 slips in place, a short catching cover as Gill defends out on the onside, and there's no run. I was talking about heroic Test match saves. And I mean, this one would certainly be. It wouldn't, be like a 2-day, 6 or 6.5 or 7 session save, which some teams have done through history. But nonetheless, it would be a 5 session save. They'd have to bat for probably 11 hours to save the Test match if it is to be saved. And you know what? It didn't look very likely at 1 for 2. Which famous saves? You carry on that theme, Harmy, while Jon Norman takes over.
Yeah, it didn't look likely at 1 for 2. At 0 for 2, sorry, 0 for 2. I think the one encouraging part of that to get them over the line till 6:30 till 6 o'clock tomorrow night would be the weather forecast. The weather forecast. I don't think the big heavy stuff is impacting the day's play tomorrow, but there's a lot of showers forecast throughout the day, which it might help England because they've been able to stop-start, and the batting on this surface, stop-starting, could be a bit of a challenge. But they've put themselves in a fantastic position to save this game.
Archer's back. Ooh, that was like Rahul was about to cut this, and it's very, very close to the body. He plays with it back down the track.
Very gentle as well.
How do you think Manners feels having done a mighty 45-minute stint, only to come off air to have the producer tap him on the shoulder and say, "Oh, can you just do another 5 minutes in Times Radio?"
I think you'd be devastated.
Getting a look.
I think you'd be devastated because I've just talked about eating 6 pies, and Manners went to the pie stall before, put them in the box, and he says, "I'll have them after me commentary stint." So he's going to have to do an extra 5 minutes and wait to eat them pies.
2 slips in place for Archer. Ooh, and this is it's helped fine by Rahul, who follows this delivery with very, very soft hands, and essentially has managed to steer it between first and second slip via a little deflection from the left hand of Harry Brook. Manners, I got your box of pies underneath there, but apparently you've already got some.
It looked as though he was taking his bat away, wasn't it?
Well, I don't know if he was taking his bat away from it. No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. He was trying to hit it.
He was playing at it.
Yeah.
But it was so low, I suppose he felt it was,
and so slow.
Was a relatively safe option.
So low and so slow.
Low and slow.
It looks as he's got a problem with his bat, as Rahul. He has. His handle's gone.
Yeah,
his handle has gone. You're just watching it on the TV there. He's shaking his bat. You can see it wobbling.
No wonder they walk around with so many bats these days.
It's unusual for the handle to go. Break off parts of it, but not the handle to go.
We might get the overs in today. Might actually finish early if Dawson continues.
Twice in 2 games.
22 overs remaining, and we've still got best part of 2 hours.
Yeah, we've been twice in So 25.4 overs left in the day, and we've got we might do. We got them all but one in yesterday, I think.
Yes.
Was that
one
right?
or two? Maybe.
I think it was one. Yeah.
Yeah, one. Dawson has bowled 12 overs. He's not gone for many, but India aren't trying to hit him for any. He's only gone for 21. 5 maidens in there. Economy of under 2. So with Stokes still not able or willing to bowl, and obviously miles in those legs, it's of Archer, Wokes and Cass, and you imagine Dawson will still has a few to get through today. This is pushed out to cover from Rahul, who's 41 not out. He was at the other end, wasn't he? He hadn't even faced a ball by the time India found themselves 0 for 2. And you just wouldn't be able to tell. He's looked pretty unperturbed throughout his innings. 130 deliveries. These two batters, Gill and Rahul, have combined for 38 overs. Gill, slightly faster of the two, was dropped on 46, and it wasn't a great moment for Liam Dawson. Should have taken that catch 9 times out of 10. 9.5 times out of 10 maybe. A backward point. Rahul is pushing this delivery from Archer up to Chris Wokes, who's taken those 2 wickets. That was what a terrific moment that was this morning. 83 miles an hour for Archer, so he's down on pace for that delivery anyway. But yeah, it was. We'll see what happens with Stokes. I'd be surprised if we talked about it at lunch, didn't we? No, at tea. We said he's going to give it a go. We'll find out if he can bowl once he does so. Is this delivery from Archer, bowled at around the same pace, it seems, from our position here in the Brian Statham end. On the pads, pitched up and driven, 85 miles an hour, so a touch quicker. So he's going at around Jasprit Bumrah's pace, who was also down. 33 overs Jasprit Bumrah bowled in the end. He's never bowled more than 33 overs, and he's never conceded 100 runs until today. How many times did you concede 100 runs? What were your worst bowling figures? It's got to that stage of the day.
Sure. Yeah, Lahore was probably one of the highest.
Archer is in again, and it's comfortable as you like. Rahul defends to the offside.
I did bowl a lot of overs. I bowled about 46 overs in that game at Lahore. Maybe it's more, 48. When Pakistan got about 600 and plenty. You know, Mohammad Yusuf. Try to think others. I think it was once in Australia. That was a big. There was 100 and a couple of times in Australia in my first tour. Try to think. Oof, probably would be.
Yeah,
Lahore.
you're right. Pakistan, 43 overs, 1 for 154. Ooh, who was the wicket? Can you remember?
No, I think they only lost. It might have been Inzi. They only lost 4. I think it was 600. I think it was 600. I think they got about 650 for 4.
20 years ago. Oh, that was after the Ashes.
Yeah,
2005 Ashes.
Mohammad Yusuf got double 100. Sure.
No, they lost 8. 636 for 8. Oh, blimey, and they were 12 for 2 at one stage, 68 for 3. 68 for 3, and they ended up 636 for 8. Kamran Akmal, 154. Mohammad Yusuf, 223. Your wicket was, as Gill takes a single through point, was Hassan Raza, yeah. Blimey, even Shoaib Akhtar got 38. They put on nearly 100 for the 8th wicket. Cool, that wasn't good.
They bowled 43 overs.
You bowled 43 overs, that's the most. 43. 41.5 overs against Sri Lanka. Was that one where, was it Thorpe put down Jayawardene?
Yeah, Monty put down Jayawardene.
Monty. Colombo. 41.5 overs, 3 for 111. This is, again, just placed to point, and Joe Root hairs around. The fielders are just trying to give the bowlers a bit of a G-up, trying to get something going out there. There's not a lot happening. 0 for 2 has become 103 for 2. Dawson is in again, and Rahul eases forward. Oi, I tell you what, Harry Brook's done well to prevent overthrows there. Stokes has run in from mid-off. He's hurled the ball at the stumps, missed by quite some distance. There's no chance Jamie Smith can collect. And Harry Brook's actually walking the other side of the keeper, then realises and gets down low to field. And Stokes has got a smile on his face.
He's trying to hurl. He's trying to
He
hurl
is
that.
absolutely.
He's trying to hurl that as hard as he could. I mean, he really did. I remember going around the park at Leeds one year. Can't remember when that was. That might have been Pakistan as well. Sri Lanka, might have been Sri Lanka or Pakistan. Sri Lanka in a one-day game, Pakistan in a test.
Here's Dawson with Duckett now, moving into more of a short mid-off, very straight, short cover. And Gill, who is 58 not out. He's got quite a easily identifiable batting stance, isn't he, Gill? Comes forward, smothers a spin and just walks off. Remember, he got wrapped on the thumb quite early on his innings as well, did Gill. No, it wasn't his thumb, it was his forefinger, wasn't it?
Forefinger. He got hit in the thumb before lunch and then forefinger straight after.
That's right, and had to watch. I mean, with 3 overs to go until lunch, even the most pessimistic captain, there's a little bit of an outside edge this time from the bat of Shubman Gill. It's harmless enough. Even Nasser Hussain would have factored in that he might be able to get to lunch without batting, and then suddenly he's facing a hat-trick ball in the first over.
Yeah, and especially with the carnage that was going for what happened yesterday and then today. So mentally, I think fair play to the Indian captain. He put all the demons to one side. He put all the doubters and the knockers and everybody that's been having a go at it for the way his team performed in that England's first innings, and he came out on hat-trick ball before the lunch period. Then he hit two beautiful drives down the ground, didn't he? Off Carse, I think it was. He hit two beautiful. He hit a one just past the stumps on Carse's side.
Yeah, it was Carse. He has one an off-drive and a non-drive. Yeah, beautiful. Very, very straight, elegant, very close to the stumps. Yeah. Carse looked a bit deflated, didn't he? What's going on here? Stokes suddenly is.
I think they're going to go short ball.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're going to go
just
short
moving
ball.
the field around. 2 slips in place, and we've got backward point. There's a fielder just in front of point. 2 men out on the boundary on the leg side. It's not that short, and carved away, glided really down to the boundary at third. So the double bluff there. So yeah, there's a man out of fine leg, deep square leg. There's a mid-wicket, mid-on. Quite a short extra cover, not short, but it's almost parallel with the stumps is Stokes. Extra cover, and then as I say, 2 slips, a gully and a forward point for Rahul, who with that 4 has moved to 46. He has had a successful series of England. Very, very short and sailed away, and not given as wides either.
Got to be given wide.
Absolutely no chance whatsoever that Jamie Smith can stop that. Byes given.
No, as a bowler, I mean, talk about wides, but no, that's not byes, that's wides. I mean, Jamie Smith can't get that. Rahul can't get anywhere near that. Rahul can't get anywhere near that. Watch this again, John.
I saw it first time,
yeah,
mate.
No, you can't.
There's no chance he can get near that.
But even Rahul can't.
The one earlier, I can. It was unfortunate for the keeper, couldn't get anywhere near it, but I can understand why it wasn't called wide. You know, the one that bounced over?
Yes, I know what you mean. Mean manners were on.
It actually didn't go that far.
Yeah.
It went over Carse's shoulder. That one.
That's gone. I mean, Rahul's got no chance of hitting it. Never mind Jamie Smith stop it.
Absolutely. 112 for 2 then, as Archer continuing. And he forces Rahul to play. He does so. Glides the ball again. Just up to the deep point boundary where Chris Wokes fields, but not before Rahul comes back for another 2 runs. So India trail by less than 200 now. 114 for 2 with Gill not out 58.
Michael van Gerwen's on his
Is he
8th.
doing it again?
Michael van Gerwen's had more pints in the last 10 minutes than I've had pies.
Well, you know what that means, didn't you, Harmy?
Yeah, he's having a better deal than me.
Archer. Ooh, there's a shot from Rahul. He just pulls the ball deftly down to fine leg for a single and moves to 49. Well, the camera keeps picking him up, and I swear 3 pints ago he was indicating he was done.
Yeah, he was done, yeah.
But the crowd aren't letting him.
Yeah, but you looked at me and three pies ago I was done, but I kept on going. I kept on going. Yeah, sometimes, John, you just have to plough through it.
It's
Don't
like
worry.
you bowling at Lahore.
Hello, you got to keep going.
Another one, Harmy.
Yeah, another one.
If I have to.
I can't. Trying to think. I'm trying to think in that game. You had the scorecard up before. I reckon
Yeah.
Trez was captain. I don't think Varney was captain of that game. Did Varney get injured? How do you think? It wasn't Flintoff, but I reckon Trez might have been captain of that game. Trez kept on looking at me going, you're going to have to keep bowling.
Vaughan was the captain. Short and left alone by Gill. This is straight. It's good bouncer actually, but Gill sways out the way.
Might be the game his knee went. I think that was the game Varney's knee went. Yeah, I think it was the game that Vaughan's knee went. Because Trez captained the 1 days not long after that.
Inzi was run out for 97.
Yeah. It was a massive mix-up. The two of them were standing in the middle of the field, if I remember rightly. But the 1 days were straight after that, and Vaughan did something. I thought it was in the second test, missed the last test, but he didn't captain the 1 days because Trez did.
Short again from Archer and taken above his face by Jamie Smith. End of the over, and that's the end of Harmy. Those pies are a-calling.
Oh, I'm going to have a conversation with Michael van Gerwen over there.
I don't think he's going to be saying much right now.
To be honest, I'll sound better once I've had a few more pints with him.
Great stuff, Harmy, who will be back. I think he's got an hour off, so you can go and have a couple, Harmy. And it'll be Sid Monger about to come in from ESPN Cricket Info. With India 115 for 2. And a drink being taken by Shubman Gill on the field. And Harry Brooks over there. Ben Duckett as well. And how are you doing, Sid?
Still 2 down.
Yes. Yes. When were we on air? Was it the first stint after lunch?
No, it was just after afternoon drinks. So
Just after afternoon drinks. Okay, yes.
almost 2 hours since we finished that stint.
Yeah.
Minus 20 minutes for the tea break.
And here we are. Do you believe? Have you been looking at the Old Trafford weather for tomorrow?
I didn't, as a matter of fact, and there's 10% chance of rain in the second half of the day tomorrow, starting 1 p.m.
So you didn't look, but do you have any mottos in life?
Don't look back in anger, as they were saying in the crowd.
Is that a motto of yours? Is it? Dawson is in, and this is pushed out to cover by Rahul. One away from another 50.
You tried to. One tries to not look back in anger.
Do you know what my motto in life is? Dawson again, and touch more bounce, and Rahul just eases us through down to third for a single, which means he does reach 50. Half century for KL Rahul, and a fine knock it's been to. It's his second half century in the series to go with 2 hundreds and a couple of 40s as well, including one in the first innings. The relevance of the innings will become clear in the next day or so.
I'm curious to know your motto in life.
Never believe the weather forecast.
Not if you're making any cricketing decisions.
Not in
first.
this country, anyway. Never believe the weather forecast.
Not on any island.
Not on earlier, and exactly right. It's the same in New Zealand. Islands. Here is Dawson in, and this is comfortably played to the leg side. It's a very, very English thing, isn't it? Maybe you get it in Australia as well, New Zealand, but possibly South Africa. But that kind of crowd participation, where the crowd amuses themselves in this way, in this manner.
Yeah, more like football crowds.
Yeah, a little bit. This is drilled through extra cover, and Stokes, who hasn't bowled in this innings, scrambles round, and it's not just about how he looks when he fields, it's how long it takes for him to get to his feet. He had cramp yesterday, went past 100 earlier today, hasn't bowled and does not look, he just walks, he's walking around like someone who has batted and bowled a lot in this test match. Forward and defended back to the bowler.
The official word though remains that he is fit to bowl. Official word from ECB is that he's fit to bowl.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Harmy and I were speaking about it. He will bowl, I'm sure, but nobody knows really if he's fit to bowl until he bowls.
Yeah,
you know?
That's true. That's true. It's Stokes. He makes these calls, and he has shown that we need to trust in his calls.
Yeah. I'm not sure we've always been able to trust his calls. You know, hobbling off at Hamilton. I mean, it was just a freak one at in the 100, I think. But there's been times when I'm not sure. You know, as he looks back, he realises that he really should have been trusted. I think more so now, and I think that if he's not bowling, then that tells you all you need to know, really.
Yeah. It also tells you that there's still 200 ahead.
Yeah, there's lots of time left. Short from Archer, and Rahul with a short leg in place.
And they must have a more reliable forecast, which sounds like it's clear for tomorrow.
Never believe the weather forecast. I was once at a game at Lord's where the weather map was telling me it was raining at Lord's. And it was raining all around London. It was raining around London, and play was continuing. In fact, I think the Women's World Cup final.
Oh.
Something similar.
Oh, we saw that.
A little bit of glove on there by Rahul. This is the second short delivery, which he's just tried to play around the corner, and he did so pretty comfortably in the last over. Is there a fielder? Is that fielder at fine leg actually fielding? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, there is a fielder there.
Is that Duckett?
It does look like Duckett. I can't see Duckett anywhere else. Yes.
He's not taller than that boundary board, is he?
No. He's no taller than the picket fence.
Yeah, boundary board was being a little uncharitable.
Yeah.
Because there's 6 inches between the board and the picket fence.
Here's Archer, short, oof. And that doesn't get up as much as Rahul is expecting, and just has to jag his head back because it was about to hit him on the helmet. The camera's just picked up Ravindra Jadeja on the dressing room balcony, which is just below us here, and he's wearing a nice black jacket over his whites, looking very comfortable.
He's due in next because I don't believe Rishabh Pant is at the ground.
Well, that just increases the size of the task that awaits India, really, doesn't it? 18 overs remaining. No. This is short and cut beautifully by Rahul. Bryden Carson backward point. It's just to turn and run to pick up the ball just inside the boundary.
That's a lovely shot. He didn't have the room to cut. He almost has punched this one. He leant back with the ball, rode the bounce, and has actually played it with a vertical bat and placed it expertly to the right of point.
Oh, that's just such a good shot. And at 86 miles an hour as well. 43 over ball. And there's no one around, there's no slips in play, so relatively risk-free. And this is dug in by Archer. And again, it's angling down the leg side, and there's been, on 2 occasions, Rahul's actually tried to take this ball on. And this time he decides to just leave it alone.
This is a lose-lose battle for Rahul if he takes it on. It's a real test of his mental discipline, because the runs don't matter right now. Even if he gets a streaky 6, it's not going to put England under pressure. England can continue with this attack. So it's a real test of discipline.
Yeah, 6 fielders on the leg side. This goes across Rahul though from Archer, and that is the end of over number 44. So, Sid, 18 overs remaining today, and I think we're going to get them in, because it does feel like Dawson's going to be bowling 9 of them.
That's what happens when the scoring rate is slow.
Yes, that's absolutely right. There's the overs, you know, they zip by quicker, don't they?
Yeah, you make fewer bowling changes. You are not thinking about any changes every ball, on how to stop scoring. And that's the thing that is
very often the ball's been blocked back to the bowler.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, it doesn't take as long.
Which is what used to happen a lot when the over rates were legendarily much quicker.
Gary Morgan tells us this is the highest partnership for the 3rd wicket after a side has been 0 for 2 in an innings.
That's a niche stat.
It does kind of. You remember when we were last on, and I did say to you, like, it's going to sound a bit crazy, but just if they hadn't lost those 2 wickets and 2 balls, and you just watched that hour of play that would taken place before we were on air, how would you feel about the chance of India batting this out for a draw? And I suppose that does show it's. If only there'll be some regrets at the end of this series for India. And again, that would just be another one, won't it? Just if they could have, there'll be a lot of if-onlys, or, you know, wickets before this, another occasion of wickets falling before a session. Before a break.
Lord's 4th evening was very crucial when they lost Nair and Gill to that spell.
That last half hour on day, or Jaiswal's dismissal.
New challenge for the batters now. As Dawson goes over the wicket, this one is outside leg. Gill has kicked it away, but this is a new line of attack that England have chosen.
Yes, with a short leg in place as well, and a leg. Well, I'll wait to see where Duckett is. He's running back.
More of a gully.
And Gill is just waiting himself. So there's also a square leg as well. Just not that far from the square leg umpire. And Dawson is in, and Gill just kicks it away.
How long can he keep doing this? Modern batters are not used to doing this for a lot of time, and they get ants and pants when they have to do it over after over.
Well, I think if any batter is going to be quite happy to do it for a long time, you'd think it would be Shubman Gill. Dawson is in, and this time Gill just sways out the way. This is down the leg side, and fine leg. He's just coming up. Bryden Carr, is that Cos?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't believe they had a deep fine leg. It was not visible from where we are sat.
No, I didn't pick up on it. But he's forward this time, forced to play. No run. Might even finish early.
There's a breeze taking it from leg 2 off, so that's also one thing that Gill has to keep in mind especially when he's trying to pad it away.
Oh.
All it takes is one ball to miss the pad, and not even if it does not take a wicket, it just casts a doubt in the mind.
He kicks this one away again.
Meets it on the half volley, which is very good.
Carson's just come up another couple of yards.
Still hitting him on the outer half of the pad. Dawson wants to hit it on the inner half of the bat to create some doubt in his mind, to make him start playing at these balls, which he does not need to at all.
Now Archer just comes forward a touch. He's almost in line with Dawson at the top of his mark at mid-on. And there's also mid-wicket, and this is kicked away again, and that's the end of the over. And a lone boo rings out.
It stood out because it was just one person
Yeah.
not happy with this line of attack.
India trail by 189. Let's try and factor in time into this as well, because let's just say
We've got 77 minutes left.
so. Let's say they bat through to stumps and they lose one wicket, possibly. I mean, they're not going at any great rate, are they? They're 86 for 2 at tea, so only 22, 32, 36 runs added in 16 overs. So at that rate, they're only going to be around 140, 145. Let's say 150 for 2 or 3 at stumps.
They'll give you 10 runs if you keep it at 2.
So they'll trail by about, let's say they'll trail by 150. Let's just say, however many wickets. 150, so they'll probably go past England. It's going to be a while. Short and pulled by Rahul. He's going to pick up 4.
I think that was a good line for him to be able to pull. Earlier ones were just outside of, this was at him. Oh, it was on the top of off stump, but not too high. It was about mid-riff. He was confident he could keep it down.
And that's key, because he's got short leg, square leg, mid-wicket, short fine. Well, there's a fine leg. There's also a fielder halfway in from the boundary, that long leg, and also a deep square leg as well. He's about 10 metres in.
That pull has encouraged Archer. He's now moved around the wicket.
Here he comes, and this time it's left alone from Rahul.
Higher than the last one.
Yeah.
So he's,
And there's also a fielder on the boundary
yeah.
down at third.
So the ramp is a no-go.
No.
Very well done, taking his gloves out of the way, dropping them down. Uh-oh. There's more trouble in the crowd.
Always going again. Oh, man. Is this his 7th? Oh, dear, oh, me. Short and pulled with no timing this time from KL Rahul. Have you ever downed 7 pints wearing a dart outfit, Sid?
The second half of the sentence might not have been necessary. I wouldn't want to be him tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he's going to feel... Well, he's going to wake up and... He's going to wake up and I had the strangest dream. And he's going to open the newspapers. It's pulled fine by KL Rahul, just for a single.
What we did question Rishabh Pant's senses and sensibility when he came to walk out. He walked out to bat with a broken foot. Well, who are we to decide? These guys are having the time of their lives.
Yeah, absolutely. So Rishabh Pant isn't here. He's not at the ground. We don't believe.
No, not at the moment. No.
So do you think he will bat tomorrow then? Do you think he will?
The closer India get to saving this, the higher the chances that he comes out to bat.
But he won't come in until maybe after Sundar. Jadeja. Ooh, that's a good shot from Shubman Gill. He's not going to get anything from it.
It was important that he played at it because it stayed low.
He did. We played with across the line, but oof,
that was stump high.
It's like kind of punched it on the pull, but rolled his wrist at the same time. But very little, no flourish at all. Kind of like a check pull, and it was fielded at mid-wicket. But yeah, it kept a bit low, didn't it?
There's no mid-off. Point is the only fielder on the straightest fielder we have on the offside.
Archer's in, and he's driving square of the wicket, past that point fielder actually. Chris Wokes, who seemed not to see the ball momentarily. By the time he did, it was gone past him. And Shubman Gill has just said to the umpire, I need to just rush off the field.
Comfort break.
It is a drinks break as we approach 20 past 5 in the afternoon here at Old Trafford, and this match is still just about alive.
Another milestone, another milestone for India. Now they can pause and take a breath and look at how far they've come.
And they've come 45 overs since they last lost a wicket. 0 for 2 after 4 balls of the first over. And now here we are, 46 overs in, 131 for 2, with KL Rahul 60 not out. He's faced 152 deliveries, 5 fours in there. And Shubman Gill, who was given a life, went on 46. It was 74 for 2, should have become 74 for 3. As Shubman Gill sliced drive, and Dawson made a bit of a hash of things at backward point, put down an effort that got 2 hands to, but it was in quite an awkward body position. Almost jumped past the ball, and Gill's still there, 63 not out, and he's not just added runs to his score, 17, he's eaten up a lot of time as well. Now we're in a position where 16 overs remaining in the day.
We have enough time to get those 16 overs in.
And with enough time, we'll definitely get them in. We may actually finish a touch early.
Oh.
Although what normally happens is that they just start slowing up, don't they? 131 for 2, India. And they trail by 180.
Were you with me, or was it Neil, when I think on day 2, India, Jadeja bowled a no ball, and we were just about to discuss it. It was supposed to be the last ball of the over, and we were discussing Jadeja's habit of bowling the no balls, and the 7th ball got him a wicket, and it very nearly happened with Kash today when the 6th ball was a no ball, the 7th one was a no ball, and 8th one actually deserved a wicket and was dropped by Dawson.
Jarrod is saying in the last, was it Lord's, that there is a debate that a batting team should be able to turn down the no ball.
Trust Jarrod to come up with these ideas.
Yeah, it's true though, isn't it? It's quite
especially when you're looking to draw a test, or especially when Bumrah is bowling bounces at you, like at Lord's in 2021, and there were no balls, and poor old Jimmy Anderson had to face more of them.
I mean, it's not unheard of for...
Yeah, you forfeit the no ball.
Yeah, exactly, you forfeit the no ball. You just say, no, it's okay.
That's interesting, yeah.
I mean, we've seen it before. Bowlers purposefully bowling big front foot no balls, short balls, just to push a batter back, just to get in his mind and just to intimidate. And if the batting team could say, nope, I'll just take that delivery, thanks, you can, then, you know, it would actually change the tactics of the game.
Overs on target, frame that, hang it in the Louvre.
Blimey.
But yeah, no, interesting, but I'm happy to debate it, but it will be another thing we'll take away from the bowlers, isn't it? To prevent that intimidatory tactic. And with the amount of protection the batters wear these days and the skill the lower orders have developed, I think you need a little bit of intimidation in the game.
Yeah, I don't think it's one that really needs to be looked at just yet, not with everything else that's going on.
Maybe just for the tail enders. But even for that, the umpires have been empowered to come in and say, this is intimidatory bowling, stop it.
Yeah, I mean, that Bumrah to Anderson?
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah. The umpires didn't feel it was intimidatory, or they would have stepped in.
It has been noticeable, the change in the umpiring, hasn't it, in this 4th test, compared to the other 3.
Yeah.
And the game has felt better for it as well.
Yeah. I mean, Zach Crawley said if there was anything wrong, the umpires would have stepped in when I came out late.
But you know what? I think there is a direct correlation between the animosity that took place on the field
and the leniency.
Because the players start feeling like the umpires aren't in control. Dawson continuing, and Rahul is forward and defending.
He was not in control of this, like the umpires, but it didn't jump up because the pitch is quite slow and hit on the outer half of the bat.
Yeah, and that's going to do well to reach Harry Brook, isn't it?
Soft hands.
Yep. Dawson continuing, and to the right-handed, well, they're both right-handed, but to Rahul, he's not bowling over the wicket into the footmarks, not that they are really pronounced footmarks, but down the leg side essentially. He's bowling a more orthodox field.
It really does look a little pristine from that end.
It does, doesn't it? In now, ooh, actually tempts a shot from KL Rahul, who looks to be playing in front of the wicket, but it's travels down to Zach Crawley
But
at deep backward point.
he's kind of trusting the pitch because he's not right to the pitch of the ball even when he's forward defending, but he's just trusting it to not misbehave a lot, and he's had a drive also without reaching the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, he looked quite becalmed at the start of his innings, didn't he, Rahul? But he's looked to continue scoring. Now Gill, and this time he just waits all the time in the world and steers this down to Zach Crawley again, where Rahul was wristily playing. This was more of a punch from the bat of Gill, who moves to 64. India 132 for 2. Dark, brooding clouds in the horizon, but actually it's quite light. The floodlights aren't on, and there is some sunshine.
Please don't rain now because they'll make us stay back.
Forward and defending with a almost exaggerated straight bat.
They've got a gully in after that thickish kind of edge, went to point for a single when Rahul was looking to play towards cover. And it's very close in with a helmet on.
Well, that's what I was talking about with the last one. Even an outside edge is never going to go to, and there it is, doesn't go too far in front of Ollie Pope, but to his right, and he's on the bounce.
Yeah, it's bounced about 5 times before reaching him.
And that first slip is almost a saving runs position rather than a catching position.
With the bounce, yes, absolutely spot on.
So end of another over, 15 remaining today, with India 133 for 2. And dare I say it, we needed this from India.
Yeah, and another landmark ticked off. They've seen Jofra Archer spell off, full of bouncers and short balls and uneven bounce. They've seen it off.
And still no sight of Ben Stokes. It's going to be Bryden Carse. Jarrod Kimber, I coined this the Freelancers series, by the way, earlier on. After the first couple of test matches went all 5 days.
For a moment I was stumped. I was looking at some players who don't have a contract.
And Jarrod is just messaged Gary Morgan, when was the last time a 5-test series used all 25 days?
And all 75 sessions is still on.
That's incredible, isn't it? Here is Carse. This is short and down the leg side and given as wide. Now, for the same token, could a team turn down the wide? If you can turn down a no ball.
Yeah, especially if you're looking to draw a test, you don't want to face that ball again.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait to find out the answer. Gary's going through his database. Sunshine here at Old Trafford. Did you have another pie, Harmy? Pint?
Every test has gone to the final session here. Final session of the final day so far.
Carse again, short again, jabbed on the pull from Shubman Gill, and he'll take a single, move to 65. Yeah, so the first test must have finished at about after 6 o'clock on day 5. Second test is about after 5 o'clock on day 5, and the third test after
around 5?
4 o'clock?
Yeah, around 4:30.
So
and India will be thinking if they can take this into the final session tomorrow, England will be batting. England will have to bat.
4:30, was it? 4:30 Lords. So the earliest finish in this series today is 4:30 on day 5. Carse again, and Rahul takes on this short delivery again. That fielder down on the boundary isn't anywhere near as fine as it was. Duck it. It's
No.
moved along.
The only thing so far that has made me anxious about these short balls is Rahul swiveling too far and treading onto his wicket.
Yeah. Or dragging the ball back down onto his wicket, possibly. But he's continuing to take it on. If you're England, you'd be encouraged by that, wouldn't you?
He's going deeper and deeper into the crease.
Here is Cast. That's very, very
Oh,
short. Oh, and he nearly did exactly that.
I've been just...
He nearly did that. He nearly either trod on the stumps and could have pulled the ball back onto leg stump.
Am I a strange one for having been noticing this for so long? I'm sure he's in control of it, but from
Well, it didn't
this
look, he wasn't in
far...
control of that one.
No, his foot movement.
Foot movement, yeah. Yeah, possibly. But he wasn't in control of where the ball went. That could have been another Mohammad Siraj situation. I mean, he's not playing with...
It was
He
so
didn't hit it in quite the middle of the bat as Siraj did. Cast again. He takes it on again, and it's fielded by Harry Brook, who's kind of a leg gully.
If we are being pedantic, it was not quite the middle of the bat. It was closer to the splice of the bat than the middle, which is why it top spun back on towards the wicket.
Yep. I thought it was incredible. What was the game you said? It was 1999, India-Pakistan.
Srinath, yeah, Srinath against Saqlain Mushtaq. And Saqlain Mushtaq had a lot of overspin. He was a very lovely off-spinner with a lot of overspin.
Short again, and this time Rahul lets it go through.
Which, as you know, if you defend with very soft hands, if there's no force pushing the ball back, it tends to then become topspin.
It was a truly... Well, I thought it was a unique way to end a test match, but then within about 5 minutes I found out it wasn't unique at all. It was he wasn't facing an off-spinner, but... Oh, yes, he was facing an off-spinner. What are you talking about? Yeah.
So because I'm at the ground, I've got half a second or 1 second on people back home in India, and sometimes when they're watching a stream, it's about 2 seconds.
Cast again, and Rahul! Ooh, that didn't go too far in front of Ollie Pope just in front of square leg. Let's see this one again. Rahul's continuing to take on the short ball. He's getting it over it. He's hit that hard. We'll have to see the side on camera view. Actually, it wasn't. It was the substitute fielder.
So he almost yorked him. So I as soon as that happened, all caps, I was like, Chennai 99 Srinath. And my friends on that group who had yet to watch the ball, they said, even before we saw it, we had seen this ball with the eye of the mind. Because that ball, Srinath 99, is etched in our brains. Unlike any of the cricket since, because we tend to remember cricket when we were, only that cricket that when we were watching when we were kids.
Sid, thank you for your time. We'll see you tomorrow. We've got
that stint flew away.
It did. It's very enjoyable.
Cheers, John. See you tomorrow.
Yes, looking forward to it. We've got a change in the commentary box. Yeah. So Shubman Gill with a leg gully and a leg slip, and Dawson wide of the crease comes in, and this is pushed back. I've got 5 deliveries with Jarrod. I was telling Sid about your what you were saying about batting teams being able to decline a no ball. We were discussing that, and then we were asking the question, well, if you can do that, then could you not decline a wide for the same reason?
Yep.
Dawson again, and it's pushed out to cover point by Shubman Gill, who's 65 not out. KL Rahul 61.
Shubman Gill was almost out today. He was dropped because of 2 no balls.
Yes, that's where it came from. That's where the chat came from. No, it was a drop. This is on the pads and tickled away for another single.
They're trying to draw a test match. What help is it to Shubman Gill? And he can make that decision. He might be like, oh no, maybe we'll get a lead and set them 180 to chase them in 30 overs and see what happens.
You would just be from here on in. We're not going to face any more deliveries than we need to.
Also, we were talking about it at the time. It's about your attention span, right? Because he clocked out of that over.
It's forward, and Rahul pushes this up. The only time that because we are talking about fractions, aren't we? And you remember that. Well, of course you remember. It's a very famous game at Cardiff in 2009, and they had to factor in the change of innings, didn't they? It's that 10-minute period, and nobody could work out what time England would need to bat to for it to be impossible for Australia to come out and bat themselves. So you could imagine you're factoring, I don't want to face another delivery, but if I have the extra ball, then that means that maybe it's just going to take me a little bit deeper into a little bit more time out the game. Dawson is in, and Rahul just eases forward, pushes this out to the offside, and another over is done. As am I for the next half an hour. India 136 for 2, then 49 overs in. They trail by 175 with Gill and Rahul in the 60s after a word from Jarrod. It will be Manners.
It's quite a partnership, this. Kind of thought, oh my God, John. I kind of thought that it'd be interesting to see what happened once the ball went flat. I thought they had a good spell. Me and Harmy might have come on just at the end of it as it was dying down, so Manners might have actually been on. I can't remember who I took over from, but maybe between around the 10th over and the 24th over, I thought England had plenty of chances. Then the drop catch must have been around the 27th or 28th over, I would have thought, for Liam Dawson. And really, outside of that, we haven't seen much. Maybe one ball that hit the inside of her leg. He almost dog-kicked it back onto his stumps. We really haven't seen many chances, have we, Neil Manthorp?
Very good application, isn't it, from KL Rahul and Shubman Gill, and it would be a heroic effort if they're able to draw this test without too much interference from the rain tomorrow. That's short and pulled away towards mid-wicket as Brydon Cast continues thundering in from the Brian Statham end. 49 overs bowled now. KL Rahul 61, Shubman Gill has 66. Are you using artificial intelligence?
I am artificial intelligence.
Very good. Are you consulting another form of artificial intelligence?
No, this is my note-taking app.
Oh, I see.
This is my piece for the end of the day.
Here's Brydon Cast around the wicket, short and pulled once again down towards Ben Duckett is at fine leg, so it's the short ball tactic continues now, and so far Rahul and Shubman Gill have decided that they are more likely to get into a pickle by avoiding the short ball than by playing it, and they've both adopted or opted for sort of the short arm pull. Really, there's a fine leg, a deepish backward square leg, a deepish mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, an orthodox square leg, and it's never quite the same leg side field that Ben Stokes adopts for this. Cast in once more, it's full and it's straight and it's not short, and it's pushed out towards Chris Woakes at mid-off, no run.
So now I'm using ChatGPT, and I asked it to come up with a short, fun paragraph that I can read to Neil Manthorp on commentary.
Does ChatGPT know who I am?
And here with me is the oracle of cricket himself, Neil Manthorp, a man who's seen more overs than a well-worn scorebook and can probably recite Alan Donald's bowling figures in his sleep. Whether it's at a dusty pitch in Gaul or a spicy one in Joburg, Neil's got a story, stat, and a dry one-liner ready to go. Strap in, folks. When Manthorp's on the mic.
Cast in, short, pulled away towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder.
The cricket's only half the entertainment.
There's a reason they call it artificial, isn't there? 137 for 2. We're digging deep, folks, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing everything we can to keep you entertained, but all along, all the while, there is a very, very serious undertone and objective to the cricket, and that is India battling to keep the series alive. And Brydon Cast bowls another bouncer. Rahul does sway out of the way of this one, and there's no run. When a good friend of mine, must have been a year ago now, introduced me to artificial intelligence, I was quite blown away, and he said, so he was talking to, he said, write 200 words on whatever subject is in the style of Neil Manthorp. And then I looked at it, and in the first paragraph there were 2 phrases that I've never used in my life.
Yeah, I did the same. It has got a lot better. It does say here, Neil Manthorp is a British-born, South African-based cricket writer broadcaster who's narrated more than 40 international tours and 120 test matches since South Africa's return to the global stage.
Short, pulled away, behind square, on the leg side. I remember that's lifted from, obviously, from something that I wrote a biography of myself. That is now, you realise that is now 20 years out of date.
I can tell it's out of date. Because 120 test matches, you don't remember what the 120th test match was you covered. He's writing with a tour diary, he's writing whether tour diaries, witty columns or full-length books, pairs deep cricket knowledge with dry humour and critical insight, making Neil one of the most engaging voices in the game. That's from Neil Manthorp's website, I think they found that.
Jarrod, now what's going on in the middle? There's
another delay.
There is another delay, and the Ben Stokes is in animated conversation with Jacob Bethel.
Jacob Bethel got a bowl.
that would be born of artificial intelligence. It's not Jacob Bethel, so it's the tactic. The discussion is what Liam Dawson's going to bowl, and what field should be set.
I actually think it was KR Rahul asked for something, didn't he? I think that's what the actual delay was. To be fair,
there was
any more questions for ChatGPT about you?
What does it say about you?
We don't need to go there.
Prolific social media.
Do you know what it says about me?
Podcaster.
It said my writing was like Roald Dahl, David Foster Wallace, and Gideon Haigh. So that's a Frankenstein's monster creation, isn't it? I don't know where it got Roald Dahl from. I mean, I'm aware of Roald Dahl.
Greatest children's storyteller of all time, isn't he? On the back foot now, KL Rahul plays defensively. So, right, let's have a look at what they've decided. The 4-strong meeting of minds at the bowler's end, while KL Rahul was receiving whatever it was from the change room. A slip, a slightly deeper than average silly point, so just a slightly daft point. And catching cover, mid-on, halfway back, Jofra Archer, mid-wicket. Man at backward point as well. Driven now down into the ground by KL Rahul. Didn't time that at all. Zach Crawley's fielding in front of the second Hilton Garden Hotel. Do you know the difference between a Hilton Garden Hotel and a regular Hilton Hotel?
Well, you told me they're different. Bumble said they're exactly the same as each other, but they're not, are they?
I thought one was cheaper.
Yeah, that's what that was. Yeah,
it's one where you get the continental breakfast is a croissant in a packet.
Oh, it's
with a small tub of butter.
I think you know how I feel about that. you get, continental breakfast is the biggest scam.
I thought I'd get you going. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket now. Bat, think he hit it. Jamie Smith was very, very excited, and sometimes if he doesn't hear it, then
might be leg side anyway.
Yeah, I think it was. It's just been pushed through the arm, hasn't it?
Dawson was asking about bat, 100%.
So you would think the keeper would be the first to know, but he can't see the bat with a delivery like that. So, and if he doesn't hear it, he's got no idea. He needs to be guided by the bowler. He's very often in best place to, or he is in the best place to see whether there was a deflection or not, and he did. He's whacked it.
He smashed the hell out of it.
He's got a thick inside edge. Dawson in again. Gill forward, nudges it away down towards long off. England so far ahead in the game. India still trailing by 172, but
did you see the stat that was on social media yesterday about Zach Crawley, his test average at grounds that have a Hilton?
No, I didn't. pushed away on the onside. But I'm immediately thinking of the 260 odd against Pakistan at the Rose Bowl.
And he's made a lot of runs here too. So he averages 26.6 when he's not playing at Hilton Grounds. And at Hilton Grounds, he averages 81. Congratulations to Paris and Conrad Hilton, all the Hiltons really.
Match made in heaven. Forward comes Gill defending against Liam Dawson. And there's no... It would make... You know what? You could make a case for that not being a wild coincidence if the teams actually stayed at the hotel. You know, that you could say, well, you know, evidently he likes a lie-in, and they do good eggs Benedict.
Well,
you're
not
just
having
a
to travel to the
eggs
game,
man.
it could be
well,
something
yeah, exactly.
like that.
Break, quite right.
I remember during COVID, like a lot of some of the American players in different sports were talking about how it helped their lifestyle. So one player was saying he could, you know, he only had to go like 50 meters to do his training, so he could go and do his training and then go back and have a nap. And his nap was an extra hour long, whereas generally he'd have to travel to the courts and then back home, and so he only got a 2 hour nap. And he said, 3 hour nap, I felt really refreshed before every game. Like weird little things like that sometimes can change the way that you do things. You would have, what's your favorite press box to write in?
I hate writing in press boxes. I like to leave the ground as soon as possible. I'd rather write in a dingy hotel room, to be honest. Short and pulled by KL Rahul. It's going to be short. We're going to get 3, 4, even 5 short balls and over because this field set, and KL Rahul has a single. I know you don't mind writing in press boxes, but to me, you know, we arrive an hour before, and we're here for 7 hours. So 8 hours, well, I just like to leave straight away, unless transport is by tram, in which case I don't mind sticking around for a bit longer. Here's Bryden Cast thundering in. He's still running in with all the gusto and determination that he had in the first test at Headingley. Chopped away behind square on the offside now. So Gill, it makes it look like Cast has bowled that one outside the off stump, but he did. But it wasn't quite as wide as Gill made it look, because he had backed away. Joe Root finds himself at deep backward point at the moment. He's got a sore finger, and he's probably still a bit stiff and tired from yesterday. I think probably emotionally as much as physically, even though he's been through all that he has. Gill 68, KL Rahul 64. India trailing by 170. Here is Cast again, bangs it in short. KL Rahul up onto his toes, played defensively. Are you a napper? And if so, are you a good napper? Efficient?
No, I really struggled to nap, so I tried to get them in, especially when you start to have children and school runs and all sorts of things. It actually kind of made sense to do a school run, come back and have a nap, but I'm never been brilliant at it. Just it takes me on a normal night a couple of hours to get to sleep, so by the time I do that with a nap, I'm back up again.
Of all the things that I would like to be, top 3 definitely is a napper. Here is Cast, short and pulled away behind square on the leg side. They go through for another single.
Might stop you going to bed at 8 p.m. every night.
That's why I go to bed, because I can't nap. Jon Norman's a very good napper, very efficient.
Sometimes on air.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, but you know, there's people that you can just sit in a chair, put their feet up, and close their eyes for 10 minutes.
Could not. Don't understand it. It's not for me. I can't sleep in a car. There's so many things I can't. Yeah. It took me about 5 trips between Australia and England before I ever slept on a plane on the long haul flights.
142 for 2. Really? That's short. Another pull shot attempted by Shubman Gill, but that ball's just run out of steam, I think, from Bryden Cast, who is running out of steam himself. Yeah, sleeping in the upright position is just absolutely beyond me. And if there is anybody runs a course in the art, I'm signing up.
Well,
really.
no, do you remember we got tips from Gareth Batty, because Surrey played for a sleep consultant, and I did try some of the methods that Bats did, but it didn't really work. Not to say that him or the sleep consultant weren't very good.
Pushed away defensively by Shubman Gill, straight back to the bowler. I mean, those people...
Gough can nap. Have you ever noticed? You walk around
Well,
talkSPORT late at night and Goughy's like wrapped around something like a cat.
I'm not sure that's napping. I think that's like full-on sleep with a capital S. Like Goughy lies on the car, you know,
Didn't he lie on the floor of the commentary box
he
somewhere?
downloads cushions from the setting, builds himself a little bed. He goes to sleep. Like, there's no 15-minute power nap for Darren Gough, and there's no 15-minute power nap for anybody at Old Trafford at the moment, because India are putting up a heck of a fight here. We might be talking about a few random things. Do you know, Jarrod, there's something you mentioned 3 or 4 minutes ago, and people used to say to me, the biggest change in your life that you will ever notice is if you, in my case, you ever become mortgage free. If you, the day you pay off your house will be the day your life changes more profoundly than ever. And I would just like to say that the biggest life-changing moment in my life, day of my life, pushed away defensively by KL Rahul, is the day I did my last school run.
That's a good one. I do like that.
You just mentioned it, and it made the hair stand up on the back of my neck just remembering it.
Because our older boys don't need a school run anymore, they can get to school on their own. And when we had to start again with a little girl, it was horrible.
Pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside, out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary.
If we hadn't tried homeschooling during COVID, I would have given that a go, because it was, it's grim. And then the first year of school in reception in the UK, the parents have to take the child in, so we can't. And our neighbours have a little girl the exact same age. We can't even share the trip in. We have to go in. So we're waiting for next year so we could share it. Because it's horrendous.
It is, especially when you're in the wrong side of town and it's rush hour at 6:30 a.m. Here's a quick single turned away off his pads by Shubman Gill, behind square on the leg side. Bryden Carse has a shy at the stumps.
There is no worse driving in the world than parents around a school. They are the absolute... They would just park on top of a fire hydrant, upside down, just to get near the school. You just throw their children out of the window. It's ridiculous.
Well, they don't even pull over.
No.
Someplace. Just like stop in the road. Here comes Liam Dawson, and that's pushed away behind square in the offside. Have you noticed producer Scott, who
has no children?
He has no children, but he has one that he rents from time to time, and he has to do the school run. So he's chuckling away. It's his niece, actually, and he's chuckling away. He knows what.
He's not renting children, everyone.
He knows all about the school run, and he doesn't even have any of his own.
That's the worst. That's the worst possible scenario.
Well, it's preparing him for the real thing. Here's Dawson again. It's pushed away defensively by KL Rahul on the onside. Is your school run on foot or in car? It's in the car, isn't it? Yeah. 45 minutes. Evidently, she's not going to school in her postcode.
Oh my God.
That's a bad one. I thought mine was about 30 minutes. Here's Dawson again, but I did it for 8 years. Pushed away, out on the onside. And
mine's 22 minutes door to door, walking.
I know that would be a chore, but you know, just the fact that it's walking, I think, would be great.
No, I don't mind that too much.
And you probably even have a conversation with. Well, no,
she's usually on a scooter, so usually she's in the distance somewhere.
Gill 69, KL Rahul 66. This is a fabulous fight back. India, I just have to remind you, were none for 2 in the first over,
which was none for 3 emotionally because of Rishabh Pant.
Well, I think he'll bat, actually.
Well, he will now, because I think they'll bat him tomorrow. I don't think they would have batted him if they had fallen apart today.
That's right. Yeah, 40 for 5, Rishabh. Can you manage 7 hours?
Oh, we've had a paper aeroplane crash onto the surface. Where's that?
It's not a paper one. It's one of those
foam?
The foam that you stick the wing through the body, and it's got a little plastic propeller on it. I used to play with those as a kid. 144 for 2. This third wicket partnership is worth 144, and they've been batting now for 52.1 overs. and they are now trailing by only, in inverted commas, 167.
When did they declare?
311 was the first innings deficit. Well, Joe Root is being brought into the attack now, and first delivery from around the wicket. So he's not going the short ball tactic, but he is going to bowl full and straight, sort of middle and leg, and he's got 2 catching mid wickets and a deepish mid on.
He's not a bad fourth innings bowler in general. Really does struggle against right-handers, but not as much in the fourth innings as he does in the rest of the game. He's going with a very interesting field here, isn't he? He's got a slip, sort of a cover, extra cover / wide mid off, and a deep backward point on the offside. Everyone else is on the leg side. A catcher at leg slip, as you said. Well, now three catches at short mid wicket.
Yeah, between short mid wicket and short square leg, and it's short and clipped away. It's Archer is at short square leg, and it's whipped away just out of his reach to the right. It was 6 years ago when the England Tour de South Africa was 2019, 2018, 2020. So 5 years ago. Do you remember me going on and on about how good I thought Joe Root could be as an off spinner? And everybody scoffed at me.
Yeah, and he's barely taken a wicket since.
He'd only taken 18 wickets at that time, and he's now taken 70 odd. So, and he has a career best of 5 for 8. Here's Root once again around the wicket. This one defended by Shubman Gill. John's just reminding us that you said that Ollie Pope couldn't play spin.
Do you remember what Mark Butcher and Gareth Batty said?
No, but you'll remind us. Forward comes Shubman Gill again, defending.
The only reason I remember it is because John used it as a promo when they used to throw to me, and it was, I think, Butch saying something along the lines of, that is the biggest load of ever.
Was it bleeped?
I don't think it was bleeped. I can't remember the exact word he said, but it was along those lines.
One of the catching mid wickets has gone a little bit deeper. Oh, he's used his feet now for some reason, just out of the blue. Shubman Gill stepped down the wicket and then pushed it into a gap on the offside. It's a very predominantly leg side field with six on the leg side, 3 on the offside. Deep backward point sweeping, a slip and a wideish mid-off, and then we've got a leg slip, a backward square leg, a short mid-wicket, another short mid-wicket, a mid-on. Root in, that's short, it's a long hop, and it's pulled away by KL Rahul, and not timed at all. Well, you know what, buy a wicket, whatever it costs. I'm not saying that Joe Root's bowled a long hop on purpose, but KL Rahul's made a mistake against that, and there is a man out there in the deep. And as I say, you know, at this stage, if you said to Ben Stokes, how much are you prepared to pay for a wicket, his answer would probably be, how much do you want?
Was that 2 balls in a row where we just saw errors from the batter out of nowhere? I mean, they're tired, it's the end of the day, but the Shubman Gill one, I didn't even get a chance to talk about that. Shubman Gill basically decided to come down the wicket before it was bowled. Why do you need to do that? It was really an odd decision, and then you know, the KL roll one was a little bit different. It was the half tracker. He tried to put it away and went straight up in the air. That's the one difference I would say that we see from.
Sorry, just bear in mind. Make a mental note of what Hassan Raza is doing here. He's umpiring.
Oh, umpiring. Is that what it's called when you
look? He's telling the 12th man to get off the field.
Yeah.
And the 12th man is ignoring him.
Steve Singh, isn't it?
Yeah. He's just ignoring him. But Hassan Raza has now made physical contact for the 3rd time.
He's basically pushed off the other fielder, the other 12th. Yeah.
I mean, but so we're going on and on about these unscheduled breaks. 2 12th men have just run onto the field. Sure, the batsmen are tired. Bumble would be falling off his chair with fury that, because Hassan Raza, you know what? In this day and age, you run the risk, I suppose, of a fielder saying, "That's assault, by the way. You just touched me." But Hassan Raza said, he told him, he's wagging his finger at him, saying, "Get off, get off," and then touched him 3 times and was pushing him off. And Arshdeep Singh just carried on. Just really, what can the umpire do?
Well, I mean, you shouldn't be allowed to go on the field unless the umpire says you can go on the field. So that should mean that you should be able to go.
Well, that's why he was so cross, wasn't it?
Well, I would assume so.
Could Arshdeep Singh become the first man to be fined a part of his match fee, even though he's not getting one? Change of bowling. Chris Wokes back into the attack. Pushed out on the offside, no run. Is that possible?
Didn't the New Zealand 12th man, was it Kyle Mills?
Yeah.
Got fined for sledging Faf du Plessis.
World Cup quarter-final 2011 Dakar.
Did he get fined for that? I think he did, because he was right in his face yelling at him. Do you remember?
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
It was a good...
I was working with Ian O'Brien at that stage. We got him to recreate it for us. Remember, I used to do a show for Cricket Info called Two Chucks, and we got him to sledge the Lion Hansi, yeah, it was the World Cup, wasn't it? 2011.
Yep. Here comes Wokes again, and that's pushed out on the offside towards extra cover, fielded by Crawley. I was there.
That was not one of South Africa's finest moments, was it? Oh my! They made a mess out of that chase. Oh,
They only needed 220.
jeez! It was. You were watching it, going. I remember watching that thing. They may never win a World Cup. This is not for them.
And people forget about that one. You know, of all the chokes. And
Wasn't even that good a New Zealand side.
And they talk about 1999. Here's Wokes again, bowls, defended by KL Rahul, who is beginning to look a bit weary now. He'll know that. He'll know. Well, he'll feel it as well. But yeah, I mean, actually, people go, "Oh, 1999 choke." No. Nothing compared to 2011 Dakar.
Both teams choked in '99. It just happened to be one of them had to win.
And
tie,
neither did.
or tie
Yeah.
in that case. But yeah, I mean, it's a good day to mention it, because for those just tuning in, South Africa have failed to win a limited
Reverted
overs
back to
final
form.
today, when they needed 7 off 5 with Dylan Brevison and George Linder at the crease, and somehow didn't do it, including a drop catch.
Here's Wokes again now, steered away by KL Rahul, who's just running a bit gingerly. You know, it's not a hot day by any means, but it's been an emotionally and physically taxing partnership. KL Rahul's watched 2 players dismissed at the other end before he faced the ball, and captain Shubman Gill's walked out at 0 for 2, and now they're 150 for 2 with those 2 runs. It really has been an absolutely stellar performance, and I think they probably will still need some help from the rain tomorrow, and there is rain around.
But between 1 and 2, there's supposed to be some rain.
It keeps changing, doesn't it? So honestly, it's very unreliable. I mean, it's not the weather forecaster's problem. Here's Wokes, and again, KL Rahul pushes that one back up to mid-on. It's not, they are monitoring the movement of the cold fronts or the clouds and the low pressure areas, and they change. They move at different speeds. They change direct. So at one point, Harmy was looking at an app that said that most of the rain would be before the start of play. I saw one that said that it would be clearing around midday, with more rain forecast around 4. Here comes Wokes again, steered by Rahul into the gully. Diving stop from Ben Duckett.
Well, it's changed since the last time we checked. It's now gone to 12:30 to 2:30. We're expecting rain tomorrow.
A lot of rain?
No, it says drizzle here.
Okay. Which, but I mean, we won't know any more accurately until about start of play 11 o'clock
So
tomorrow.
look out of the window.
So just for a reminder, T20 International Triangular Series in Zimbabwe, in Harare, South Africa, New Zealand and Zimbabwe. The final was played today. In New Zealand made 180. South Africa took 15 off the 19th over, needed 7 off the last, and managed only 4 for the loss of a wicket, and lost by 3 runs. Joe Root's going to continue with a slip and a leg slip catching, and a couple of men catching on the leg side as well in stationary catching positions. Deep backward point, sweeping. Wideish mid-off, straighter, deeper mid-on. Mid-wicket maybe 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, and a deep backward square leg as well, as Shubman Gill plays defensively again on the onside. England maybe, understandably and say forgivably, thought perhaps that their job would be a bit easier. 311 ahead, 0 for 2. But my goodness, it's been a terrific, spirited, brave, gutsy, skillful counter resistance from these two Indian batsmen. Shubman Gill now 71. A prolific start to the series, of course, before double failure at Lord's. But now back to his run scoring best, 71 for 145 balls. KL Rahul has 70. Joe Root in once again, down the leg side, left alone by Shubman Gill. Well judged, nicely taken by Jamie Smith. Geez, we're going to start talking about the second new ball soon. When's that? Well, it's due in 24 overs time, so obviously tomorrow. Root in again, that's defended by Shubman Gill, the Indian captain. Some real gutsy resistance. Determined, really determined resistance as well. England have now, I think they're probably on plan D or plan E. They've done the short ball. They've gone, started off conventionally. Joe Root's now into the attack. And into the attack in the commentary box, Steve Harmison will take us through to the close alongside Jon Norman.
Yeah, cheers, Manners. It's been a brilliant performance from KL and Shubman Gill, especially Shubman Gill. I really want to highlight Shubman Gill. He's coming for some criticism over the last 48 hours, the way his team bowled, the way potentially he captained, some of the decision making he had. Then to walk out hat-trick ball before lunch, when he was probably just gone up them stairs, having taken the last wicket and thinking, right, I'll have me lunch, I'll get washed, I'll get myself sort of ready for my batting, and within 2 balls he's out in the middle, and he's put all that disappointment of having to field for 157 overs to one side, and he's come out and fought like you would expect from an Indian captain. Evening, John.
Good evening to you, Harmy. Chris Wokes running in the late afternoon sunshine, and KL Rahul inadvertently or consciously has just placed this perfectly between first slip and gully. It wasn't a catching opportunity, even if there had been someone in the cordon. And he's moved to 74 with the boundary. India now trail by 157. They're almost halfway there, actually, in terms of making England bat again. 154 for 2. We've got 25 minutes left in the day. How concerned do you think we should be that Ben Stokes hasn't bowled, Harmy?
I think, yeah, it's slightly concerning, but not massively. I think you've got to be realistic that he's a human being. He's not a robot. He's got to be sore. He has to be, for what he's bowled so far in this summer.
Wokes again, and it's going to be more runs. Just the one though, no 2. Rahul's come back. Cast fielding at fine leg, and it's a wild throw. There looks like some tired bodies and minds out there, and England need one big push in the next 20 minutes or so, and then throughout tomorrow, whatever the rain happens. But the same can be said from India, and credit where credit's due. You know, I think there were a number of people who felt that they'd fought their fight, and you know, maybe things might come to a quick close, especially when they lost those 2 wickets just before the lunch break. But here we are, as Wokes comes in again, and this is does he play at that delivery, Harvey?
No.
Or do he play inside the line?
Miles
It
inside
almost
the
looked
line.
like he was trying to place it through the slips again, but no, you are right, I was wrong. 156 for 2, and here we are. So come what may, look, whatever happens with the weather tomorrow, India have fought, and what they've also done is brought back into the equation the fact that Rishabh Pant might actually come to the ground tomorrow and bat. Save the match. Cut away, 4 more from KL Rahul. It was in the zone to be hit, square of the wicket. That has hit the boundary at some speed. Easy-natured pace now from Wokes. 78 miles an hour with an old ball that's 56 overs old. And on a slowish outfield that's never really given the pace bowlers any real speed to work with. It was for the moment it left the bat. It's a very close second slip, by the way. And it's pitched up and driven up to mid-off from Rahul. No run.
Yeah, the second slip's come that close off the back of the first ball the over that went for 4. I think when you're asking, are you concerned about Ben Stokes not bowling? I think I'm more concerned about the fact that we need him to bowl. I think that is more concerning, looking at the sort of nature of the way this innings has gone and this attack's gone.
2 mid-wicket fielders for Rahul, who pushes this up to Jofra Archer, who's at mid-on. There's a mid-off and there's 2 slips, one very, very close. There's a point and fine leg. Cass, I don't know what Cass is doing there. It just looked like he was stretching for a minute. He bowled a very short spell, didn't he, Cass?
Yeah, Ben Stokes is trying, isn't he? Cass had a short spell. Roots had a 2-over burst. Dawson's coming back.
Jofra Archer looks like he's hiding behind Rod Tucker. Doesn't want Stokes
exactly. Don't see me. Matthew Hoggard used to do that quite well.
Did he?
Huggy used to do that quite well and hide it fine leg. And Huggy used to say whenever things were like flat and it was going, he says he would look at to have conversations with people in the crowd and looking to have conversations and having a look, see what's in the sky, and he'd be thinking, I'm not looking, Michael. I'm not looking, Michael. And then Voney would end up having to shout to about 3 or 4 different people and will somebody tell Huggy he's bowling next over at the other end. He's not interested. When Huggy wasn't interested in bowling, he went missing.
All right, we've got a slip and a gully on his knees. Very, very short gully. And this is misdirected from Liam Dawson, who's bowling from the Brian Statham end. Plenty of bat on this, and there's a chase. Really what an England fielder needs. And I don't think, is it Harry?
No, it's Zach Crawley.
Is Zach Crawley?
Yeah, it's unlucky.
He's done really well to even chase it down. He's run, he's jumped, and he's flicked it up, but it's still gone over the boundary. So 4 more to India. They are past the halfway stage of their run chase at least. Of course, they don't need 147 runs to win the game. They need 148 runs just to make England bat again. But after being 0 for 2, to find themselves now, and that was 2 overs before the lunch break, to find themselves with 20 minutes to go on the day, 160 for 2. Well done. 164 for 2 actually. This is just pushed to the leg side from Dawson's second ball from his 20th over, yet to pick up a wicket. He's gone for 36, but there was one excited moment where considered an LBW to Shubman Gill, but the batter had inside edged it onto his pads as Gill punches this to cover point where it's fielded by Ben Duckett all along the ground. Is that the substitute fielder on his knees right by Shubman Gill, or is it Ollie Pope?
Ollie Pope. No, it's Ollie Pope.
Oh, we've got more action. Is Michael Gerwin going again?
There's a fight going on between a guy in a white t-shirt and 2 stewards. He's jumping everywhere. He just had a beer snake. Yeah, he's pushed one of them over. He's being chased by one of the stewards. It's not going to end well, this.
No, well, it's been a long day.
He's getting thrown out.
I think Michael Van Gerwen has been stretchered off. Scott, the producer, has just asked a question. Place back to Dawson.
Getting heavy-handed now, the stewards. Stewards are getting heavy-handed with 2 or 3 people who's trying to protect the young lad from being thrown out. The police are going to have to intervene.
Yeah, well, if he's started pushing people around, then no sympathy. Pushed to mid-wicket. I remember going to Australia for the first time in 06, Harmy, and I couldn't believe how heavy-handed the police were inside the stadiums. I saw a guy get manhandled out of the Gabba for trying to start a Mexican wave.
License in it when somebody's been drinking.
He was a kid. Well, teenager, defended. Wasn't even drunk. Literally was like 3, 2, 1. What?
Off you go. Yeah, see you later.
I think at the end of the day, 150 people had been ejected. They released the stats.
Oh no.
149 people have been ejected from the ground. And I thought, I'm not surprised if they're chucking them out for starting a Mexican wave.
Yeah.
One guy got chucked out for wearing those watermelon hats.
Yeah.
You know, they carve a watermelon and wear it as a hat.
The funny one's always in South Africa. Yeah, somebody steps on the field in South Africa and you get rugby tackled. They've got football, they've got rugby boots on. There's 4 or 5 runners, isn't there? In South Africa, your job as a steward is to sit by the side of the field and be ready for somebody to come onto the surface. And if they come onto the surface, your job is to run after them and sort of get them off. And they've got rugby players who just run on and they're in their rugby boots. They've got the high vis on, rugby boots. And when the guy gives up and just stands there with his hands above his head to say, I give up, and they bang and just rugby tackle him from behind and nearly knock him out.
Here is Chris Wokes. Oh, has he got an outside edge there? Has it just died in front of first slip? Second slip, actually. How deep is first slip?
Yeah, it's hit Jamie Smith, this, and it's hit Carol.
I think it's hit. Oh, it's hit his glove, is it? His right glove?
Yeah.
And that's why it's died. That's why it's bounced well short.
I think it's hit Jamie Smith as well. I think it's hit him on the right glove or the right bicep, and it's hit Jamie Smith. And has it hit Jamie Smith? And
hey, I tell you what, I think the umpire is sent. He sent the. I thought this might happen. Rahul actually is within rights to call someone down onto the field. 2 have come out. They're not wearing the yellow viz either, and umpire Raza has sent them back.
Yeah, he has sent them back. It did hit Jamie Smith. Technically, it's a catch, but it's nowhere. It shouldn't be.
Not catching that.
Nowhere near catching that.
Wokes again, full delivery and driven to root. What are the laws though? I think Rahul has been hit on the hand. I would have thought he's got within his rights to get a bit of spray. It's not exactly Jasprit Bumrah to Zach Crawley with a new ball, is it? It's Chris Wokes with a 60 over ball.
But he still should be allowed treatment. That was an impact injury. You might milk it.
Yeah, exactly. You might milk it, but hasn't been able to defend it. What were we talking about? Oh, we're talking about getting kicked out at cricket grounds, aren't we? Oh, that's what I was going to say. Can you remember when 2008 you were in New Zealand? Well, and so was I. And Australia were playing Australia were playing India in a white ball series. I went to one of those matches at the SCG actually, and then that guy, the streaker, ran onto the pitch. So Wokes is in, and this is played down to third for a single. Rahul moves to 81. The score 165 for 2. India trail by 146. And we got 14 minutes of play left today. The streaker ran on, and Andrew Simons was at the crease, and he just shoulder barged him as he ran past. He went absolutely flying.
I had a bloke come on. I was batting. The bloke came on, obviously Starker, there's no clothes on, and he's grabbed and sort of put his arm around me, and he was stinking a drink, absolutely stinking.
Blocked by Shubman Gill, he's 75 not out.
I can't remember what he said to me, but I just looked at him. I didn't move, I just stood still. And he just put his arm around me, and there's a picture somewhere of this naked man putting his arms around me as I've got my batting kit on. And I remember looking round to him and I go, boy, when you wake up in the morning, you're going to have such a bad head in whatever jail cell you're going to get in.
The last 5 match series to use all 75 sessions, as Wokes comes in and is defended by Gill, because we used all 15 in the first 3 test matches, and we've used, well, it looks like we may well use the same again in this one. England versus West Indies in England in 1980. Now, when you consider how strong the West Indies were in 1980, there must have been a lot of rain around to have.
Yeah, you would think so. Yeah, I think from India's point of view, what saves them is if you lose a session for rain, that means there's going to be a session with the old ball, a session for rain, and a session with the new ball. And that could be the story of tomorrow from England trying to make a difference. If we believe that there is rain sporadic from the game and the day, then an old ball, a new ball, and potentially a rain session. So that's all India will have to survive. I'm just intrigued, I mean, it's got me a little bit, that instance with Rahul and the umpires sending, not letting the physio come out. I'd be interested to see what would happen if it was Shubman Gill.
This is Dawson continuing from the Brian Statham end, and Rahul defends.
India captain, quite a volatile character, it can be at times, and the demeanour and the sort of the personality of Rahul, he just took it, not a problem, just took it.
I know.
He was entitled to have treatment there.
Yeah, I know. Dawson continuing. He's that's off the inside edge. Has he nutmegged himself there?
Yeah, I think Liam Dawson Liam Dawson was off there. He thought that's bowled him.
There's been. Oh, he has as well. This is on off stump, and he's tried to push this towards point, and he's got an inside edge back through his legs, and it's been fielded at that kind of leg gully position. This is a better shot from Rahul, who gets forward and opens the face, a touch, guides it down to Jofra Archer, who's at backward point. 165 for 2. We've got 10 minutes left in the day. Do you think Dawson's done enough to get on the plane to Australia, Harmy? He's still going to get another test, of course. Crowd go up thinking that this has popped up to silly point, but it's on the bounce. Just a few signs here. I don't know if I'm just imagining things, but Rahul, I think he would. It's looking a little bit jaded. He's been at the crease. It's not just about being at the crease, actually. This is flatter and cut in front of square on the offside. Fielded. I mean, he's been out in the field for 157 overs and has now been batting for 60 overs. It's quite right if he's feeling it a bit. He's 81 not out. Shubman Gill 75. Dawson is in. This is a flighted, and the bails come off. But that's because it's been hit to silly point, who flicks the ball back towards Jamie Smith, and it cannons in on the stumps.
I think the answer to the Dawson question is, I don't think we're learning anything. I am not learning anything more than I actually already knew. He's never going to trouble India from a skill set point of view, and he was going to give England some control. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I think their all-round package at number 8, I think they're giving you a little bit of control. I wouldn't like to see him go to India as my number 1 spinner, nor any part of the subcontinent. But I think what I think he is, he's going to give you more of an element of control than what Shoaib Bashir is going to give you. Alkut van Gerwen is still going, and he's still going strong. He's going to give you an element of control, which I'm quite happy with. You're then got big 4 fast bowlers, or 3 fast bowlers plus Stokes, to be the ones that are the aggressor, the wicket takers.
It's Joe Root going to have spin at both ends for the last passages of day 3. No, day 4. Day 4. Day 4.
But what we've not had, and obviously in Dawson's favour, is Stokes bowling.
This is plenty of flight from Joe Root, and a single taken to mid-wicket, where Liam Dawson finds himself right in front of that gaggle of about 100 or so cricket fans, who are also, there's a few police officers in there as well. Now the Oasis songs are ringing out, and KR Rahul is just taking his time here. looking round, pretending to look at the field, remarking his guard and getting himself ready. The last thing he wants is to lose it here. Lots flight again, and it's just dabbed into the offside. Would someone come out now? Yeah, they would, wouldn't they? It's last over.
Yeah.
Last over. That's it for the day.
Or was it? Yeah, last over the day. Yeah.
Still going to have. Could have another Joe Root over after this one, because Dawson is going to bowl at the Brian Statham end. This is a touch short from Root, and it's clipped to Duckett, is it? Yes, at mid-wicket. He rolls over and fields, but he gets to his feet quite slowly as well, and actually holds his arm, his left arm. I think he might have landed on the ball there. As Root comes in, again there's plenty of flight. This is drilled to Stokes at extra cover. He doesn't stop the ball cleanly. In fact, he allows a single. I don't think he thought that the batters were going to take him on there.
No, he got stuck in the ground, didn't he? If you watch this again, John, he gets stuck in the ground. There's something going on with that, with the sort of the hamstring of Ben Stokes. Whether it's the cramp that from yesterday.
Even now, he's out there, but boy, he's kind of hunched over, isn't he? At extra cover, gingerly walks in as. Oh, this is just effortless from KL Rahul. I think England want to get off the field. This is over pitch from Root, and Ben Stokes, who is pretty much immobile, and KL Rahul steps down the crease and turns an over pitch delivery into a full toss, I think, and just caresses it through the through mid off and away for 4. He moved 86. The umpires are getting involved again because there is a yellow vis. He's looking at his watch as umpire Razan.
Now it's Rahul. He's took his hat off, his helmet off. He's took his helmet off. He knows that Dawson and Root are going to be bowling, so he's took his helmet off. Hassan Raza's pushed the 12th man away, but Rahul's going, hold on, I'm taking my hat off, I'm taking my helmet off. I need a cap. I need my cap to be able to bat in, because he's got a rock star hairstyle. He can't bat without a cap on.
Okay, then Liam Dawson with 5 minutes to go. This could be the last over. I fancy England might get one more in. Oh, what's happened there? What has happened there? He's come forward, has Shubman Gill, and I think he's been beaten past the outside edge.
Turn and bounce. Turn and bounce. Yes, it's a beaut, an absolute beaut from Liam Dawson.
I'm not sure it turned that much, did it? It was just
straightened.
It straightened, but it was a perfect line. Oh, it has turned off the straight. Goes again, and this time Gill just punches it down to silly point and just walks to square leg very, very slowly. He doesn't want to face any more overs. He's got a leg slip in place as well. Ooh, can England strike right at the end of day 3? This is fired in a touch by Dawson and defended. Now, there will be another over after this.
Might get 2 in, actually, the way Dawson's bowling this over.
I'm not sure the Indian batters are going to allow 2.
No, I don't think they will, but the umpires might, because they're keen to
they've
get
been
on
it.
Busy, aren't they?
Bang on it. Getting a good quota in today as well. Might just be 2 short. And England and Dawson strike. That's over pitch from Dawson. He'll be disappointed with that. Pushed up to mid on, where Chris Wokes gives the ball a bit of a rub. Runs his finger over his brow. Applies a little bit of sweat. Some beautiful conditions here in Manchester as we're pushing 6:30 at night. As Dawson comes in, and this is pushed up to mid-off this time. Last ball of Liam Dawson's over. There's a hush. This is cut off of the full stump line, but can't beat backward point. I mean, India have got themselves into this kind of position so often in this series, only to falter just when you think they're looking comfortable. It would really sum up that part of their series if they were to lose a wicket in the last over, and it almost certainly will be the last over. England aren't rushing around to try and complete it as quickly as possible. Joe Root's just given his cap to Rod Tucker. The Indian batters are in the middle of the ground. Joe Root just getting his field as he wishes. And Tucker's got his arm up. Oh, look, KL Rahul just make sure he plays, ensuring this is the final over of the day. At the other end, Shubman Gill just leaning on his bat handle, so he hasn't got a care in the world, when we know the opposite is almost certainly true. Can England strike? Joe Root, who's taken more catches than any other player in international cricket. He sits behind just one player in terms of the run scoring, but has also taken wickets. Can he cap this day off? Comes in now, and this is defended up the track by KL Rahul, who's got 5 deliveries to see off to cap another comeback really from India. They have shown so much resolve, these two. As Root is in, and again it's driven this time up to, oh, there's a misfield. Oh, there's a misfield up to Jofra Archer, and I think Rahul gets something caught in his eye, and Shubman Gill is calling him, saying, "Here's a single here." And then at the last minute he realises, and he completes the run.
It was hilarious. So KL Rahul has played the ball defensively, knowing it's going to Jofra Archer, and then he starts marking his guard and shifting some debris from underneath his feet. Shubman Gill shouted at KL Rahul, and he's flinched, thinking the ball's coming to him.
Oh, that's what it is. Here is Gill, and this is driven. Oh, there's another misfield. It's time to Bryden Carson at mid-wicket.
Oh, where's Michael Van Gerwen? Send Michael Van Gerwen on, put a jumper on him. He's 10 pints deep, but I think he might be a bit more mobile than 2 of our fast bowlers.
Well, in a weird way, we're kind of where we should be, because that should have been 2 dot balls. It's been 2 singles, 2 misfields, 1 at mid-off and 1 at mid-wicket, from 2 fast bowlers who are looking forward to getting in. This is short, and well, KL Rahul has been struck on the side of the knee, I think, by the ball, but it's Joe Root. Oh, it's just caught him on the kneecap, and not one England fielder has moved.
Do you know what I think it's hit him? You know the buckle that you do the strap with? I reckon it's hit him on the buckle where you do your strap, right on the edge of the... Yeah, it has.
Well, that's not the reaction that I was expecting after being hit by a 76-mile-an-hour cricket ball. Not 70. I think it's just below that. It's just hit him on the side of the kneecap, I think. Which is more comfortably played by KL Rahul, who decides to use the bat to stop the ball rather than the side of his kneecap. And we have 1 delivery left of the day. An innings which started in such dramatic fashion. Could we see a wicket here from Joe Root as he's in? KL Rahul pushes it to short leg, and that is stumps on day 4. A remarkable day in many regards. It's seen and shown all the facets that Test cricket can bring, with a stunning 100 from England's captain in the morning session. 2 wickets in 2 balls from the evergreen Chris Woakes just before the lunch break. India on their knees, miles behind England, who posted their 5th highest score in the history of Test cricket, 669 all out. India in second innings, 0 for 2, would you believe, with 2 full sessions of play to come. And yet here we are in Manchester on a beautiful summer's day, and it's the same 2 batters who walked off the crease with India. That sorry score, but this time they walk off with smiles. Still a huge job to do to save this test match. But Shubman Gill, 78 not out, has faced 167 deliveries, and alongside him KL Rahul, 13 away from what would be an incredible third test century in the series with still one match to play. India trail by 137 runs and 3 sessions to come. There's going to be some twists and turns to come tomorrow on day 5. We will be back for day 5 and for a full recap. It'll be myself and Steve Harmison bringing you following on very, very shortly here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.